Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1, Crawling So I Finally Died Huh? Although I was a bit shocked and a bit afraid, dying was something I had already prepared for a long time by now. Honestly, I was surprised I even made it to 19. I don't know what exactly I expected from the afterlife, but whatever it was, with my luck I would probably get lost on the way there and drift off into endless nothingness. You know, just like this one actually. That was a bit of a lie, instead of being endless nothingness it looked more like endless everything, like a distorted endless chaotic kaleidoscope. I am pretty sure none of the religions I knew about described an afterlife like this one. What the fuck happened then? Did I slip on a banana peel while driving down the highway to hell and end up out of bounds or something? I wasn't what people would call religious, but I did believe in the existence of God or godlike beings out of pure belief that they existed solely to make my life miserable. I do wonder that if gods were actually real, which one I managed to piss off so hard they took personal offense to me living? Or was I just born on top of a broken mirror under a ladder with the doctor delivering me being a black cat holding an umbrella indoors and wearing an upside-down horseshoe? I was a pretty cautious person, but when the universe itself wants you dead even caution can help you little. How did I die, you ask? While I was buying groceries, a very rare occurrence considering how little I left my house usually, a truck of all things rammed through the front of the store before managing to hit only me. I wasn't even lucky enough to die from the impact, I died of bleeding and suffocation afterwards. So, yeah, that was pretty fucked up. Probably one of the most painful deaths I could have had of drowning from the blood accumulating in my lungs. 3 out of 10, wouldn't recommend. But, damn. So that was it, huh? I have to say, that was one hell of a shitty life. I tried to make the best, but life is not fair, neither is fate. Sometimes, your best will just be equivalent to someone's horrible. Did I regret the life I lived? I definitely did. Humans were weak creatures, I was a weak creature. There is little you can do when the big will of fate decides that today is the day it absolutely robs you of everything you hold dear, and there is scant you can do to struggle. But I got over that. I have learned to cope with the whims of fate. When life decides to give you the worst it can give you, the only thing you can do is persevere until the wheel of fortune turns again. Speaking of, still waiting on that turn on good luck. Still, is this really it? Is this all there is to my life? Or my death? Just wandering the infinite kaleidoscope forever until I run out of thoughts and become a non-entity? Fuck, that's terrifying. Is it still too late for me to start praying to some god of sorts? Might as well, because unlike before, I have literally nothing to lose. I placed together what I assumed were my hands. I was kinda more like a shapeless blob right now floating in a kaleidoscope right now, but that was another can of worms, and prayed to something? Whoever would listen anyway. Please. There weren't enough words to describe what I felt while I prayed. I couldn't string together the words I wanted to beg or scream with. I wanted to curse everything, the world around me, the gods that may or may not exist, yet at the same time, I was tired. Over time you learn helplessness. At some point, the only thing left that you can blame your bad luck for is yourself. The cosmos is cold and unfeeling, it looks at your misery with nothing but apathy. It's up to you to try and carve a place for yourself in the world with what it gives you. Just as I was about to give up and let my thoughts wander until even my ego vanished, I heard, no, felt something. A rumbling, spinning and grinding of thousands of gears forming into a thought-like speech inserted into my head. Such karma unrealized, what? I know I prayed, but I didn't think anyone would answer. I mean, yes. Do you desire another chance? Yes, yes, 1,000 times. I want to live. I cannot be satisfied leaving behind a life like that. I want to experience life for real. I don't want to leave life with such regrets. Whatever chance is given to me I'll take. Whatever opportunity you hand me, I'll grasp it. Just give me something, a chance. Affirmation. Registering user. The grinding of countless gears in my head dimmed down as instead a translucent panel replaced the noise with visual data. I waited patiently as the window of me gave me feedback again. Calibrating according to user, the Gakka system is online. The what? Wait, Gakka? Well, that's not what I expected, but again, I will take anything. But Gakka, huh? While I complained about my luck, statistically, or on paper, my luck wasn't terrible. It was more like some force from beyond was actively fucking with my life with how unlucky I was. After all, if my luck was so bad I wouldn't have had an FGO addiction. Still, my life gets dictated by luck again? Fine. Give me all you got. You have been another chance at life. The Gakka will now decide your fate. You have received 3 random Gakka tickets. I don't want to impose or ask for more than I am already receiving, but could I get an explanation, please? Explanation. Random tickets allow you to roll the corresponding Gakka they align with. In the case of the random Gakka ticket, it allows you to roll the random Gakka containing anything in the vast infinity ranging from practical skills to items and abilities. Once all tickets have been spent, your new life will begin. I see. I really don't have a choice, do I? Well, might as well. If I am lucky enough to get a second chance with an apparently reality-bending system that can grant me a new life, maybe I will get lucky enough to get something half-decent before being chucked into the warp of 40,000 hammers or something. Never really saw 40k, just know about how shit it is from general media. Alright, let's do this. I hyped myself up, this would decide my new life after all. Roll it. Rolling random Gakka ticket. A rare ability. Rare, Pearl Jam, rarity, rare, class, Trump, recovery, allows you to imbue Pearl Jam into your cooking and improve it drastically. Depending on the quality of the food, its ingredients and your power, the food you cook gain additional effects such as healing and curing illnesses and much more. Wow, holy shit, that was actually great. There is no one who wouldn't appreciate superpower foods. Sure, it gives me no combat ability, but I have watched JoJo before and know how Pearl Jam works. It can cure basically any illness, even ones that aren't conventionally curable like cancer or something like bronchitis or damaged lungs, infections, Black Death. It could cure any conventional disease. Oh, how I needed something like this before dying. That surely would have been very helpful with my fucked up lungs in my first life. Pneumonia is not fun. Anyway, I am perfectly satisfied with a roll like this. Thank you, system. Now I need the other 2 to give me usable things to protect myself with, because just like how people would appreciate a healing food maker, they would appreciate him in their hands even more. I do not want to be turned into a slave just because I can cook good food. So, please give me another. Rolling random Gacha ticket. An uncommon trait. Uncommon, enhanced vitality, rarity. Uncommon, your vitality is beyond the norm. You recover from ailments and wounds faster than what most consider normal. In addition, your life force has been enhanced, giving you an increased lifespan. That's not bad. While it isn't exactly great for combat purposes, it seems useful for general life, especially if I end up in a hive city. Having an enhanced vitality should help me not instantly contract 902,381 diseases from taking a sip from the wrong source of water or accidentally getting poked by a nail. Alright, the last one, please, give me something I can use to protect myself. Rolling random Gacha ticket. An uncommon ability. Uncommon, Sand Veil, rarity. Uncommon, class, emitter, allows you to create a fierce protective sand veil around yourself. Inside the sand veil, you are harder to perceive and earthen abilities are stronger. You are completely unaffected by the sand veil. Well, it's not exactly great, but for my purposes, it is definitely a stellar ability. It gives me a free get-out jail card against any mundane combatant. It's quite hard to pursue someone when I suddenly shit out a localized sandstorm. I mean, yup, this does seem pretty good. Not the best, but I can live with just about anything really. I was good at surviving and making do with what I had. Not to sound arrogant, but as long as the odds were above 0% I could live with them. After all 3 of my tickets were spent, I was greeted with yet another notification. All tickets have been spent, roll to decide your fate. Right after those words, somehow, in the middle of the endless infinite kaleidoscopic void, I was stuck in with no up or down. I now held a dice in my hands. The dice itself looked like it was weaved from the cosmos and had the texture of perfect glass. In addition, a pitch-black table I couldn't discern the material of appeared in front of me. Isn't this a bit daunting? I know I was doing essentially the same with the normal Gacha, but the seemingly all-powerful system saying outright that this roll of the D20 in my hands would decide my next life was a bit unnerving. But, I trust the system to not fuck me over. After all, if it wanted to fuck me over, it already would have. So, I will put my trust in it. I grabbed the die with a heavy heart and rolled it. 3. Fuck. Never mind then, struggle is back on the menu, boys. Please don't tell me this means I am getting booted to 40k or something. Even with a Gacha like the ones I have read before, I have absolutely zero confidence in surviving in that hellhole. You have rolled a 3. Registering. You get 1 advantage random Gacha ticket as compensation. Praise the system. At least it's not throwing me into the lion's den without at least throwing me a pocket knife. Using the system's magnanimity, I rolled the ticket while crossing my currently non-existent fingers. Rolling random Gacha ticket, rare ability, contract enforcement, rarity, rare, class, alteration. Beware, the file allows you to enforce the clauses and conditions of any contract you make. The conditions of the contract must be set while contract enforcement is active. With contract enforcement, you can forcefully activate the clauses of a contract on your contract and force your target to comply. This, however, goes both ways. Or, rare familiar, cloud elemental, rarity, rare, a solitary elemental formed in the rainy skies. As an elemental born of the sky, she can conjure and exert control over wind, clouds and lightning. Well, this was a pretty clear-cut decision, wasn't it? I wasn't smart enough to deal with enough people and circumvent the side effects it may have, or have my ability revealed and people refuse to make deals with me. I was no mastermind. On the other hand, the cloud elemental was even better than a rare offensive ability for me. After all, I was some schmuck. I knew how to throw a punch but not how to fight. Having an independent entity able to protect me and have such a useful ability set to go along with that was a blessing and a half. The moment I picked the cloud elemental, yet another panel appeared in front of me. Initialization complete. Finding the appropriate world to initiate transfer. Success. World, Draconic Extaeus High School DxD. I looked at the system with a complicated expression. Well, that seemed both good and bad. Good because it wasn't any grime dark, death world I knew of. Bad because I have no idea what the frick Draconic Extaeus meant. It does say high school next to it though. Do I end up in high school again? Man, I just graduated too. Well, no use ruminating, I will find out what the hell that means soon enough anyway. Initiating transfer. Good luck. Roar. The last thing I saw in the void was the screen in front of me before a roar that seemingly shook the entire void pierced my ears, and then my view distorted and warped before going black. I felt a slight disorientating sensation as in 1 second I was a spirit floating through whatever afterlife that was, to now suddenly being alive and breathing. My hands wandered my body, patting myself down in relief. I really missed having a body in whatever time frame I spent just floating around in the void. I opened and eyes and looked at the morning sky, the fresh morning air, the scent of dew, the cool breeze. I was alive. Screech. That was before my ears picked up the sound of wheels sliding forcefully against the asphalt. I barely had a moment to turn my head. Honk. Honk. Before coming face to face with a truck so close to my face that I could probably count the dents on the bumper. That was the last thing I saw before thud. I felt a very heavy force impact my body, making it ragdoll through the air. I couldn't even register the pain through the disbelief. Et Brutus? I am still using the same custom-coded Python script and an ability list I gathered myself with over 1500 plus possible pulls from the Gakka from various fiction and my own imagination. Considering how volatile and chaotic the world he is going to Isuta will need all of the luck he can get and then some. May Jesus bless his journey. I hope you guys like this one. It's pretty fun to write. Chapter 2, Chaotic Morning Guy. Awoke? I felt so exhausted and drained that my mind struggled with even the basic functions it was supposed to do. Fuck, was transmigration, or transmission or whatever the system did to supposed to be this tiring? And strangely I was enveloped in something warm, like a warm comfortable hug. How strange. I also felt like I was on a bed? A soft mattress-like object anyway. Something soft and warm was also touching me too. I opened my mouth to yawn, but what the fuck? MHH, was that a fucking moan? There's something in my mouth. My eyes quickly snapped open to see breasts. I had someone's nipple in my mouth right now. My survival instincts kicked in as I quickly jumped back, my back meeting a wall, and surveyed the situation. What was happening? My eyes quickly darted around the room and locked onto a window next to me. If anything bad is gonna happen, I can break that and hop out. Then my eyes landed on quite possibly the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. She had vibrant red hair almost like blood or rubies that flowed all the way down to her hips. She also had beautiful teal gem-like eyes, and her body was the most beautiful one I had ever seen. Not that that was a tough criterion to beat, mind you. Her body was a perfect mix between voluptuous and slender. She also had breasts almost the size of my head, definitely the biggest pair I had seen without cosmetic surgery. I quickly tore my eyes from her breasts to her face and my thoughts ran wild. Who was she? What was she doing in my house? Why was she naked? Why did I only have my boxers on? What the fuck is happening? Wait, my house. I felt a second set of vague memories in my head, making my head throb painfully. Ugh, it's like getting a 10-hour flashback getting crammed into your head in a single second. Seeing my plight, the woman in my bed giggled and stretched, and her stretch certainly did very good things to her chest. My knowledge of physics said they shouldn't jiggle like that, but my lower body promptly told that part of my brain to shut the fuck up. Good morning. No need to be so alarmed, you were quite injured, so I had to spend a lot of time healing you even after reincarnating you. She looked way too relaxed and for some god for fuck. What the fuck? Why did I feel like I was electrocuted? I closed my eyes and shook my head, looking at the naked woman sitting languidly in my bed and looking at me with warm and curious eyes. I noted her body language. That was not the posture of someone who meant ill toward me. I trusted my ability to read cues enough, and if she really did want to do harm to me, she already would have done so when I was in the bed with her. My body slumped down in exhaustion and I tried to keep my gaze anywhere but her godly fucking shit. What the fuck is going on, seriously? I need answers now, and she was way too calm right now to not know about my current situation more than me. Besides, what the hell did she mean by reincarnation? So, could you please explain who you are and what you are doing in my house? The woman giggled again, making me feel more exasperated. Well, I am Ryaz Greemery, your senior, one grade above you and a devil. I looked at her as if she had grown a second head to keep up appearances, but I believed her. Kind of hard not to, considering I had just died, got a Gakka system that sent me into another world and died again. But her words did not end there. I am also your king now. Nice to meet you, Yuta Yukimura-kun. I stared into her eyes. Her appearance I put aside. For now, I needed answers. Like what the fuck being a devil constituted and why she said she was my king now. And what does that mean? You are just throwing a bunch of random lingo in my face and expecting me to understand what you are saying, or are trying to act cool by confusing me. Why are you here? What happened to me? What the hell is a devil, and why are saying you are apparently my king? Ryaz Greemery thought for a second. Ryaz, my new set of memories told me about her, the prettiest and most mysterious girl in Kua Academy, the academy which I now also attended. Nobody in school knew much about her. She was apparently a foreigner from Germany or something. Hey, isn't Greemery from Ars Goetia? Suddenly her claims of being a devil are sounding way more grounded. Yuta Yukimura-kun, you died. Rather obvious. After your death, just as your soul was about to pass away, I decided to save you. As a high-class devil, I have the privilege of reincarnating people from other races as devils in my peerage. Meaning I am your king. She said with an oddly happy expression on her as I tried to read her cues. Relaxed, non-threatening, happy. She doesn't seem to have ill will but her words. I was a servant now. Slave? Familiar? Serf? I rubbed the bridge of my nose in exasperation. As if the gaku wasn't confusing enough already. Also, only now did I notice I felt way healthier, stronger too, but also sluggish and tired for some reason, so she really did turn me into a devil. In hindsight, I should have figured out the changes, but I was too disorientated. As I stood in silence trying to grasp my little former human head around the situation, Ryaz got off my bed and started dressing from the pile of her clothes on my floor. I tried not to stare too much as the gorgeous girl dressed in my room. Tried being the operative word. I definitely stared, not that she seemed to mind, thankfully. Before she moved on to putting on her school uniform, she turned me only in her bra and panties. That reminds me, are you feeling alright? You suffered a pretty gruesome injury after all. I did my best to heal you, but tell me if anything hurts or feels wrong, okay? Is that related to why you were naked in my bed with me, almost naked perchance? Ryaz giggled while trying to work on her bra strap at my words. Yes, you are quite perceptive, aren't you? I was trying to transition to the topic of her being in my bed naked, but that works too. I embraced you naked to share my magic power with you in order to heal you. It's a healing method used by us devils. It's rather slow and the efficiency suffers the less skin contact there is. Could you help me clasp my bra? What a messed up inefficient healing method. Where the hell did I land? A hentai? Wait, what if I needed a dude to heal me? Shaking my head to clear away the messed up mental image I conjured, I walked over to Ryaz, who parted her hair to show me her exposed bra with the unhooked bra. Shit, this sight is a bit too stimulating for my teenage hormones, and I am only in goddamn boxers. It's basically impossible to not pop a boner. Thankfully, I was still too nervous and, frankly, freaking out to pop one. Studying my nerves, I grabbed the ends of her bra, my fingers brushed against her warm, soft and smooth back. Biting my lip to keep the intrusive horny thoughts away, I quickly clasped her bra. Ah, thank you, Yuta-kun. As I had clasped her bra, Ryaz bent over and got dressed with the pile of clothes on the floor, finally being decent and wearing the Kwa Academy girl's uniform. It was a long button-up white shirt with vertical stripes all around it. It also had a small black shouldered cape and a matching black corset with black coattails of all things for some reason. Then lastly a magenta-colored skirt with a frilled white underskirt that was definitely too short to be normal. All it would take was a light breeze to flash someone their panties. Not that I mind, of course, but how did this dress code get approved? Wait, isn't this basically a magical girl school uniform? As expected of a school run by Girl Satan or whatever she really was. Yuta-kun, do you feel hungry? How about I make some things clearer to you while we have breakfast? You still seem quite confused. No shit, I was confused. I hadn't even gotten over the gaku part yet, and now I was getting world-shattering revelations left and right. Yeah, that sounds nice. I could do with some food and some more explanations if that's alright. I scratched my head and looked to the side. This was a little awkward. Alright, I will wait downstairs. You can take your time getting ready and dressed. No need to feel rushed. Ryaz smiled kindly and left the room. I was still kind of skeptical about her and her apparent ownership of me to at least a certain extent, but at the same time she has been very patient and understanding, so I will withhold judgment for now. I looked up at the ceiling. Where was my gaku? Did it get scared away by Miss Satan or something? Did this thing have notifications or controls? How did I even navigate its menus? Just as I thought that, I heard a mental chime and notifications appeared in front of my eyes. Feat achieved. Become a devil +1 gold ability gaku ticket. Feat achieved. Join Ryaz Creamery's Peerage +1 silver trait gaku ticket. Huh, so that is how I earned more gaku tickets, huh? Thankfully it seems I wasn't just sent here with a smattering of rolls and left to my devices. But what counts as a feat anyway? I don't suppose there is something like a FAQ I can check about this gaku? Some information about how this all works would be appreciated. To my surprise, it seemed like there was a FAQ for this stuff. Very helpful. Explanation: feats you can earn, gacha tickets, by achieving feats. The rarity of the tickets are proportional to the magnitude of the feat achieved. Feats can range anywhere from convincing a powerful being not to kill you, being able to land a backflip first try, to killing the Great Red. I see, so I earn more tickets by being remarkable? I don't what is impressive about me dying the moment I got transmigrated and being abducted into Satanism, but I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Because horse mouths are disgusting. Seriously, and they stink too. Alright, is there a way to check my current abilities? Like a status or something? Status, name, Yuta Yakamura race, reincarnated devil human. Current tickets, 1x gold ability gaku ticket. 1x silver trait gaku ticket. Abilities, active, 0 out of 1, none. Storage, uncommon, sand veil, rare, pearl jam. Skills, none. Traits: uncommon, enhanced vitality, familiars, rare, cloud elemental. Huh, looks good, I think. The ability slots bother me a little, but a beggar has no room to complain. I just have to be more careful with how I use my abilities. Right now it doesn't matter, since in a situation where I would need one ability I wouldn't need the other. But how do I get more of them? Explanation: ability slots. Active ability slots can be increased by either reaching a milestone in the amount of abilities you have or through quest rewards. That's good to know, so I won't just be left dry. Speaking of abilities, I should probably spend these tickets just in case the devil lady turns out to be evil or something. After I mentally prompted, the system helped me use the tickets. I decided to use the ability one first. Rolling gold ability Gaga ticket. A rare ability. Rare, disguise, rarity, rare, class, stranger, changer, allows you to manipulate the texture and color of any object or creature you come into contact with, as well as slight alterations to their shape. Disguise fades after the integrity of the original subject is compromised. Huh, that's... well, not exactly combat viable, but rather useful for infiltration, I suppose? Maybe I could pull a chameleon to hide? Either way, useful but not right now. Alright, hopefully, the trait is better for right now. Rolling silver trait Gaku ticket. A rare trait. Rare, Helltaker, rarity, rare, you wake up, dreaming of a harem of demon girls. Infernally demonic beings find themselves more attracted to you and it is easier to start a relationship with them. I raised an eyebrow. That's incredibly good for my situation, no? If devils count as infernal beings, which they obviously do, duh. That means my new boss is way less likely to pull a fast and dirty one on me, since depending on how this works, demons either like me slightly more or I am demon catnip. Either way works for me. Nothing can go wrong with your new boss? King? Liking you more. Yeah, I could work with this. Chapter 3, New Normal. I looked at my new body in the bathroom body. I could see the resemblance to my old body. It was kind of creepy to see how I would look if I was Japanese, but I didn't mind it much. I didn't exactly have many attachments to my last life. According to my set of memories, I was Yuta Yukimura. Both parents died of separate cases of vehicular slaughter. In fact, according to my deceased parents in this world, my great-great-grandfather was the first ever case of vehicular manslaughter in Japan. Man, this bloodline attracted automobiles to them like moths to a flame. I had shaggy dark brown hair reaching down to my shoulders and brown eyes too. As always, my eyes still looked like that of a dead fish even in another world. My face wasn't anything impressive, not ugly or anything. Hell, I was maybe a little good-looking. Nothing that would turn someone's head or have someone take a second look, but it was passable. Or is it my Helltaker trait working on me, making my reflection more attractive? Maybe I look like a troglodyte but just think I look good due to the trait? Alert, user is not affected by the trait Helltaker. Oh, that's a weight off my chest. As for my body, I was skinny. My previous body wasn't exactly keeping himself in good health. Well, nothing that couldn't be fixed with some working out and abusing Pearl Jam. Then the last part was. That doesn't seem right. My penis was larger. Considerably. Like, 9 inches large maybe. Would that even fit inside someone? That's almost like the length from my elbow to my wrist. What the fuck happened? I don't remember my previous body packing this much heat either. I was at a respectable 6 inches last I checked. Oh wait. Enhanced vitality. Well, as with most men, I was not going to whine about my baton turning into a club. I would figure out the logistics of how this slab would fit inside someone later, if I ever get to that is. Washing my face, I got dressed in the cool men's uniform, which was a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, with matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. There was also a black ribbon too, but no way in hell was I putting that on. Call me a rebel, I don't care, I am not tying a ribbon around my neck. Maybe I should find more comfortable clothes and just use disguise on them to make them appear like the uniform. Yeah, I was definitely doing that. Probably after I get a good judge of Rya's character first. I don't want to reveal my hand to her before I make sure she isn't putting a collar on me or something, then ordering me to bark for her. Giving myself a once-over to make sure I was presentable, I went downstairs to see Rya's lounging on my couch waiting for me. Seeing me come from upstairs, Rya stood up. You're finally dressed? I was starting to get worried since you were taking so long. Sorry about that, I was just having an existential crisis over my lost humanity and apparent new servitude. Still not done processing death, but I'll get there eventually. Ryaz shot me a mildly concerned look. Are feeling alright? Comparatively. I was pretty mentally resilient, or I like to think I am. I was used to the rough life. Yeah, I am just trying to wrap my head around all of this supernatural stuff. It's still pretty hard to understand it all. I am a devil and I don't even know what it all means. Ryaz put a finger to her chin before coming up with something. Well, if you are so confused then how about I give you a quick crash course on devils and the supernatural? Yeah, I'd appreciate that. At least now I would get to know what the hell a devil and peerage were. I laid my head on the table as I tried to process everything Ryaz laid on me. Are you okay, Utakun? Do you need to lie down? Ryaz tilted her head at me like she didn't just shatter my entire perception of reality. With all due respect, you just told me almost all major religions are real and that I am now the servant to one of the pillar families of hell after the entire Bible fought each other then the Uchiha fought each other. I trying to cope with my perception of reality being shattered. And I am not exactly stoked about being turned into a servant either. Don't worry Utakun, although I'm your king, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Besides, you can climb the ranks to become a noble high devil yourself. I prefer my life not to be a pyramid scheme, thank you. Well, I don't want to be a servant. Could I please get a refund on my freedom? You did say you wouldn't force me to do anything I didn't want to do. Ryaz made a difficult expression that also looked a little sad. Why? As a part of my peerage, you are a minor noble yourself as a low-class devil part of a pillar household. If you prove yourself you can even become a high-class devil and have your own peerage. Doesn't the idea of riches and a harem interest you? If you are worried about your freedom, the Greenery family is known for treating their peerages fairly. As I said, I promise on the name of my family I will not force you to do anything you don't want to. Ryaz said while I still stared at her with my dead eyes which made her feel quite awkward. That's great and all but the idea of losing my own autonomy just doesn't sit right with me. You have been nothing but hospitable since I have met you Ryaz-san. Ryaz smiled a little at that, a hint of rose brushing her cheeks. But I have no way of knowing who you really are. You may be good but I don't want to place my freedom in the hands of someone I met just an hour ago. Ryaz released a sigh at that and slumped her shoulders slightly. That's understandable. But there aren't any known cases of a devil leaving a peerage without becoming a high-class devil or getting traded. Fuck. But, if you are truly sure that you don't want to be a part of my peerage I will understand. I could ask my brother for a favor to get you out of my peerage without getting branded as a stray devil and refund the pawn pieces I used to revive you since nobody knows I reincarnated you. I looked at her with wide eyes. I didn't expect that to actually work. Wait, really? You would be willing to do that? Ryaz nodded but then held up a single finger. But I want to ask something from you before that. I nodded, not like there was much I had that she could ask for. I could still part with a kidney or two. I want you to give me a chance. Ryaz declared with a smile, puffing her chest out. A chance? Yes, I want you to stay in my peerage for a month. Yes, a month. All I want from you is to genuinely participate and get along with my peerage for the duration of a month. I want you to be a part of my peerage for a month, and if by the end of that month, you still want to leave my peerage, you can do so. Well, I don't think there is any devil that would give me a kinder deal than that. Hell, it's not even like a genuine deal or anything, she just seems like she wholeheartedly wants me to be a part of her peerage. And if she is trying to trick me, well, only one of us had a reality-bending Gakko behind them. Alright, since you did save my life this is the least I could do. Ryaz beamed a smile at me, making me slightly blush and avert my eyes. She had a cheat-like charisma, didn't she? It's a bit annoying to be reduced to a blushing teen but I was a regular schmuck against girl Satan that was prettier than any model. I'm glad. Welcome to my family Utakun. I hope you will enjoy it. Now, how about we go to school? I want you to meet the rest of your fellow peerage members. I nodded to her. Okay, but would you mind me getting some breakfast first? I don't know about you but I am stricken with some post-mortem hunger. Ryaz giggled at my joke. Alright, how about we go to a cafe I know? We have some time until school, they make very good sandwiches. My treat, I want to spoil my cute new family after all. Whoa, was this how it was like to have a sugar mommy? I admit, my view of Ryaz has considerably improved. Maybe it's because I am starved for affection or because of her legendarily good looks but she was nice to be around. I am absolutely not saying this because she treated me to an expensive breakfast in a high-end cafe on her own dime, because of course on top of looking like a model she was also loaded. But as expected of an heiress of a devil noble family. Sure, I held my skepticism toward her but she hasn't given me a reason to be wary of her other than reviving me without my consent but I honestly prefer becoming a servant to dying. Besides, when I asked she helpfully supplied me with the info that evil pieces, the things she used to reincarnate me with, did not have any magical binding or obedience powers to force me to obey anything. Just the looming threat of getting punished or being branded as a stray devil, basically an outlaw, if you escape. We got more familiar with each other during breakfast. Mostly me getting to know her than the other way around because there wasn't anything important to learn about me. Apparently, Ryaz wasn't some 1,000-year-old devil masquerading as a high schooler for some reason but was actually a high schooler. She just really liked Japanese culture and anime so much that she wanted to go high school in anime land. I suppose even in another world and race rich people are rather eccentric. She was also the heiress of the Gremory clan. The questions she asked me were mostly about my interests and schedule. She actually scolded me for some reason when she heard of my sleeping schedule. Not order or rebuke but scold, like a mother or older sister would do to their younger sibling. Given how she treats me, I feel more like I have been adopted rather than enslaved. I said I would work on my sleep schedule for her, but I didn't expect any changes anytime soon. I had insomnia, and now that I was a night-dwelling creature I wasn't changing my habits. After breakfast we walked to school together, Kua Academy, a school that had recently gone from girls only to mixed gender, resulting in a very skewed female-to-male ratio. This resulted in some boys registering for the high-end academy just to be perverts. Like the infamous pervert trio. 3 very infamous boys in my grade who were responsible for worsening the opinion the girls in Kua had of all boys, such as me. I can't wrap my head around how they can peek in on girls changing so much yet never get expelled. Well, they do get beaten pretty bad pretty often by the Kendo Club. Why am I mentioning those goobers? It's simple, their reputation reflects onto me since I am, if it wasn't obvious by now, a man, one of the minority in the school. And I was a well-known loner and all-around nobody, often called creepy, and rumored to be a pervert since I am in the same class as the most notorious pervert of the trio, Wansai Hyutu. So when I came to Kua Academy basically arm in arm with a satisfied-looking Ryaz who was basically the idol of the school, the girls and boys burst into chatter. Which was to be expected, loner 1 and a high school idol walked into school together. That is precisely the type of dumb stuff that high schoolers love to spread rumors about. Alright Yuta-kun, I'll send someone to get you after school to meet the rest of your fellow peerage members, okay? With those words Ryaz departed, leaving me alone to face school once more. Sigh. Sighing I looked up at the ceiling. A lot has happened in a short time. At least classes will give me some time to process what the hell happened. I guess even the devil needs to attend high school, huh? Chapter 4, Meet the Team. As the last class of the day came to an end with the chime of the bell, I leaned back on my seat and released a sigh. I spent most of the day thinking about my circumstances and such while also getting used to my devil physiology. Classes passed easily. I did not pay attention, but when the teachers who took offense to that called me to the front I answered them easily. I already graduated once with decent grades and my previous body had paid attention to classes. Speaking of classes, unholy frick was Kua an upscale academy. This place was not only a giant but also the most well-funded school I have seen. The floors were clean, the buildings were big and all the decoration was cohesive. I did not have much authority on what a good school looked like, but I knew how a bad one looked. Hopefully, nothing bad happened to this one. My last classroom blew up due to a gas leak. I had to be in splints for 5 months after that. I heard some of my classmates make gossip about me, but I tuned them out and leaned back in my seat while waiting for whoever Ryaz sent. When I was just starting to doze off in my seat, I heard the girls in my class start squealing. Kiba-san is here. Kiba-kun, you are so handsome. Welcome to our class, Kiba-kun. Do you want a seat? The seat next to me is empty. But don't I sit there? Oh man, I wonder who just came inside the classroom. Hey, Yuta Yukimura-kun, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Yodo Kiba. I'm on an errand by Ryaz Gremory. I'm sure you understand. Would you mind following me? I turned my head to see the Prince of Kua Academy standing next to my seat with an amicable smile on his face. Yodo Kiba, there was a reason why he was dubbed the Prince of Kua. Short, healthy blonde hair, steel blue eyes, a beauty mark under his left eye and an overall very handsome face. On top of that, he had a toned but lean physique. All of that coupled with his polite and kind behavior made him look like he had just jumped out of a shoujo manga as the male lead. For a school chock full of hormonal girls, he was basically deified by the female population. There were more women in this school who wanted to get pinned to a wall by him and taken right then and there than not. As you would expect, the male population disliked him because he made them look bad by comparison and because he hoarded all of the female attention in the school. I didn't particularly care about those details much, but he was famous enough in school for even me to know about him. I just wondered if he was also a devil and maybe a fellow peerage member. He was looking for me after all. Getting up from my seat, I shook his hand as he smiled at me. I never interacted with Kiba, but I remember him being a stand-up guy. I don't remember him being rude to anyone before. Likewise, lead the way, I guess. Seeing the interaction, I saw the girls stare at me in disbelief. No way, the creepy loner and the prince are going together? Take me instead. Why him? Do they not serve water in this school? How can a gaggle of girls be this thirsty? After we left the class wordlessly, I had to address it. Seriously, how do you deal with crowds like that daily? I commented from the side as Kiba waved his hand. You get used to it, we're almost there. This is the Occult Research Club building. Kiba pointed to the building that looked almost like a small school all by itself. I deadpanned to him. The whole thing? Yes, the whole thing. It's actually the old schoolhouse that was disused when the new one was built. When Ryaz asked to use it for her club, it was accepted. Rich school indeed. In my previous school you would be lucky if they gave you a notebook for your club activities. I neglected to comment on it. Ryaz was an heiress devil. She probably pulled some strings to get her own building. We entered the surprisingly well-maintained building, with no dust or dirt to be seen. Ryaz seemed to be very clean at least. Kiba led me to a room that from its position I assumed used to be the student council room. Inside, it looked like a room straight out of a Victorian mansion. With dark oak everywhere, and even candles, which seemed to me like a massive hazard, but I noticed the lack of smoke coming out of them and the wax not melting, so decorative magic candles. There was only one person in the room, a petite girl with white hair, eating a chocolate cake alone in the dark room and doing nothing else. Alright, for now, I am going to assume she is a psychopath, because who else just eats sweets in the dark, not even watching anime or checking their phone? Of course, as if it was a repeating pattern, this girl was also famous in Kua Academy, Konko Tuju, affectionately dubbed by the masses as the school mascot because of how cute she was, and I saw it. She had a petite build and was very short, only reaching my neck in height, and I wasn't particularly tall. She had white hair reaching her neck and amber-colored eyes. Overall, extremely cute. Such a shame she is criminally insane. That's Tuju Konko, she is one grade below you. She is also a part of the Occult Research Club like us. Konko-chan, this is Yuta Yakamura-kun. The girl gave me one cursory glance, seemingly disinterested before tilting her head like a cat. Hello. She nodded at me before turning back to her sweets. I turned to Kiba. Charming, isn't she? I turned to Kiba, who laughed lightly. I have never seen her act so friendly toward a stranger. That was friendly? What does she usually do to a stranger? Disembowel them and cook them into sweets? As I was thinking about Konko and her cannibalism, actually, if she is a devil, doesn't that mean it isn't cannibalism? I noticed something. Was that a damn shower that was connected to this room? I can clearly hear the noises of the shower and could easily make out the alluring figure of Ryaz behind the curtains. I tried to not stare too much. Okay, I lied. I didn't even try. Buku, I prepared your clothes. A soft and almost motherly voice was heard, grabbing my attention. Thank you, Akano, I'm almost out. And then the owner of the voice noticed and turned to me. Unholy shit, those are massive. I recognized the girl instantly, Akano Himejima, the girl with the biggest breasts in the school, and it wasn't an exaggeration, those were almost the size of my head. If she weren't a devil I would be afraid for her back. She was one of the idols of the school. If Ryaz was known as the foreign beauty, Akano was revered as the perfect traditional Japanese beauty with black hair tied in a ponytail that reached even beyond her knees. She also had captivating amethyst-colored eyes. Unfortunately, what captured my eyes was not her pretty eyes but her chest that almost seemed to defy physics. Catching my gaze before I managed to muster the tremendous will to tear it away, Akano giggled softly. Fufu, your gaze seems a little distracted. I put on a wary stance in case she took offense. Never hurts to be cautious, but thankfully she seemed far from offended. She even seemed pleased as she put one hand on her cheek. My Ryaz really brought in a cute one, didn't she? You are the new club member, right? I'm pleased to meet you. Akano bowed to me formally, like a traditional Japanese greeting. My hormones didn't allow me to look away from the sight, and Akano knew that as she giggled again, seemingly taking no small amount of enjoyment over my predicament. I am Akano Himejima, the vice president of the Occult Research Club. If you need anything, just tell me, alright? I am always available to help my cute new junior. I did not miss the emphasis she put on anything, but I will put a pin on that thought. As Akano was teasing me, Ryaz finally stepped out of her shower, wiping her hair with a towel, some drops of water still clinging to her fair skin. Thanks for waiting, Yuta-kun. Since everyone is already here, we can start the introductions properly. After Ryaz said that, she took a seat behind the large desk as the rest of her peerage gathered around her, excluding me. Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Yuta-kun, although that is just the front we use to conduct our peerage activities without bother. I already talked it through Sona and you were registered into the club. They handled all of that already? What devilish speed, though I wonder how they managed to convince Sauna-senpai. That woman has a stick so far up her ass it must be bumping into her teeth. Probably devil mindfuck magic or something. Since I already gave you a quick rundown of how peerages and magical society work, I will jump to the introductions. Kiba is my knight, Konko-chan is my rook, and Akano is my queen. And you, Utakun, are my pawn, or all of them? Surprisingly, it took all of my pawn pieces to reincarnate you. I nodded. Devil peerages were themed after chess for some reason, with each spot in a peerage taking up one piece of the board minus the king for obvious reasons. The evil piece you are turned into a peerage member determines what buff you got. Pawn for fuck all, rook for a durability and strength buff, knight for a speed and reflex buff, bishop for a magic buff, and queen for all of the above. They also had chess-themed abilities of their own as well, with the rooks having castling, which allowed them to boogie-woogie swap places with the king once per day, while the pawns had promotion, which allowed them to promote themselves to a stronger piece with permission from their king. Is me taking all of 8 of your pieces a bad thing? Ryaz shook her head and smiled at me kindly. Don't worry about that, Utakun. That simply means you were worth far more than a single piece, so I have high expectations of you, alright? Yeah, that's definitely because of the Gakka, isn't it? I get you have expectations of me, but I'm confused. What do you expect from me? I don't know what I am supposed to do as a member of your peerage, or what peerage members do other than generally being servants. Ryaz pulled out a pamphlet from her skirt pocket and threw it toward me. Catching it, I read what was on it. On it was a magic circle, and the words "We grant your wish" with a stylized devil woman on the corner. I quirked an eyebrow as Ryaz explained. Those are summoning circles. Us devils get stronger by making contracts with other beings. Normally the contractors would draw the summoning circles themselves, but that practice has become mostly outdated. These days we use pre-drawn circles and distribute them to people of interest. I nodded. That made sense to me. Devils corrupt the souls of good doers and absorb their powers in fight deals. Ryaz continued with her explanation. So I wanted you to experience how contracts are done for yourself. After all, they are one of the most important parts of a devil's career. We can walk through the other aspects as they come up. I looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Isn't this a bit too early? I was a human less than 12 hours ago, you know. Wouldn't it be better for me to learn what I am doing before I start taking on contracts? Not really. This is just for you to get a feel for what devil work is about. Besides, you will be handling a regular client of Konko's since she received 2 summon requests at once. So, what do you think? Are you up for it? I put a hand on my chin, but then a notification interrupted me. New quest, first contract, description. It's about time you acted like a devil since you are one now. Take your first contract of many and make it successful. You wouldn't want to disappoint your king on day 1, right? Requirements. Take the contract Ryaz offered you and finish the contract successfully. The reward scales with performance. Rewards, ability Gakka ticket, minor demonic power increase. Never mind. Apparently, I am doing a contract right now. I took a deep breath. Alright, when do I start? Chapter 5, Contracted. The matter of going to contract was simpler than I had thought. Akeno-senpai created the teleportation circle for me since I did not know how to, and they inscribed the Grimoire insignia on me to show that I was in fact a member of the Grimoire family. After that, Akeno-senpai activated the teleportation circle and red washed over me. I felt a slightly dizzying sensation as the magical power washed over me and my body was teleported. As the red light dimmed down, I could see where I appeared. And the first thing I thought was, whoa, this dude is hardcore. It was the room of a true otaku. Manga and anime DVDs lined the shelves of the apartment, posters and figurines were plastered everywhere. And in front of me was a very tall and lanky man wearing glasses with a confused expression. Huh? I thought I summoned Konko-chan. Did I make a mistake? No sir, you didn't. Konko-senpai was busy, so I was sent to take this contract in her stead. I am a new devil of the Grimoire family, so I apologize if I make some mistakes. The man sighed and sat down on his office chair while I channeled my inner customer service. My reward scaled with his satisfaction, and Satan damn it, I was getting my tickets. Oh well, you are a devil. Doesn't that mean you have some special technique? You can start by showing me. I'll see what I want after. I rubbed my chin. I needed to impress my first client. Sandvale is a no-go, and for obvious reasons. Neither is Pearl Jam since I am not the best cook. Disguise it is. This guy was a hardcore otaku, right? Abilities, active, 1 out of 1, rare, disguise, well, I can disguise anything and anyone perfectly. For example, I focused my energy and visualizing the image in my head instinctively before snapping my fingers. The moment I did so, a small puff of clouds exploded from my body as I got disguised. Hey, it's me, Gaku. Surely, an otaku of his caliber would be impressed by that, right? I used disguise to make myself look exactly like the Gaku from this world's version of Dragon Ball called Dragso Ball. My disappointment is immeasurable, but the bank does not care for disappointment, it wants its payment. Is that Son Goku from Dragso Ball? No way. The man jumped up from his seat with childish excitement and stars in his eyes. He scrambled all over his desk, Picture, let's take a picture. Your disguise technique is definitely amazing. Can you do more of that? Can you do different characters? It was a bit weird to see a grown man act so eccentric, but I nodded. Yes, just show me the picture and I can disguise myself or even you as them. So, how about that contract? The man nodded fiercely while holding his phone and taking pictures of me disguised as Goku. Yes, definitely. I dare say this is almost even better than having Konko-chan come. I accept the contract. I will give you the same rate as Konko-chan, don't worry. Now can you do Ultra Saiyan? Hearing the words Ultra Saiyan hurt my soul, but I withheld my cringe as I adjusted my disguise. Disguise required minimal amounts of mana to use and did not consume mana to maintain, so even a little babyman of a devil like me could use it around 50 times before running out of juice. Yep, one Ultra Saiyan coming up. Although I loathe the Dragon Ball knockoff, my memories of this world watched the show so I could still disguise myself without issue. The designs weren't even that different, I just hated the names since they sat at just the uncanny valley. But for that ticket, I won't even let out a peep of complaint. Whoa, that guy really was stacked. I counted the wad of bills in my hands as I sat on my couch with the first episode of this world's version of Sword Art Online playing on my TV that I borrowed from Morisawa. The contract went pretty smoothly. I used disguise to pose as various anime characters and modeled for Morisawa my contractor's name, although he had stranger requests such as taking a selfie while in my arms while I was posed as Goku. Eccentricity aside, he was pretty cool, and we talked about the anime in this world afterwards. He even lent me some of the anime DVDs in his collection to me as a bonus. Speaking of, as expected of a guy with that much merch, he was moderately loaded. He handed me a crisp wad of 250,000 yen, or $2,500 for the contract. He paid me double because he was apparently that satisfied with my service. And promised to make a contract with me again. After my contract was done, since I did not know teleportation magic, I had to manually walk back to Koa, which sucked, and I made sure to show my displeasure as I walked back. She seemed quite pleased and even proud to see me complete my first contract and dismissed me for the day, even letting me keep the entirety of my contract reward, which was a surprise. I thought she would at least take a cut. I still did not know what to think about Ryaz. She did basically enslave me, but it was either that or death for me, so I can't hold that against her. She acted more like a proud big sister to me than a king. She was attentive and caring, rather than controlling and overbearing. Hell, when I asked how I could learn more about the underworld and stuff, she gave me a new devil phone connected to the internet and let me do my own research. She said it was a bonus because I did so well on my first contract. She has asked nothing of me so far and given me a fair share. And I learned about peerages better thanks to the connection to the devil. And do they just slap devil at the beginning of every invention, or do humans copy it and just remove the devil part? Peerages weren't exactly slavery. First of all, was the social position of a peerage member. Peerage members aren't treated as second-class devils in society despite what I assumed. No, peerage members were treated more like how medieval people would treat knights. After all, only high-class devil nobles can have peerages, and one of their peerages is their sworn servant and are granted a title, so they are low-class devils, the lowest class of nobles in devil society, like knights who were the lowest class of noble in a medieval world. Peerage members also had rights, granted. They weren't many, and they only got rights 100 years ago thanks to the efforts of the new Satans. When you compare them to medieval times, suddenly peerages become way more understandable. For all intents and purposes, I was a knight serving a noble in the medieval ages, just without my consent. And just like a knight in the Middle Ages, I could become a real noble by achieving great things and proving myself. So, peerages weren't overly horrible other than the expected subservience. All in all, if I was born in a medieval world, my living conditions wouldn't change all that much. I would still be expected to unconditionally obey a king. The only difference here was that the king was right next to me. Ugh, this all hurts. Such a chaotic day this has been. At least, now that I am at home, I can enjoy the gacha I have been granted in peace. I pulled up my notifications that I refrained from checking until I got home just in case. Quest complete. First contract, rewards, plus client satisfaction bonus. Plus 1x advantage silver ability gacha ticket plus minor demonic power increase, feat achieved. Earn your first $1,000 plus 1x bronze skill gacha ticket. Very nice. It was a good idea to apply myself fully with that guy. I can feel the improvement in my demonic power too, since it wasn't great to begin with, it was very noticeable. Very good, now let's start with the bronze skill ticket. Rolling bronze skill gacha ticket. A common skill. Novice, hand-to-hand combat, rarity, common. You are reasonably talented in hand-to-hand combat. You know how to punch and where to punch, and that's enough for most people. I felt my mind change a little as some experience was instantly downloaded in my head. I felt like I knew how to fight, or at least the basics for it. Getting some talent for combat was very nice since I never really fought hand-to-hand before. Alright, hopefully, that didn't drain all of my luck. Now it was time to taste the fruit of my efforts. Let's spend that silver advantage ticket. Papa needs a new ability. Uncommon, regeneration, rarity, uncommon, class, recovery, passive. Allows you to passively slowly regenerate from injuries using mana. The more severe the wound, the longer it takes to heal. Regeneration can be accelerated by focusing and spending more mana. Or, rare, cursed fireball, rarity, uncommon, class, blaster. Allows you to conjure a ball of powerful cursed flames. Cursed flames deal increased damage against holy enemies. Unlike regular flames, cursed flames obey gravity and bounce against any non-organic surface. What to pick? What to pick? Cursed fireball gives me a pretty good offensive option, and since I am a devil, that means that most likely I would have to face heaven since they are almost always evil in a setting like this, but I already have offensive options in the form of my cloud elemental. Regeneration seems more useful overall. It would also eliminate the need for my elemental to guard me in a fight too, not to mention I could exploit it to get quick gains by working out. I took a moment to flex my bicep and marvel at the lack of muscle there. Satan knows I need to put on a couple dozen kilograms. Also, once I get my second ability slot, wouldn't regeneration and Pearl Jam combo together quite well? I could maybe even make regeneration food. Not to mention I feel like it would pair really nicely with my enhanced vitality. Yeah, I'm gonna have to regeneration on this one. If I encounter any enemies, I can just stand behind Ryaz or an elemental anyway. Speaking of elemental, I should probably summon her to check her out, yeah? I held my hand out and instinctually knew how to summon my familiar. I pulled on a connection inside me, and when I did, suddenly in the middle of my house a swirl of clouds appeared before coalescing into a female form. My mouth was left a little wide as the clouds formed the shape of a very curvy and mature woman made of dark clouds. She opened her eyes and looked at me and tilted her head. Her body had no clothes but at the same time no genitals. Her legs below her knees trailed off onto clouds. She also had hair that was made of swirling clouds that reached down to her waist. I immediately recognized her. Of course, I did. She was the cloud elemental from Calamity mod, though she looked different than what I expected. At least her latest sprite wasn't like that. She looked like her old sprite. Did I need to do something specific to make her ascend or something? Can you come closer to me? I tried to test a level of control I had over my familiar, and she understood my intent, moving closer to me at my words without objection. Let's test this a bit more. Can you make me a glass of water? She nodded and languidly grabbed a glass from my cupboard that she shouldn't have known would be there and put her finger above the glass, and water poured out of her finger into the glass, filling it up. Then she floated back over to me and gave me the glass with a slightly proud expression. I noticed my mana trickle down slightly when she created water. Interesting. This is safe to drink, right? She nodded and I drank it. It was surprisingly refreshing, like cool spring water. Huh, aren't I drinking girl water now? I don't know if that statement made the taste better or not. As she floated languidly in front of me, a devious idea had intruded into my head and refused to leave. I gulped. Well, she was my familiar. She would obey what I asked of her, right? Can I touch your boobs? I asked the elemental in front of me like I was some blushing virgin, which yeah, I was. I felt like one of the perverted trio at the moment, but you can't blame a hot-blooded teen who got a sexy cloud elemental for trying, alright? The elemental just smiled and nodded, and before my neurons even had a chance to fire, my hands reached out toward her breasts and squeezed. Wow. It is unpleasantly cold and wet. It feels exactly like what I thought grabbing rain clouds would feel like. I withdrew my hands and looked at them while the cloud elemental still smiled and floated languidly behind me. I don't think there are words good enough to describe my disappointment. If I could turn my disappointment into a ticket, it would probably be a legendary super rare. Nothing? No dice. Figures the system wouldn't pity me a second time. Anyway, since I am a night-dwelling creature, doesn't that mean I have plenty of time to play around with my abilities? Sorry Ryaz, but it seems like I won't be fixing my sleep schedule anytime soon. Chapter 6, Are You Magic? Waking up from my sleep, I stretched. Damn, I slept like shit. Well, sleeping was an exaggeration, more like took a nap, since I slept at 6 a.m. It was quite hard to sleep with all of those revelations swimming around in my head, and because I was too excited to play around with my new abilities. Can you blame me though? I got superpowers, damn right I am going to be putting them to use. Which I did the entire night. Crawling out of my bed, I looked at the sun with scornful eyes. I wasn't a vampire, why the hell did the sun weaken me? So annoying, not even weaken hard enough to hurt, so I didn't have a real compulsion to avoid it, which somehow made it more annoying. Shaking my head, I resumed my normal morning routine, taking a quick shower to have basic hygiene before deciding to make my own breakfast with pearl jam for a little pick-me-up. Pearl jam was surprisingly easy to use, nothing really complicated. I could activate it while making food to enhance an aspect of the food to supernatural levels and give supernatural effects to my food if I focused on it enough. I made some omelets with pearl jam with the effect of recovering my stamina and easing my fatigue. I freaking loved pearl jam. Not only is the food tasty but the buffs they provide are excellent for quality of life. The problem of it scaling with the food I cook is annoying though. And then the buffs had to be vaguely in line with the food I made, so no regeneration chocolate. Trying to give an effect to the food that it's not able to have feels like pushing up against air. Maybe I ask Ryaz or Akeno for some help about that? I am pretty sure Akeno can cook, and she did say I could ask her for help with anything. Yeah, I'll ask about that after school, along with how to make contracts by myself so I can gain more roles. I can't just keep mooching off of Konko's contracts, though I have a feeling she would appreciate that. After I was done eating I put on my uniform and left my house but bumped into someone unexpected waiting for me in front of my door. Ryaz-san? What are you doing here? Ryaz was standing in front of my door like it was the most natural thing to do. What are you talking about? I am here to pick you up of course. I came just in time too. I sported a difficult expression. This demonic boss was hard to predict. I understand that but my question was more about why? Why would you want to walk with me of all people to school? Ryaz shook her head and reached her hand out to pat my head but I ducked under it, making her pout. What was I? An animal? Do I need a reason to want to occupy my new cute servant to school? Ryaz said a bit haughtily but I appreciated the compliment. I'd prefer handsome but my self-esteem is low enough that any compliment counts. Well, you're the boss so I guess not. Not that I was going to complain about a beautiful girl walking with me to school. Ryaz blushed at that comment. I briefly wondered if I went too far but she simply smiled and took my arm. I see, if that's so then you also won't mind this then? I most certainly did not. If I was bothered by the prettiest girl I had ever seen taking my arm and smooshing it up against her breasts I could just throw away my man card. Ryaz was great for conversation. She was a good listener and tried to engage in what little conversation we made on the way to school. The school was not too far away from my home so the journey was over in about 12 minutes. And I realized that Ryaz greatly enjoyed teasing me and did not care much for physical boundaries. She liked touching, whether it was on the arm or hugging. She tried to pat my head again but I deftly dodged it again which seemed to embolden Ryaz's attempts to get closer to me. Am I complaining about my busty devil boss liking to touch me? Hell no. Do I want to get patted in the head on the head like I was a pet or Konko? Hell no. After we arrived at school I went about my classes as always. I got the occasional word or appraising gaze from my fellow classmates for seemingly being close to Ryaz but no one came up to me, both because of my loner status and because my dead eyes coupled with my eye bags made me look like I was permanently 2 steps away from reaching into my bag. The chime had rang, declaring the start of the lunch period. Naturally, I wasn't going to do anything at this time but sleep. School was sleep time for me while night was show time. Well, that was before Akeno Onizama. What are you doing here? Akeno-san is here? Score. Why would Himejima-san come all the way here? Oh man, I wonder who just entered our classroom. I ignored the commotion and got my forehead off of the table and turned to Akeno who walked toward me with an expression that betrayed a modicum of the mischievousness of her intentions. Hey Yuta-kun, you seem to be free. Would you like to have lunch with me in the club building? I appraised Akeno with my eyes for a second while the entire classroom erupted into chatter. I would have cared if I paid attention to gossip. If I couldn't be bothered to talk to them, then I didn't care about their opinion of me. Sure. Lead the way Akeno-senpai. I didn't know why she wanted to have lunch with me but I didn't think she would hold some militant toward me at least. That's great, let's go then. I accidentally prepared more lunch than usual. I got up and quickly followed Akeno. As we were going I noticed that she was intentionally swaying her hips, or at least I thought so. I occasionally caught glimpses of her sheer lace black panties covering her large and magnetizing ass. Safe to say I had to adjust my pants and tuck my belt. I was almost sure she was doing it intentionally. She and Ryaz seemed to really like teasing me. I had to wonder if this was because of Helltaker, them wanting to honeypot me to stay in the peerage, or both. Or option 3 of them just being bored but I will ignore that option for the sake of my fragile self-esteem. We are here. Here, Yuta-kun, you don't have your own luck, right? We can share mine. I readily accepted her handout and instead of sitting opposite of me, Akeno chose to sit right next to me, only leaving 4 fingers of space between us. Why did you want to eat with me Akeno-san? Your cooking is great by the way. I said, taking a bite of the offered box lunch containing a traditional layered Japanese. Her cooking tasted even better than mine. As expected, Traditional well-cooked food tasted better than artificially enhanced food. Her voice sent shivers down my spine. I simply wanted to get to know my junior better. I noticed you didn't have your own lunch and decided to share some of mine with you. I nodded and muttered a brief thanks. We settled into conversations as I ate Eikeno's food. By the way, Eikeno-san, you cooked this yourself, right? Eikeno nodded. This is a bit embarrassing, but could you teach me how to cook better? Eikeno made a surprised expression and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my, you like my food that much, Yuta-kun? Why do you suddenly want to cook better, if you don't mind me asking? I thought about what answer I could give. I really did not want to keep my abilities hidden. Tiptoeing and sneaking around Ryaz and her peerage was not a good way to improve my power at all. Besides, I felt like I could trust Ryaz and her peerage. Ryaz revived me and passed up on the chance to keep me as a servant against my will, even though she knew I was worth 8 pawns. If that doesn't warrant an olive branch of trust, I don't know what does, and if that trust was misplaced, I was used to it. I would find my way out, I always did. There was a reason why the world had to drop all pretense and just kill me outright. I scratched the back of my head and tried to find a way to explain without giving too much away. I have an ability that I discovered. I can apparently infuse the food I cook myself with my demonic power. Doing that allows me to grant my power effects like recovering stamina or curing illnesses. But they are affected by the quality of the food I cook, so I wanted to know if you could teach me. Eikeno sported a surprised and curious look when I said this. I see, I would love to help you learn some cooking. I wonder if this is your sacred gear manifesting itself? I have never heard about one like this. Maybe you should bring this matter up to the president too. I would want to start today, but I am held up by a regular contract I have after school today, so sorry about that, Yuta-kun. I waved her concerns. I already knew what sacred gears were from my late-night research. Powers and items given by humanity by the big man upstairs for them to stand a chance against the supernaturals. I almost was certain mine wasn't one, but I wasn't going to deny it. Could be. I'll talk to her once I figure out more about it. We fell into a rather silent rest of lunch after that, before Eikeno went to take a sip of her tea when it suddenly slipped out of her hand somehow and spilled all over shirt, drenching it in green tea, but she looked awfully unsurprised by it. Oh my, this isn't good. I spilled some tea on myself. Do you mind, Yuta-kun? Mind what? Before my thoughts were voiced, however, Eikeno started taking off her cape and unbuttoned her shirt and took it off while I was stun-locked. My logical brain tried to push the buttons on the control panel, but it was shoved aside by the primal monkey brain inside of me. Eikeno stood in front of me, wearing only her black bra, revealing her large breasts held back barely by the struggling garment. Her skin looked so smooth, it was magnetizing. Yuta-kun, could you help me with this? Excuse me? I could feel Logic and Horny throwing hands over control of my frontal cortex, but thankfully Logic managed to get an advantage. Enjoying my reactions, Eikeno chuckled. I need your help to unhook my bra. Score. I'm drenched. I want to clean my clothes before lunch ends. That sounded like a reasonable excuse. I nodded and Eikeno turned her back to me. Her back was smooth with strands of black hair framing it. I reached out toward the hook of bra. My fingers brushed up against the smooth skin of her back. I felt Eikeno shudder under my touch. Before I lost my composure, I unhooked her bra and adjusted my pants at the speed of light as Eikeno's bra fell. Thank you so much, Yuta-kun. I will be borrowing the shower now. Eikeno turned to me, one hand cupping her cheek while the other covered her mountainous breasts, barely preventing them from spilling out. I could see hints of pink around her arm bra. Man, I really need to get laid. Eikeno flushed a little and giggled at my predicament before getting up and walking toward the shower with her clothes in tow while I slumped back in my seat. Fuck, that was intense. I need something to occupy myself with, or she will start living in my head rent-free. Arg, finally done. I can't wait I get some more traditional familiars to do this work for me. The moment I got home, I flopped down on my couch. I really should buy a bike or something. I can't fly or ride my cloud elemental in public since I didn't know mind wipe magic. After school, I had made the bright decision to ask Ryaz for more work I could do, since more work equals more tickets. So Ryaz gave me my own pamphlets to distribute to my potential clients so that I wouldn't just mooch off my fellow devils and make a name for myself. Thankfully, she had already marked potential clients in the demonic GPS thingy, so I just had to run to their door and slip the pamphlet in. Excellent cardio exercise, but tedious. As I was doing so, I was actually called to a contract in the middle of it, so I had to slip into an alley and use the teleportation spell imbued into the contract papers to go there. My contract this time was rather simple. The one who called me was basically cookie cutter. Overworked Japanese office worker. When he asked what I could provide for him, I decided to use Pearl Jam to fix his health up a little, which he readily jumped on. As expected of a Japanese wage slave, his health was bad. After an hour-long cooking show of making foods that address his specific issues and imbuing them with pearl jam, I managed to fix his back problems, migraines, carpal tunnel and etc. I hadn't tested it before, but mundane illness stood no chance against the jam. Safe to say, he gave me some big bucks, 300,000 yen richer baby. I also got the standard slight demonic power increase from finishing a contract and a silver item ticket for completing a contract with a very satisfied client. I didn't get the advantage since this wasn't my first contract, but I had a reliable channel for rolls and I wasn't complaining. I just needed to keep cutting deals for more tickets and more tickets for more power, and more power was better power. I pulled up my event log with an excited grin. This was what I was looking forward to at the end of the day. Feat achieved. Do the legwork and distribute your contracts yourself. Plus 1x bronze ability Gakka ticket feat achieved. Finish a contract with a very satisfied client. Plus 1x silver item Gakka ticket. I excitedly rolled them, starting bronze first. It's better to roll the worse ones first to build up anticipation after all. Rolling bronze ability Gakka ticket. An uncommon ability. Uncommon, natural weapons, rarity, uncommon, class, changer. You have the ability to further weaponize the tools given to you by Mother Nature. You transform your teeth into fangs, fingernails into claws and more. Your transformed natural weapons are more durable and powerful than their untransformed counterparts. Whoa, that was good. Especially with my hand-to-hand combat skill. I tested the ability and slotted it in before giving myself some wicked sharp-looking claws in my left hand. A test showed that they were sharper than my kitchen knife with how smoothly they glid through paper. Alright, now, hopefully, the item is just as good. Rolling silver item Gakka ticket. An uncommon item. Uncommon, nymph waterfall, rarity, uncommon, a waterfall populated by lesser nymphs, spirits of water. The waterfall itself is magical in nature and nymphs are naturally born inside of it. Nymphs produced by the waterfall are naturally loyal to you as the owner of the waterfall. Where the fuck do I put a whole ass waterfall? Chapter 7, We Need to Cook. Boy was I thankful the items I got from Gakka did not immediately just appear and demolish my house. They were instead apparently put in some kind of system storage for me to be able to take them out any time. Some water elementals sounded useful but not exactly useful for me to pop out a whole waterfall over. Hell, do nymphs even exist in this world? After a quick search on the Devilanet revealed that, yes, nymphs did exist in this world and were considered lesser water spirits and popular familiars among young devils. As they got older or gained more magical power, they sometimes evolved into undines. Why the fuck do undines look like they could bench press a mountain with their muscles alone? Aren't they supposed to be seductive water spirits? Because frankly, looking at their muscles makes me feel insecure. Putting the nymph waterfall aside, before sleeping I should spend some time abusing my regeneration and building muscles. I quickly made myself a workout routine and started following it. Of course, due to my limited equipment, I was mostly doing calisthenics, do push-ups until you can't, then after resting for 5 minutes start doing it again. Did it feel like absolute ass? Yes. Did I still do it? Yes. The grind does not care for your tears, just like how the bank does not care about your pride. Just like how I would be willing to dress up as an anime girl and do an hour-long photo shoot for a silver ticket, I would inflict on myself pain to a degree that it could be legally considered torture for gains. I did every exercise I could think of, squats, pull-ups using door frames. I also threw in stretches here and there to make myself more flexible. Something I noticed was that regeneration did not consume as much mana as I thought it would. A quick check with the ability description told me why. Uncommon, regeneration, rarity, uncommon, class, recovery. Passive, allows you to passively slowly regenerate from injuries using mana. The more severe the wound, the longer it takes to heal. Synergy, enhanced vitality, regeneration cost is halved. As I thought I had made the right choice. I guess it is halved because it's simply easier to heal me, so it doesn't need to spend as much energy to accomplish the same healing. Feeling the micro tears in my arms mend themselves was a novel feeling. I also had to make food in between, not very good food mind you because of how tired I was, but I needed the nutrients to grow strong muscles instead of healing them to normal. By the end of the workout, I was positively fucking dead tired. I was so tired that I didn't want to take a shower, so snapping my finger I summoned a cloud elemental, making her form in front of me with an interested smile. Hey, could you give me a quick shower and dry me if you can? I laid down on the bathroom as the elemental nodded and formed a rain cloud over me. Won't that sprinkle take a while? Then I was blasted by water from the cloud. It washed all over me, almost like a pressure washer of millions of raindrops that are just strong enough to irritate but not enough to injure. Then after I looked like a drowned rat in the middle of my shower, I was blasted by warm air like I was in the middle of a hurricane. I looked at my summon, who looked at me with a proud expression. Sigh. I can't get mad at that. Cough. I coughed out a full lungful of water onto the floor. Thanks for the bath, Cloud. After she breathed under my praise, I unsummoned her and shambled toward my bed. At least I was as dry as any human could be after getting hit by a 60 miles per hour hairdryer. As soon as my body hit the bed, I was out like a light. The school day passed as usual. I was keeping my head down in class, napping and such, playing around with disguise on my desk to disguise the top of it into images. It actually helped me practice precision with my disguise a lot. I could see the perceptions of the students around me subtly changing. They were looking at me a lot more often with appraising and reproachful gazes. Not that I really cared about their gossip, but it was a tad irritating. I learned to ignore people when people spread rumors that I was affiliated with a gang back in middle school. I was only kidnapped by them once. And I wasn't even the target. Another kid in the school was their target, but they nabbed me because I vaguely fit the description. Still beat the shit out of me for wasting their time, but that was just life. As I was musing, the bell for the end of class finally rang and I was free. Akeno didn't choose to eat lunch with me this time, stating that she wanted to prepare some things. So I just found a quiet corner of the school to sleep in before the lunch break ended. Now, it was the end of school and I would get my cooking lessons. I shuddered to imagine food made with Akeno's expertise and pearl jam. I packed my bags and tracked to the ORC and found my way to the kitchen. Yes, the kitchen. This place had a fully furnished kitchen. If I did not know any better, I would assume someone was living here full time. Shaking my head of idle thought, I opened the door and entered. Alright, Akeno-senpai, I'm here. My words got stuck in my mouth as I saw what was in front of me. You arrived just in time, Yuta-kun. I just prepared everything. Just put on your apron and we can start the lesson, Akeno said warmly while my mental reset button was pushed. Akeno was wearing an apron. And only an apron at that. Coherent thought seemed to be a luxury these days, it seemed. I managed to find my words in a miracle. Akeno-senpai, where are your clothes? Why are you wearing only an apron? I knew she liked teasing me, but isn't this going a bit too far? I didn't mind, but I also did not understand. Akeno giggled and turned around. I'm still wearing underwear, don't worry. As she said, I could see her panties barely containing her large ass. I did not even try to hide my gaze at this point. I could also see her bra straps. Cooking can often get messy, so I usually take my uniform off. Is that a problem? Hell no. Nope. Totally fine. No complaints here. I was not going to raise objections or ask further. Do not look that gift horse in the mouth. I grabbed the apron handed to me by Akeno and quickly donned it, only staring at Akeno's ample cleavage moderately. Oh my, you sure are eager, aren't you? Well, let's start with picking our ingredients and preparing them. Akeno turned to the fridge in the room and opened the fridge door and leaned to grab something, presenting her plush ass to me fully. I could even make out the traces of her pussy through the strained fabric. Oh my Satan, give me strength to be able to finish this lesson without making an absolute fool of myself. Turns, Satan, whoever he was a pretty chill guy since he gave me the strength I needed to not make a fool of myself. Sure, I was caught staring at Akeno many times and had to turn my gaze away awkwardly, but I managed to restrain myself well enough. And surprisingly enough, even though Akeno was obviously dressed to tease, she was also serious about giving me the lesson. She showed me how to prepare my ingredients, how long I needed to cook something to get the consistency I wanted, etc. She was a good teacher when she wasn't trying to get a reaction out of me. According to Akeno, cooking was equal parts precision and eyeballing. In some parts, you had to be precise to get the results you wanted, but in other parts, it was best to do what you felt like was the best. I felt like I learned a lot under Akeno. At the end of the lesson, Akeno hung back and watched me finish up the egg fried rice. At the end, I felt pearl jam enter the food at my command as I made them give the food the property of getting rid of exhaustion and tiredness. Looking at the plate of food in my hands in pride, I presented it to Akeno. What do you think, Akeno-senpai? Oh my, this looks quite good, Yuta-kun. Good job. I am really eager to see your ability for myself. Let's have a taste. Akeno used a spoon and dug into my food and took a bit and then... MHH. She moaned. I could see her legs clench together for a second as Akeno braced against the table. Huh? The food you make really is dangerous, Yuta-kun. Huh? This really hit the spot. I was feeling rather tired recently. You have a very impressive ability. Akeno stretched after saying that while I stared at her bussy form. Hesitantly I reached for the spoon and took a bite. Mage. That tastes good. Not like, cum in my pants instantly good, but it tastes like a hot meal after a long and hard day at work. We ate a plate of egg fried rice in silence as Akeno made noises of delight. At the end, we washed the dishes and put them away, and then Akeno. Thank you for the food, Yuta-kun. I think you deserve it. I got flustered a little, with how much she was teasing me. What was her reward going to be? As my mind rushed a million miles a minute, Akana leaned in. Chew. And planted a kiss on my cheek. Ara Yuta-kun, did you expect something else? You naughty boy. I looked at Akana with dead eyes. Senpai, you are a cruel mistress. You fufafu. Bad news, I did not get any contracts today. Good news, impressing Akana with my cooking counted as an achievement, regardless of how minor it was. Feat achieved. Impress Akana with your cooking plus 1x bronze straight Gakko ticket. This lit a spark in me. Doesn't this mean I could potentially get a better ticket for making someone truly foodgasm? Maybe making a princess like Raya's foodgasm would even give me a gold ticket. I rolled the ticket. I had a preference for waiting until home to roll my tickets so that I could freak out and celebrate in peace. Rolling bronze straight Gakko ticket. A common trait. Common, perfumer, rarity, common, you naturally have a pleasant smell, even your sweat smells nice. Well, that is certainly pleasant. Chapter 8, Bigger They Are. I would say I settled into a pretty good routine at night. It was cooking and working out while watching the anime more I saw will let me. Speaking of, I should probably give them back to him sometime. I tried to cook a meal for the Cloud Elemental on the off chance that she may eat it, but no. Seems like she really is just a sentient gathering of clouds. Out of the things I tried with her, she did seem like to eat ice cubes. I could tell because I could vaguely communicate with my familiars, it seemed. I could tell their intentions and they could tell mine. So, this was why I ended up doing push-ups while my elemental floated idly and chewed ice cubes out of a bag while watching me. She didn't make for a very pleasant conversation partner, I will admit, on the account of being unable to engage in conversation. But at least she was company. Besides, she was the perfect air conditioner without having the funky air of an air conditioner. Another thing to note was that I was making spectacular progress in filling out my frame. Regeneration was truly busted. I could already see some definition on my frame. And when I drew on my demonic power, I noticed my physical power was enhanced. On average, as a devil I was about twice to thrice as strong as I was when I was a human. Thankfully, it was not too hard to get stronger yet. I hope I get some gravity training power, that would be pretty friggin' sweet. As a repeat, I abused my body until exhaustion and was given the world's strongest shower before throwing myself to bed. Normally, with how utterly exhausted I was and the fact I was only sleeping for a solid smattering of hours, I wouldn't wake up to any normal alarm. So, instead of just relying on my alarm, I had my Cloud Elemental wake me up when my alarm rang by sprinkling water in my face. Sure, it was not a pleasant way to wake up at all, but it woke me up and that was what mattered. And after that, it was breakfast and going to school with Ryaz in tow. Again, Ryaz and I parted our way. Something unexpected happened. Yukimura. You bastard. I saw one Hayato running at me while shouting and swinging his fist, while the other two of the perverted trio seemed aggrieved with me too. I think their names were Cuball and Four Eyes. I turned to them with a confused expression. Did I even speak to them before? Sai and his friends reached me and he pointed an accusing finger at me. You. How the hell did a loner like you get the attention of Raya-senpai? You have to tell me. I turned to him, speechless, while his other friends rattled on too. Yeah, how did you even get in her good graces? We even saw you get out of class A Kano-senpai too. What secret are you hiding? Did you learn hypnosis? You have to teach us too. The four-eyed man rattled on while Cuball nodded. Yes, us loners have to stick together. That's why you can introduce us to some occult research club girls, right? Seriously, how did a loner like you even come to school with the school idol? I'll even part with some of my porno collection with you, so just introduce us, will you? I looked at them. I'm just lost for words. What the fuck were they smoking? Seriously, how do you ask something from someone like that? I am pretty sure they insulted me more than they asked for my help. Were they just that deluded? The bigger question is how I should mess with them. I have an idea. Is it worth spreading rumors more just to feel the satisfaction? Yes it was. I took a breath and channeled my inner smugness before unleashing my most condescending grin possible. Humphrey, why would I need your pornos when I already have a relation with Ryaz where we shared a bed naked together? The three recoiled in shock as if physically struck by my statement while I left their blustering selves behind. I felt my intelligence briefly drop down to their levels for humoring their delusions, but seeing their crushed faces made it. Now I just hope I don't have to see any of their faces again. As I made my way to class, I got a ping on my phone. Pulling it out of my pocket, I looked at the id. A message from boss? I knocked on the occult research club room door. I had no idea why Ryaz needed to call a meeting at this late into the night. Was I getting fired for not meeting an unknown contract quota? Did I fail some arbitrary test Ryaz gave me that I did not know about? Come in. Hearing the invitation, I entered the room to find the entire peerage waiting for me. Why did everyone gather? Did I come too late? Ryaz shook her head. No, you came just in time, Utakun. We have all gathered here because a stray devil who attacked their master was spotted in my territory and we are going to dispose of it. Oh, that was bad, I think. Stray devils in general kinda go off the rails, especially ones that are insane enough to attack their king. I see. Why did they decide to hide here? Surely it would be smarter to hide somewhere else not ruled by a devil? Akeno helpfully supplied me with the answer. That's because Kwa has a sparse supernatural population due to being devil territory. It's easier to hide where fewer people will find you rather than somewhere like Kyoto with a high density of supernaturals. Ryaz added on top of it. And they underestimate me. Ryaz added with a slightly offended undertone. They assume that I will be some incompetent princess unable to take care of them or them because of my age. So we will be doing the family who the stray escaped from a favor and show that strays have no business in my territory. I shrugged, made sense to me. I didn't need much of a reason. Bossman bosswoman? Wanted the stray dead, that meant I was killing the stray apparently. I agreed to act as a proper peerage member until I left and I intended to honor my agreement. Because it meant it was a mission and missions were tickets and tickets were power and power was good. Alright, how do we do this? Alright, we are here. We all stepped out of the teleportation circle Akeno had cast and began walking to the abandoned theater at the edge of Kwa. I felt a tad nervous as we approached. Inside the theater was just about what one would expect, just the usual horror movie setting. But ignoring the cliché, when the moment Akeno said she detected something we all got on edge. I smell something foul, something sweet. I wonder if it will be tasty or bitter. A giant creature crawled out with the upper body of a naked woman, her voice sounded garbled like it was multiple voices stitched together. She looked like a woman who stapled everything above her torso to some fucked up chimera the size of a double-decker bus. On second thought, I don't think I can mildly inconvenience at least 20 tons of meat with 6 arms, sharp claws and presumably magic. While I was debating the logistics of trying to take on the stray devil, Ryaz suddenly did an anime pose. Stray devil visor. For the crime of abandoning your king and selfishly pursuing your desires at the cost of my people's safety, I sentence you to death. I will blow you away. I had to give Ryaz a second glance at that. Ryaz-san, did you practice that pose and speech? I could see beads of sweat forming on her forehead as a blush overcame her face. And never mind that. She definitely did, was my king a chuni. That was adorable. Utakun, allow us to show you how devils truly fight. Visor grinned madly at that, exposing her sharp teeth, her visage growing more demonic. Hey. I'd like to see you try, you pompous brat. I smash your skull and see which is brighter, your hair or your blood. She raised her large body in preparation. Damn, did she look intimidating. But I decided to try my luck. What better place to try it than with people who can support me? Say, Ryaz-san, could I try something? I'd like to try and take her on myself. Ryaz looked at me with wide eyes as I pulled off my blazer and tossed it aside while rolling my sleeves. What? Why, you just reincarnated, Utakun. It's too dangerous for you to face a stray devil. I took a step forward and gave Ryaz a reassuring look. Don't worry, boss, I discovered some things about myself. I want to try my mettle against hers at least once. Besides, don't I have some reliable senpais right behind me who can cover for me if I mess up? Ryaz looked hesitant, but Akeno placed a hand on her shoulder. Just let Utakun have a try, Buku, just place a little trust in him. Besides, with us here he shouldn't be in any real danger. Ryaz looked back at Akeno and then at me and then slumped her shoulders. Alright, Utakun, go ahead. We will pull you out in any case of danger. I smiled back at them, which made Ryaz blush a little. Thanks, boss, Akeno-senpai. I stepped forward where Visor was looking at me eagerly. Sorry to keep you, Visor, and thanks for waiting. Hi hee hee, her laugh sounded like nails on a chalkboard. I don't mind waiting, handsome, especially since such a good meal presents itself to me. I will keep you alive just to drain you over and over. I rolled my shoulders. My eyes appraised her form, looking for any weak spots, any approaches I could take. Thanks for the consideration, I guess. My arms looked more muscled as muscles strained and veins expanded like I suddenly took steroids, while my nails grew into 3-inch claws. I was basically copying Killa with a little upgrade thanks to natural weapons. My claws were sharper and more durable than the average knife. But as I was leisurely walking, I suddenly snapped my fingers and took off into a sprint. At the same time, my elemental emerged, drawing gasps and exclamations of surprise from the crowd and Visor, who raised an eyebrow at the cloud elemental who just joined the fray. Thank you for underestimating my capabilities. Thunder. I whispered under my breath. Crackle. Zap. Gra-ah. Visor made a horrible noise of pain as my cloud elemental heeded my quiet command and blasted Visor with lightning like a certain emperor. You bitch, I will tear you apart. I felt my demonic power drain as my elemental blasted Visor with thunder, and while Visor's attention was squarely on my familiar, I sprinted to her blind spot and waited for a moment where I could strike. When Visor raised her giant body to slam her hand down on my elemental, I summoned her back, making Visor crush down on nothing, while at the same time I leapt at her, leveraging my enhanced devil body to step on her large centaur-esque lower body as a foothold to launch myself toward her human half with my claws raised. Grah. My fingers sunk into her neck, but it felt tough, like hardened leather. I wasn't able to sever her head fully, a shame, and taking advantage of my failure, Visor grabbed my arm. Her grip felt like a metal vice. You fucking brat, I will rip out your balls and shove them down your throat. I grimaced slightly as I felt my arm break under her grip. I could hear shouts of concern and saw Akano prepare a magic circle in the corner of my vision along with Akiba, who looked ready to spring into action, but I still had a card up my sleeve. Abilities, active, 1 out of 1, uncommon, natural weapons, greater than, uncommon, sand veil, grah. Fuck. Visor had to let go of my hand as a vicious blast of sand emerged from my body and blasted her with the power of a localized sandstorm right in the face, pelleting her eyes and mouth with fast particles of sand and powerful winds. And I took advantage of her distraction to use my still transformed hand. Quack. To drive my non-broken arm into the other side of her neck to fully sever her spinal cord, drawing a short pained gasp before her human half limped and her chimera half collapsed, dropping me down to the ground. Victory tastes sweet. Chapter 9. Coming clean. I felt the cold sweat on my back as Ryas glared at me half-heartedly. I could tell that she was angry at me, but at the same time, she knew she couldn't be mad at me because I had asked for permission. But damn did having my boss who can easily disintegrate me with a flick of her fingers angry with me put my balls in my throat. To recap for you, the voices in my head. After my defeat of Visor, I was carried back to the ORC by Konko of all people. It was quite awkward being carried by a girl that barely reached my chest, but she didn't seem to mind. Hell, she even complimented me. Nice smell. I don't know what that counts for, but it's a pretty girl complimenting me. But yeah, this is how I ended up here, facing down an angry red lioness. I averted my eyes. This was quite awkward, huh? After a few moments of suffocating silence, Raya sighed and got up, walking toward me in silence before. Contrary to any expectation I had, Raya simply held my head and pulled it toward her breasts, burying me in them. Much to my confusion, I expected to be hit or worse. I want to be angry at you. And I am, not because of what you did but because you willingly threw yourself into danger. I wriggled my way out of her bosom and tried to give her a confident smile that just ended up being shaky instead. Well, I trusted that you guys wouldn't let her do any real injury to me. And I did ask for permission. Raya sighed and slumped her shoulders. I could hear her heart beating like this. You just know the right words you have to say to get out of trouble, don't you? I smiled at that. If I was good at anything, it was getting myself out of bad situations. But my point still stands, Yuta-kun. Why were you so willing to throw yourself into danger when you didn't have to? And then she added. And don't think I forgot about your new powers. I'd like to hear about them. Not to mention the familiar you had. I looked to the side. Yeah. I suppose it was time to come clean. Or I suppose as clean as it was beneficial to me. I discovered an ability I had. I don't know if it's some bloodline from my ancestors or sacred gear or whatever. But I keep developing new powers. Ryaz tilted her head while furrowing her brows to think. Developing new powers. I can't say I heard of that before, but it's not unbelievable. Akano did tell me about your cooking power. Still, that doesn't explain why you rushed headfirst into danger. I scratched my head. She was weirdly insistent on that topic, huh? Well, the way I get new powers is a little strange. I randomly get more powers. I wanted to see how I measured up to a stray devil like Visor when I had the chance. There doesn't seem to be any demerits to it. They usually develop when I actively do things and push myself, so I thought I'd try my luck there. Ryaz looked at me with a thoughtful expression. That is indeed strange. Maybe it's a mutated sacred gear? I'll have to ask my brother and Lord Uchiha. But, I'm glad you have a good ability. You fought rather impressively there, you know? Even Kiba or Konko may have struggled against Visor. I furrowed my brows. That wasn't likely. The way they held themselves against Visor with such confidence told me they barely considered Visor a threat. Maybe she would have been able to hurt them on the off chance she tagged them, but I did not have glowing hopes for Visor even in such a scenario. I wouldn't consider what I did particularly impressive. Visor was about as smart as an animal at best. She didn't bother to protect her vitals and forgot about me the moment my familiar attacked her. Ryaz gave me a small smile. If you want to be modest about yourself, then that's fine, I suppose. She chuckled like she found it funny, but I honestly didn't consider it impressive. If she were any smarter, I would have had to rely on Kiba to bail me out. Also, don't think I forgot about your familiar friend. Who is she? I know you didn't visit the familiar forest and sky elementals are very rare. I averted my eyes. You know, I found her. Around. Ryaz quirked an eyebrow. Around? Yeah. Around. I just met her and then she became my familiar. You know, chance encounters, shiny poke beast in a bush. Ryaz giggled a little and shook her head. Well, if you don't want to tell me it's fine. Your familiar is clearly serving you fine so there won't be any problems. I made a show of breathing a sigh of relief. I really did not want to explain my Gaka creating or summoning fully sentient entities foreign to the world. Abilities and traits? That can be explained away but fully sentient alien beings couldn't. Well, if you ever feel the need to, remember we are open to helping you train your abilities. Don't be shy to ask for help Utakun, you are a part of this family. Ryaz hugged me one last time before letting go. Now, it's quite late, you should probably head home and get a nice sleep, today must have been quite exhausting. I could assent to that, I felt pretty darn tired after fighting in a life or death battle. I laid in bed tired. I decided to skip working out today as I had enough action for the day, and I had a lot on my mind to think about. Stray devils. Seeing one in front of me made me think about my current situation in more depth. I could have been in Visor's position, intentions or not, the moment you abandon your king you are an outlaw. If you rebelled violently it was a direct death sentence. If I ran away I would be labeled an outlaw by a race I had no choice in being a part of and be imprisoned and or be put to death. How screwed up. But I could understand. It's rare that I get angry. I've felt too much unfairness in life to be quick to anger. Even if someone spat in my face I would probably feel irritation rather than anger. My emotions are usually chained down heavily by my logic. I did not get to live a life where I had the privilege to express my emotions. But even so, I did not like being a slave. So, what did I think about my current situation? It was complicated. Ryaz was a good person, as paradoxical as that is for a devil. She was kind, patient and caring. We knew each other for so little but I had a feeling she was already willing to throw down for my sake if things came down to it. I was very good at seeing through deception. Being dropped in a volatile world with a power that was incredibly valuable to a fault, maybe being taken into Ryaz's peerage was a good thing. She was the best king you could have around, not only that she was a good pillar of support and a very strong back to hide behind. If someone wanted to get me they would have to get through her first, if they wanted to get to her they needed to get through the Greenery family first. So, I did not feel particularly bad about being reincarnated into her peerage. She was the best boss you could get, and if you were weak you had to serve one boss or the other, no way or the other. So finding her could be counted as good luck since I was weak at the moment. It was a dog-eat-dog world, might make right and the right. Especially in a world with such power discrepancy. But it puts a very bad taste in my mouth. Being a slave, being forced into a servant position in a society that did not care about my life. I didn't dislike Ryaz or her being my boss. I disliked the fact I was not strong enough to avoid being put in such a position. So, how would I solve this problem? I shook my head, thinking such complicated thoughts weren't going to help me right now. I should live my life first before trying to find out what I am going to do with it. What was going to help however was the ticket I got from Visor. Feat achieved. Defeat Visor without help plus 1x gold ability Gaka ticket. Oh yes, this was going to help a lot. It's been a while since I got a gold ticket. I only got the one when I got turned into a devil. Was slaying Visor that impressive? Well, compared to my other feats it certainly was. Visor was an opponent clearly out of my weight class and I managed to kill her pretty handily. It may not be anything out of the ordinary for my fellow peers but it was certainly a hurdle for me. I didn't feel anything about killing her of course, I had killed before and had no gripes about taking a life. I took my first life when I was mugged with a knife. I pepper sprayed him and pushed him on the ground before jumping on his neck. I couldn't afford to have him track me down afterwards so I made the pragmatic and correct decision to take his life. Death was no stranger to me, I had seen it take plenty of passengers aboard. Anyway, I am feeling itchy with a golden ticket burning a hole in my pants, time to roll that thing. Give me something good. Rolling gold ability Gaka ticket. An elite ability, elite, ghost form, rarity, elite, class, breaker, stranger, mover, allows you to enter a ghost form. While you are a ghost you can freely fly and phase through any mundane material while being immune to physical damage. You are also immune to mundane forms of detection. Likewise, you cannot interact with the material world. When in ghost form, you take double damage from elemental abilities. You are also vulnerable to all things ghosts are vulnerable to. Hell fucking yeah. An elite ability? And this one seems incredibly good too. Luck really is shining my way recently. It's almost foreboding. Good luck is almost never a good sign. But that wasn't all. You have acquired 5 abilities plus 1 active ability slot. I felt a new imaginary notch open inside me, and checking the status showed that my active ability slots had indeed increased. That just bumped my versatility up by a decent chunk. Now if only I figured out how to decrease the ability slot cooldown of switching between abilities. Whenever I swapped out an ability slot, let's say from regeneration to natural weapons, I would have to wait 10 minutes until I could replace that slot again. I haven't felt any problems because of that yet, but in a fight it could prove a pain in the ass. Anyway, while I had a new toy to play with, I had a bed sensually calling my name to come to dreamland with it. And I did not want to miss my appointment with Sandman when I was this tired. Ghost form was fucking amazing. Although the restriction of getting double damaged by elemental attacks wasn't good, everything else made up for it. I tested it by getting Cloud to zap me, and damn, it hurt. First of all, I could fly. Sure, I could do that with my devil wings too, but I have no idea how to use those. And besides, flight with ghost form was different. I can freely move in any direction while completely ignoring gravity and physical barriers. My speed was easy to control, and I was considerably faster in ghost form than in human form. If I really put my mind to it, with my enhanced devil stats I could clock in about 60 km/h, but with ghost form, it was double that at 120 km/h with almost instant acceleration and deceleration. It was hard right now, but I'm sure I will be able to flicker between ghost and devil form to dodge attacks and retaliate. The only fault I have with it is that I can't half see it. Either I was fully ghost or not. I couldn't pull a Mirio and phase my arm through someone's punch and clock their jaw. Speaking of Mirio, I discovered that turning off ghost form while overlapping kinda resembled his. I tested it by leaving a single finger inside the ground and turning it off, confident in regeneration being able to at least save a finger in the worst case. The result was the feeling of my finger being roughly shoved out and feeling sore. A few more experiments showed that I was squeezed out at approximately 40-ish km/h, so no clever exploits there. I tested all of this along with the invisibility in the park where I started running since it was the weekend. I was trying to build up my stamina by sprinting again and again, feeling the burn in my lungs and then feeling them fade was satisfying. With every lap completed, I was getting less tired each time. Sure, it would be a while until my stamina became truly tremendous, but I appreciated having visible growth to motivate me. And man, was perfumer a blessing. Sweating was not as unpleasant when your sweat smelled like some nice mild perfume. To amuse myself while walking, I decided to get up to a little mischief and summoned a cloud elemental while not truly manifesting her so that other people couldn't see her but she could still use her abilities at a reduced capacity. Yes, I was using my elemental familiar to flip skirts for my amusement while walking. Why not? I was an evil and devious devil now, sin and debauchery were in my blood now. And the women of this town were almost all attractive for some reason. But while I was going on my merry way, I encountered something I did not expect. Oh no. They are everywhere. A nun face down, ass up, grabbing clothes with her butt and panties fully exposed. And I thought this world was strange enough. Chapter 10, Ridiculous Nonsense. I looked with conflicted confusion at the nun who was face down, ass up on the ground, frantically grabbing garments off the floor. Reflexively my hand went into my pocket and took a photo of her rather large ass barely covered by her pure white panties. Man, I really need to get laid. I am almost starting to dip my toes into the realm of the degeneracy of the perverted trio. So, why was a nun here? In Kwa. Unknown devil territory. Hell, the church shouldn't even have much stake in Japan anyway. Japan was Shinto territory, not Christian territory. And Ryas didn't warn me about any church people in town either. Either she was here in secret, was a regular nun, or was here with ill intent. Detective Udamode engage. I narrowed my eyes and inspected the girl in front of me. She didn't give off the vibe of a combatant at all. In fact, she looked rather pathetic, picking up her clothes off the ground while mumbling embarrassment. Seems like it won't be immediately dangerous to approach her and just ask what she is here for, so that I can report to Ryas about what was happening. But just in case. Abilities, active, 2 out of 2, uncommon, Sand Veil, uncommon, natural weapons, better be safe than sorry. If she does try something I can blast her with Sand Veil and gut her with natural weapons. Or try to and get murdered if it turns out she was stronger than low rank. Hey miss. Could I help you? You look like you need some help. The girl turned around and looked at me like a lost puppy who just found their owner with how she just perked up. She was a shorter girl with long straight blonde hair and green eyes. She had a rather sizable bust. She looked rather adorable and like she wouldn't hurt a fly, or couldn't if she tried. She wore a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also wore a silver cross necklace around her neck. Even her conservative clothes failed to hide her attractive figure. I gave her a hand and pulled her up as she dusted her clothes. Oh. You speak Italian? I'm so glad. I got lost on my way and fell and didn't know what to do. Fuck, I didn't think that she wouldn't speak Japanese in Japan, but she doesn't seem to suspect that I am a devil even though I was a Japanese schoolboy speaking Italian to her despite not hearing her speak it. She was either unaware of the supernatural or was just naive and innocent. Or she was pretending to not notice and I was about to get gutted by a Bible blast. I replied while helping her pick up the clothes that had fallen out of her suitcase. Yeah, you can say I know a little Italian. So, what is a sister doing here? Visiting family? Or just travel? I lightly probed as the girl beamed at me with a smile now that all of her clothes were back in her suitcase. Oh no, I was assigned to this church in town. I am glad to have met such a kind soul in this town. I have a hard time finding my way so I end up lost. This must be the Lord's work. My mind turned and I was still wary of Asia. She seemed kind and naive, too kind and naive. I was confident in my ability to read body language but at the same time, I was facing my natural enemy here. Maybe the moment I turned my back she would plant an appropriately cross-themed dagger in my back. But operating under that assumption was simply paranoia. Just be prepared for the scenario but don't assume it. Everything so far points to her being innocent. But just one thing doesn't add up. But isn't that church abandoned? As far as I know anyway. Asia tilted her head at my words, not understanding. Abandoned? Is it? Do you perhaps know where it is? Could you please help me find it? I have been trying to find it for the past 4 hours. Asia said dejectedly as I updated my mental portfolio of her. Growl. Before I could respond however I heard a rumbling growl, like a mighty beast threatening my life with its jaws bared. I slowly turned my head to see Asia with her head hung and clutching her stomach. I also haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I am sorry for being such an inconvenience. I turned my head and couldn't help but quirk my lips, laughter nearly escaping my throat before barely recomposing myself and turning to the girl. Nah, I don't mind it. Want to join me for lunch? I can't help myself, she acts like a kit puppy. I want to pamper her. She quickly waved her arms. And no, I can't possibly impose and take advantage of your kindness. I raised an eyebrow and lifted a corner of my lips. You won't. I was about to eat anyway and I'm rich. You won't be a burden. She still shook her head. Was this girl a saint or something? Seriously, how can one human be this nice? You couldn't act this nice. Well, can you please do it for me? I don't want to eat by myself. I would appreciate the company, you know. She went to object again but another grumbling of her stomach cut her off, making her meekly nod. I chuckled. This girl was cute. Thank you very much for the food, Yuta-san. I am very thankful to the Lord for allowing me to meet such a kind soul like you. Asia said as we left the pizza place we had lunch at. Asia Argento, that was her name, I learned after probing her for information a little at lunch. She was a nun who came here after being sent here by the Vatican. She was apparently supposed to meet someone who would have helped her to the church but they apparently pulled a no-show. Also now I was certain Asia was just painfully innocent and kind, not acting as far as I could tell. Hell, I had to teach the poor Wooby how to eat pizza. I had to teach an Italian how to eat pizza. She was kind, adorable, helpful, innocent and downright saintly. I may have only known her for an hour but I would throw down for this adorable specimen. I wish I had a girlfriend like her. Maybe I could? I mean it's kinda like Romeo and Juliet but instead, it's Saint Girl and the Gambling Devil. Whatever, I shook my head to get out of my thoughts. Alright, that should be the church, at least I don't remember any other in Kwa. But are you seriously going to live there? Asia beamed at me in happiness as I pointed to the abandoned church over the hills. Yes. Thank you so much, Yuta-san. I cannot repay your kindness enough. May God bless your soul. I tightened my neck as I felt a piercing headache at her words. I was very good at making pain not show but that was seriously painful. Yeah, no worries. Hey Asia-chan, want to meet me back here tomorrow at the same time? You know, we could walk around town and I could help you get adjusted. I not so subtly offered both a date and a way to keep an eye on Asia but I doubted she knew what a date was. Ah yes, thank you so much Yuta-san, I will be back here tomorrow Asia said with a blush on her face. Then I will see you tomorrow, I better get to the church now. I smiled a little. What a nice girl. Home sweet home, I feel like absolute shit. After my meeting with Asia, I spent most of my day just working out and studying about devil stuff. I also did a contract just to get a common item ticket that I would roll when I was feeling more alive. A bit disappointing but I couldn't just crank out a silver every time I guess, and to be fair my contract was a very easy one, trivial even so I didn't expect much either. You have completed a simple contract plus 1 bronze gaga ticket. So I was just completely spent, I just wanna crash out and watch the anime collected I borrowed from Morisawa. I decided to cook up some salmon this time. Akana recommended me to try cooking a variety of foods to learn more ways to cook and expand my horizons, and I found some fresh salmon being sold on the way home. It was a bit expensive and I definitely got a bit scalped by that old man, but it looked like quality salmon, so I bought it. Not like I am begging for money, considering I got another 100,000 yen from my latest contract. I started by putting some butter in the pan and heating it up before putting the cut of salmon in. I was making some pan-seared salmon steak. I carefully cooked the salmon while adding seasoning and using pearl jam. This food wasn't supposed to be anything special, just an overall boost to the vitality. Leaving the steak next to the open window to cool down a tad, I cut up some green veggies and prepped a plate, but when I turned back to my steak there was now a black cat chewing on my steak, seemingly having smelt my goods and crawled through my window. Just my luck. A black cat too, how fitting. The cat and I locked eyes, a tense air formed. I looked at the steak, it took another bite out of inside while straining a corner of my lip. You are hungry, little guy? I watched as the cat tilted its head at me before going back to eating the steak while I slumped my shoulders. Welp, hope you enjoy my human portion of steak, you ravenous beast. Meow. The cat seemingly replied to me in a manner that I would only describe as smug if it were an actual human. Guess, I am making another steak for myself then. I fired up the stove again and started searing another steak while, contrary to my expectations, the stray hadn't left my house but instead was now inside and watching me from the counter, or more importantly the steak I was searing. Seriously? Can cats even eat that much? Meow, they do? Of course, I only pretended to understand the stray cat to amuse myself. I finished up my steak as the cat was still lazily waving its tail. I cautiously plated my salmon and sat down while the black stray followed me like the plague, eyeing my plate. The moment I took my eyes off the thing I felt like it would vanish. You already had your own. Meow. This one is mine. Mew. I took a bite of my seared salmon while the black cat assaulted me with an intense gaze. I sighed again, moving my fork and cutting a portion out and holding it out for the cat that quickly gobbled it up without an ounce of hesitation. Must be getting fed by the neighbors considering how fat it was. Such a hungry beast. I should probably give you a name to at least call you by. I'm tired of having to refer to you as stray in my monologue. I tilted my head as I inspected the cat eating my food. It looked like a stray but looked just about the healthiest cat I had ever seen. I took another bit for myself and gave another to the feline. Kuro? The cat stiffened up for some reason as if I was about to take its food away. What a whimsical creature. Nah, that's too boring and generic. From henceforth you are Bobby Black III. The cat lifted its head up from its meal and gave me a look as if I was a bug it just squashed. What an emotive specimen. What a weird cat. Maybe Mana just does that to animals. Weird cats wouldn't even rank top 10 in the strangest stuff I have seen in this town. Yup, you are officially Bobby Black III. I reached out and booped the cat's nose, making it receive away and scratch my fingers with a hiss as I laughed. Those are some sharp-ass claws, holy shit. Hiss. Haha, don't be so mean to me, Bobby. Bobby hissed at me again. You'll break my heart. Your predecessors already broke my heart by leaving me behind. Don't do me like that. The cat tilted its head at me. You act just like Bobby Black II, you know? He had a ravenous appetite too, the little monster. Too bad that hawk grabbed him and tore him apart in front of me. Birds are such assholes. Still miss him. Even Bobby the First had it better and he got ran over in front of me. I didn't have a good track record with pets. I still remember that hawk making eye contact with me as it tore my cat in half and ate it on top of a tree in my backyard. I hate birds with a passion, because one ate my cat and others keep shitting on me. Meow. Bobby the Third rubbed up against my hand a little, making me smile. Cats were cute. Bobby sniffed my hand and rubbed against it again, making me chuckle and pet its soft fur absent-mindedly. Bobby had really soft fur. Oh. You cheeky little bastard. Meow. I didn't know if cats were biologically capable of grinning, but I felt like Bobby was definitely smirking at me. The little feline fuck gobbled the rest of my salmon while it was acting cute and rubbing up against me. Betrayal. Betrayal on all sides. I sighed and petted the cat again. Whatever, you're lucky you are a cute little bastard. What a temperamental, whimsical little creature. Chapter 11, Wish. That was pretty good, don't you think so, Bobby? Nah. I reached down slightly and petted the cat lying down with me across the couch. We had just finished the last episode of the Sword Art Online of this world, or should I say Blade Works Online. There were no major differences except for Kibito and him having a catchphrase of "I'm gonna show you how to work the blade." The show wasn't that great, but the trip down bootleg memory lane was fine. I had nothing left to do today other than relax, and I was taking my relaxation seriously. However, the cat across from me still puzzled me. Bobby seemed way smarter than the average cat, or the world was gaslighting me by making her meows come out whenever I wanted a response. Both were likely. I couldn't help but look down and wonder. Are you a familiar or some kind of magical beast, buddy? Maybe a spy keeping a watch on the town? I muttered while absent-mindedly petting the cat. Curious, I picked up the cat, who went limp like liquid, and looked at it in the eyes. I held its gaze for a few seconds before concluding. Yeah, no way. There is not a thought behind those eyes. The lights are on but no one's home. Not a speck of light behind those orbs. It's like looking at a blue screen. It was a stupid little thing. Perhaps since this world was clearly more anime and the world grew up with mana, animals were smarter than average or just understood humans better. Hiss. Bobby hissed at me and batted my hands away, making me drop her as I chuckled and patted her head. I put Bobby aside and decided to roll the item ticket before going to sleep. Maybe I would get something good, or I would get yet another building and start crying. At least now I had a little guy in my house to cheer me up and keep me company other than my elemental. Rolling bronze item gacha ticket. A common consumable. Common, scrap iron candy, rarity, common, cool down, 8 hours, tastes like its name when consumed, bolsters the user's defense for 30 minutes. I looked at the notification. A consumable, huh? Does the cool down mean when it respawns? Curious, I summoned the candy in my hand. When it suddenly appeared in my hand, Bobby's ears perked up and she stared at the candy. It was inside a purple wrapper. The moment it appeared in my hands, I noticed the cool down star ticking down. Interesting, so I have an unlimited supply. Nice to know. Since Bobby was curious about the candy, I held it for her to try. She gave it one lick and started gagging, swatting it out of my hand and glaring at the offending candy. I picked it up from the floor and put it in my mouth. MMH. Tastes like metal and rust. No wonder Bobby didn't like it. When I swallowed the foul treat, I felt heartier. As expected from a common item, it was no game changer, but it was noticeable. I transformed one finger with natural weapon and dragged it across my skin. It indeed gave more resistance to cut. Seems like this roll was not wasted after all. I got up early for my date with Asia, and because I was not used to waking up early in general thanks to my cloud elemental dousing me daily. Bobby had left last night. I wasn't surprised since she was still a stray, but I knew how strays like that worked. She would leave and then come back when she sniffed my cooking. I should buy a cat bed. Before going out, I retrieved another scrap iron candy. I saw that even though I did not consume it, it still went on cool down. Good to know. I put the candy in a jar and did my morning routine before starting my workout, waiting for Asia. I went to the promised spot half an hour early just to see Asia already sitting and waiting there. She greeted me cheerfully, like a cute puppy. Asia and I went on our date. It was close enough to a date in definition anyway. We hung around the park while I toured her around, asking her about her life in this church at the same time. I was not so subtly probing about why she was truly here and Asia was such a terrible actor. She got nervous whenever I probed her about who she was living with, or what they were. I was 95% sure she was staying with a supernatural and that she was also supernatural. And that was confirmed when we were walking to a lower portion of the park and I somehow managed to slip on the stairs. Someone spilled something on the stairs. Nothing new to me, honestly. I have taken a tumble down more stairs than I would like to admit. Thump thump thump. Ugh. I took a rough tumble down the stairs. I was pretty sure my ankle was twisted and my ears burnt for some reason. Yuta-san. Are you okay? Asia quickly rushed to my side while I was slightly annoyed that I couldn't use regeneration next to her if I didn't want to get exposed or be asked questions. Asia may not be ill-intentioned, but I didn't trust her ability to keep a secret. But what I didn't expect was for 2 ornate rings to manifest on Asia's fingers, one on each hand, and for her to emanate green light from her hands. Almost instantly I felt my wounds disappear, the strain gone. I looked at Asia in disbelief while I tested my leg. Nothing, no pain or discomfort. Wait, Asia, you can heal people? She nodded while smiling, seeing that I had recovered. Yes, it's an amazing power I have received from God. Truly. She said with a solemn expression as her words trailed off, making me raise an eyebrow. That sounds like it has got some story behind it. Want to share? I walked over to a bench and patted the spot next to me while Asia followed behind me, sitting without a fuss. I wouldn't want to trouble you with such things. I sighed, too kind for her own good. Come on, Asia, you wouldn't be inconveniencing me, we're friends, I don't mind listening. At my words, Asia brightened up considerably and seemed to gather the courage to speak. I was abandoned by my parents who dropped me off at a church in a small town in Europe. I was raised there by the church, and when I was 8, I stumbled across an injured and sick puppy. I prayed to God for its wellness with all of my heart. And when I did, a miracle happened, the puppy was healed. Asia said while looking up at the sky, and I looked up with her. Immediately after, I was taken to a larger church and told to heal the ailments of believers. I was ecstatic at being able to help people with my power. But then I came across a man, severely injured. I healed him, but then She bit her lip slightly. They said I was a witch, that my powers were evil for being able to heal a devil. I was driven out of the church and excommunicated before being taken in here. Even still, I haven't forgotten my prayers and gratitude to God. I'm sure that this is just another one of his trials for me. If I prevail, I hope he will fulfill my wish," Asia said, bringing her hands together in a prayer while I leaned back. That was rough. She lived a rough life. I wanted to console her, but at the same time, I didn't know how to. She was a tough person, tougher than me at least. In a similar position, I gave up and cursed the entire world and any god I could name. When I heard my parents' screams, the only thing I felt was disillusionment. There was nothing in the world working for me. I felt no hope, just bitterness. I admired Asia's tough spirit to be able to hold on to hope even still. "You're a good person, Asia, don't let anybody ever tell you you aren't. What is your wish?" Asia averted her gaze from me and flushed. "It's a bit embarrassing, you see. My wish is to have lots of friends, to be able to eat together with them, buy flowers with them, go to school with them. I don't have a lot of friends, you see. That's why, when you said you were my friend, I was very happy," Asia bashfully admitted while I looked up at the sky. Whoever was up there had to be either deaf or dead to not hear Asia's wish and let her fate be like this. But I knew better than to place hope in things as fickle as gods. I put a hand on Asia's head. "Well, I may not be a god, but I am your friend, Asia, and friends help each other. I'll do my best to get you more friends, and even if I do fail, well, you always have me in your corner. If you ever need something from me, I'm gonna be there." Asia trembled a little, holding back tears or trying to. She was doing a rather poor job as her shoulders shook and she held a hand up to her mouth. Thank you so much, Yuta-san, I am so grateful." I smiled a little and petted her head comfortingly. "Don't mention it, we're friends after all. Now, let's continue. The day's long and we have time to still look around like you wanted." I felt a sense of kinship with the poor girl, and I was not lying. I would be her friend. Such a kind and good soul was a rarity, mythical even. If anyone wanted to do anything to this cinnamon roll, they would have to get through me first. Relations between a nun and a devil be damned, I was down to throw down for this cinnamon roll with my life on the line. After my little date with Asia, I had gone back home to resume my usual routine. Strangely, I hadn't gotten any contracts despite it being a Sunday, when people were the most free. That annoyance aside, I went about my night as usual. And as I had suspected, Bobby came right back when I started cooking again. I cooked a portion of salmon for her and an egg sandwich for myself before doing my calisthenics routine. Bobby seemed very interested in my workout, sometimes laying on top of me as I did push-ups. She also stole my shirt and I still couldn't find it. I swear that cat is fucking with me, I just can't prove it. But just like that, another day had passed and I had to go to school again. School came and went by, but I noticed a more subdued and somber mood that I didn't care enough to ask anyone about it. Well, that was before I received an urgent message on my phone at the end of the school day, from Ryaz asking me to come to the Occult Research Club for an emergency meeting, so I quickly ditched whatever plan I had to go there. Opening the door, I saw everyone there already. How am I the last one every time? All of them held serious expressions. Was I getting lynched? "Hey boss, what did you call me for?" I tried to break the mood, making Ryaz smile at me. "Alright, I'm still safe then. You're here, Yuta-kun, that's good. We have some very serious and concerning news." I nodded and sat down on the couch next to Konko while Ryaz was leaning against the desk in front of us with her arms crossed. Someone in Kua Academy was murdered. Huh? Chapter 12, Murder Mystery. A student in Kua Academy was murdered. Ryaz said bluntly. I raised my eyebrows. That was concerning, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly alarming. People died all the time. One of my friends back in middle school got chopped in half by a falling billboard right in front of me before. I was used to it. Okay. Is there anything else? I know Kua has a really low crime rate, but does someone biting it in the school constitute an emergency? Ryaz nodded. Yes, while alarming, this wouldn't be something worthy of an emergency. However, it was the circumstances in which they were murdered. Yesterday a barrier was erected in Kua, and when we came to the scene all we found was the corpse of a student, Sai Hayautu, and considering the piercing wound and burnt flesh, it was mostly done by a fallen angel. My eyes widened. Sai was dead? That was mildly upsetting. I may not cared for him, but the dead being someone I knew by name instead of a random student felt more real and upsetting. But a fallen angel, huh? While I was contemplating, Ryaz continued. Not only that, we have found 2 other dead contractors and a potential client. Killed in a considerably more brutal fashion, with all of their corpses mutilated and crucified. Someone or some people are hunting down our clients and potential clients. Sai Hayautu was one of them. I raised my eyes and looked Ryaz in the eyes. Ryaz-san, I think I know something related to this matter. Ryaz tilted her head, motioning for me to go on. This weekend on Saturday I stumbled on a nun coming to this town, named Asia Argento. I am fairly sure she is not involved or knows about the killings, but I think she is at least connected to them in some way considering the time frame. She was excommunicated from the church for healing a devil and taken in by someone living in the Kwa church. Akano covered her mouth in surprise. A sister healing a devil? How unusual. How did she heal them? Devils can't heal by the same method churches usually use. The only sacred gear I can think of being capable of it is twilight healing, and that is particularly rare. Still, she must have been a very kind sister to go out of her way to heal a devil. Ryaz nodded in contemplation. A human with twilight healing excommunicated from the church? The ones that took her in are definitely fallen angels. What do you think about this sister personally, Yuta-kun? Ryaz inquired. I thought for a little bit. I think Asia is nice, a bit too nice and kind. She wouldn't be able to hurt a fly if she tried. I am still in contact with her. I was trying to find out more about who was housing her. Kiba smiled from the side. You must really like her, Yuta-kun. I gave him a side eye. Yeah? What about it? Is it a problem to be friends with someone from the church? She doesn't seem to have a prejudice against devils either. Ryaz shook her head and smiled. No, it's fine, she is excommunicated anyway. But I want you to be vigilant, Yuta-kun. The girl may be nice, but the people she is involved with certainly aren't. But I'm glad you are making friends, Yuta-kun. I raised an eyebrow. What was I? Her kid? Ryaz clapped to gather everyone's attention. Alright, since we know there are fallen hunting contractors, we need to do a few things. I want to figure out what their real motives in this town are. We can't just barge into the church without proper reason. Everyone, I want you to learn everything you can about the situation without putting yourself in danger. We don't know who the enemy is and what they want. Huh. Demons and angels. Murder mystery in a town. High school. I'm in some unsettling mix of Persona and Shin Megami Tensei? Alright then, lastly, Konko-chan, could you walk Yuta-kun home? I raised an eyebrow at that. Why? Not that I am against it, but I can go home by myself. Konko also sported a similarly confused expression as Ryaz explained herself. There are enemies out there, we don't know the motivations of Yuta-kun. Well, not likely. They may decide to attack us directly, and since you are still a novice, it would be a good idea for Konko to accompany you home at least, because if they know who we are, then they know when we leave school. I couldn't argue against that. I nodded and Ryaz clapped her hands. Alright then, Konko-chan, do you mind? Konko shook her head and stood up. I still didn't know what to make of her. The little midget barely ever talked. She walked up to me, and looked at me with a blank expression. Go? I shrugged my shoulders. Sure, let's. I got up and said farewell to the others while Konko followed behind me. As we left the Occult Research Club, my thoughts lingered. Maybe I should buy a detective hat? Or glasses? Every Persona protagonist needs their glasses. At least I think they do. I only played Persona 4 for like 6 hours. We were walking back home in a stifled mood. Konko was being quiet as always. It felt awkward. I felt like I should say something but at the same time didn't know what to talk about with Konko. So my gaze wandered, and when I did, I noticed a notification suddenly covering my view. Why did it take so long? Feat achieved. Sai Hayauto has perished. The strings of fate have been broken. Good luck, you will need it. +1x advantage gold random Gacha ticket. That was ominous. Why was Sai so important? Why did the Gacha wish me luck now that he was dead? But I know for a fact whenever the Gacha wishes me luck that it is an omen. Last time it wished me luck I got hit by the truck. I better roll the ticket now just in case. Rolling advantage gold random Gacha ticket. Trait, Esper, Rarity, Elite, Specialization. You are a natural born Esper. Using abilities comes naturally to you, they are part of you. Mastering and improving your abilities are easier. Ability cooldowns are halved. Or, trait, counter curse mantra, Rarity, rare. Whatever negative status effect someone tries to inflict on you gets reflected onto them. Potency scales with demonic power. I picked Esper without hesitation. My abilities were my lifeline. While curses sounded scary, there was a difference. Curses had to come from this world, and if they come from this world, someone from this world can resolve them. Chances are, if I'm cursed, my boss will shill the big bucks to treat me so I don't have to worry about that too much. So I chose more potential for myself. And the moment I confirmed, I felt something in me change. My abilities felt more responsive. They felt way more natural to me. It felt like going from a prosthetic to a real arm. I channeled natural weapons. I felt the difference. It couldn't be described in simple words. I felt connected to the ability. As if flexing a muscle, I adjusted the length of the claws. My skin rippled as I focused on the ability. So this is what talent felt like. I could get used to this. As I inspected my clawed hand, I failed to notice that Konko had come much closer to me, now leaning over slightly and looking at my hands. I turned to face her, being snapped out of my trance. Claws? Konko tilted her head questioningly. She looked oddly like a cat, reminding me of Bobby for some reason. I shifted my hands back to normal while dispelling natural claws, showing my hand for Konko to inspect as she was curious. Yep, one of my abilities. It's the one I use to take down visor with. I was trying out new things with it. Maybe make my claws longer so that I don't have to get as close. Since there was an opportunity to finally make conversation, I took it. I shifted my hand back and forth between claws and normal as Konko watched. I expected her to comment on my ability, but instead of what I expected, Konko got closer to me and sniffed me. I stood still and she furrowed her brows and smelled me again. Feeling awkward, I decided to interject. So, what's the verdict? Do I really stink that bad that you had to do a triple take? That kinda hurts. I tried to joke as Konko seemed to realize her, frankly, creepy action of just randomly sniffing me for a solid few seconds without saying anything as she suddenly jumped back with a red face, facing away from me. And no, you don't stink. You actually smell good. She bowed her head, way too formally. I apologize if I was being creepy. She lifted her head and I could still see the pink in her cheeks still burning her face as she faced away from me. I just stared at her. Seeing Konko so emotional was definitely a novelty. She seemed to blush more as I just stared at her, not saying at her, getting more fidgety. Damn, she was absolutely adorable. I failed to see it before since she is as still a statue most of the time with a neutral expression, but Satan and blushing Konko was adorable. What is it? Konko couldn't help but ask after a full 10 seconds of me just staring at her. I couldn't suppress my grin. Nothing, I was just thinking how adorable you were like this. I never saw you flustered before, it's cute. Konko frowned but her blush still remained lit. She flicked my arm, making me stumble and clench it, which felt like getting hit by a mace. Okay, maybe don't tease your very dangerous senior devil if you want to keep your arm. Pervert. She pointed an accusing finger at me while her lips trembled from the humiliation. I stepped out of the finger-flicking range just in case and raised my arms placatingly. Alright, sorry, I couldn't help it. How about I make it up over dinner? My treat. Konko narrowed her eyes warily at me, weighing her options. I'm sure Akano-senpai told you about my cooking ability, right? I have some salmon left over. Konko grabbed my wrist with intense eyes. Let's go. What are we waiting for? I covered my mouth with my hand and struggled to choke down my snicker. Your house is unexpectedly clean, Konko said, wandering around my living room while I was cutting up the salmon. I oiled up the pan and turned up the heat while answering. I'm not sure if I should be flattered by the compliment or be offended by the dig. I placed the salmon and the sound of the meat sizzling made Konko perk up from the corner of my vision. She intently watched me cook the salmon steak from the couch. I was impressed with her patience for not asking how long it would be until I was done even once. Once I was done cooking with pearl jam, I plated the steak and rolled up my sleeves. I put down the plate in front of Konko, who had shining eyes and a little drool at the corner of her mouth. Alright, thank you for waiting. Dig in. Konko took a bite out of the steak the moment the words left my mouth. I could see her blissful expression as she swallowed her bite and immediately sliced another portion with her knife and chowed down. She was treading an impressive line between manners and hungry devouring. I could basically see her aura change as she enjoyed the steak. It was like she was in her little slice of paradise. Without thinking, my hand moved to her head. The moment I put my hand on her head, she froze up for a second, pausing her movements. Red dyed her cheeks a little again as she moved her eyes from me down to the salmon and taking another bite, slowly. I am taking this as a sign that I am allowed to pat her head. Her hair was so soft and clean, it was almost like cat fur. She must take a lot of care in maintaining her hygiene. You are a very kind person, Yuta-san. Konko mumbled quietly. I could barely make out the words, but they made me smile a little. I noticed that Konko ever so slightly leaned into my touch. Thank you, Konko-chan. While I was patting her head, I noticed that the plate had emptied. Konko raised the empty plate toward me with adorable pleading eyes. Seconds. This girl was dangerous. She was weaponizing her cuteness against me. I was fooled by her cute exterior and got caught off guard. Sighing a little, I picked her plate up. Alright, no need to squeeze my heart with that face. She tried to hide it, but I saw how the corner of her lip worked up with satisfaction. For a stoic girl, she sure was good at weaponizing her cuteness. I shrugged my shoulders and took out more salmon. It's not like I disliked cooking for others. Besides, her expression as she eats is too cute. After Konko had left after consuming 3 whole plates of salmon, I was left alone at home. Bobby didn't visit today even though I cooked salmon, but she'll probably be back again sooner or later. Or she got killed by a hawk, or got cut in half by a power line. Well, that remains to be seen. Hopefully she is alive. She may eat like Kirby, but she already grew on me. As I was preparing for my usual workout, I felt a phantom tugging sensation. Someone was summoning me. I quickly threw my clothes back on in excitement. It's been a while since I got a summon. With this whole murder mystery, I better take as many contracts as I can so that I get strong enough to face whatever Persona plotline was happening. Making sure I was decent, I answered the summon. The Greenery summoning circle appeared beneath my feet and teleported me to where the summoning paper was. There was just one problem, however. When I opened my eyes. Fuck. I now was inside a wreck of a room. Blood was splattered everywhere and I could see a mutilated corpse on the floor. This obviously was not a normal summon. Chapter 13, Rage. I was now inside a wreck of a room. Blood was splattered everywhere and I could see a mutilated corpse on the floor. This obviously was not a normal summon. Did someone kill my summoner? They were killing contractors. There was only a few seconds difference between me getting the summoned and arriving. They couldn't be that brutalized. Then. Who summoned me? Bang. I tried to duck the moment I heard the gunshot, but the bullet was way faster than the sound. I felt a searing sensation rip through my back and out of my stomach. It felt like a red-hot metal rod was plunged into me. I quickly turned my hand into a claw and turned around just to get kicked hard, crashing into the opposite wall. Just as I was about to try and get up, something stabbed into my shoulder. The pain was searing and continuous, like someone shoved a lightsaber into my shoulder. Correction. I could see that an actual lightsaber had indeed been stabbed into my shoulder. It was a pale blue blade of light wielded by a man standing over me with a sadistic grin. He had glittering pale red eyes. He wore a priest's clothing and held a pure white sci-fi looking gun in the other hand. The man above me started cackling like a hyena as I grimaced from the pain. Haha. If I knew it was this easy to catch some scummy rat devils like you, I would have done it long ago. As a holy man once said, the wicked must be punished. Isn't that right, little devil cun? The man twisted the blade in my shoulder as he laughed while I struggled to not scream in pain. Shit. 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 Of all things, I immediately stumble into the fucking psycho killer in town? Shit. Think, distract him, learn what he wants, leave alive. As so you were the one killing our contractors. Who the hell even are you? I struggled to say as the blade still burnt my shoulder. This pain was one of the worst I have ever felt. I had to keep him talking while I figured out a plan. The man put a hand on his chin while I planned. Lunge at him with natural weapons? No, he still has his gun and he was probably physically stronger than me with how hard his kick was. Sandvale? He knows where I am with the blade he has me kebabbed on, won't work. Ghost form? I would probably die instantly with my devil weakness, elemental weakness, and ghost weakness against his holy blade considering his priest outfit. Fuck. Who am I, you ask? I am Fried Selzen. Of course that doesn't mean I want to hear your name. I don't care about the names of scum devils like you. Please save your last breaths for something else. When I was doing my daily thing, just punishing filthy sinners as always, when I got bored and decided, why not summon devils to slaughter myself? Aren't I a genius? The man rambled like a deranged rabid animal. I switched out Pearl Jam for Sandvale. I would try summoning Cloud Elemental and use her to distract him before blasting Sandvale and replacing natural weapons with Ghost to phase out into the sewers. Bang. Grah. The fucking lunatic shot my fucking leg, right through the thigh. My vision was blinking out. There were 3 holes in my body and they were all burning. Fried pulled the blade out of my shoulder with a frown. But before I could even think about the relief, I felt the muzzle of his gun pressed up against my forehead. This is getting really boring. You aren't even screaming out in pain for me, you just lay there. Do you at least like the taste of Exorcist blessed purge rounds? You are really a letdown. It's disgusting, just lying there and squirming like a worm. I did not reply, just looking behind him at the cloud elemental forming with the winds gathering. Fried looked behind him, noticing the winds to see the familiar forming, getting a grin on his face. Oh. Now you have little familiar, huh? Faster than I had expected. Fried slashed apart my cloud elemental before she had fully formed, drawing out a howling shriek as her form dispersed, sapping my mana along with it. Huh, that was disappointing. Knowing my elemental wasn't dead, I decided to go ahead anyway and used Sandvale, and was just about to switch over to ghost form when I froze up with the barrel of the gun shoved toward me again. The Sandvale stopped. He was too fast. He moved too fast for me to get an edge over him. Ack. My eyes. Damn Sand, you really are a pest, aren't you? Fighting and killing you isn't even fun. Just think of me killing you as a favor. It will hurt for a bit but it will feel really good, alright? So just lay down like the dog you are. The barrel of the gun was pressed up against my neck. I would ask for your last words but Fried-san, I heard noises. What happened you to San? What happened here? My eyes widened to the size of saucers as Asia stepped out of the adjacent room and screamed in horror and shrieked at the sight of the carnage. Why the hell was she with this psychopath? Fried turned away from me and faced her, not even acknowledging me as a threat. Like this, I may as well not be. Oh, Asia, are you done setting up the barrier already? Don't scream so loud, you are hurting my ears. Fried scratched his head with his gun, completely unconcerned. Why are there corpses? Why are you hurting Utakun, Fried-sama? Please stop. Asia got in between me and Fried while Fried put on an annoyed whiny voice. Why? I mean why? I hate working with amateurs. This is our job. I executed a filthy devil lover and now I'm simply purging a filthy shit that sold its soul. I am getting rid of another devil as God commands. Why are crying like a bitch, seriously? Get out of my way. Fried raised his sword while Asia remained steadfast, shielding me with her arms raised. Her shielding? Me? A girl as frail as her? I have to be protected now? I gritted my teeth. An emotion that had become unfamiliar to me re-emerging. No. I can't let you do that, Fried-sama. Even if he is a devil, Yuta-san is innocent. God would find it unjust. Please, Fried-sama. Let him go. I balled my hand into a fist. She was begging. What a shame. Fried swung his sword down, making the blood in veins go cold for a second before I noticed that Asia wasn't hurt. He cut her clothes in half. Fried roughly grabbed Asia's wrist with one hand and her chin in the other. You stupid bitch. Just because the fallen angels said I couldn't harm you doesn't mean I won't punish you. I saw him reaching his hand out for her and it boiled over. Anger. I felt angry. I rarely ever felt properly angry. Over time my anger was replaced by the feeling of helplessness. I just couldn't burn rage inside me knowing I could never fight back against it. But I had abilities now, I had a tool to fight back with. So what the fuck was I doing right now? Letting a scared girl half my size have to protect and beg for my life? I felt the fire burn in me as my teeth clenched and my eyes narrowed. My lips twisted into a snarl. I'm gonna kill him if it's the last thing I do. Through instinct natural to an Esper, I felt a new avenue I could exploit. None of my four limbs would be of help. Then I had to use the other two. I channeled natural weapons as my black wings erupted. Swing. Guac. What the fuck? My arm. You fucking devil bitch. Fried screamed as his arm was nearly taken off his shoulder by my wings. The wall behind him was ripped in half, and my other wing lunged at him, like a spear, forcing Fried to jump back in a hurry. My form now supported two 10-meter-long metallic-looking razor-sharp wings ending with spear tips. I withdrew my wings and they hovered menacingly like venomous tails ready to strike, and they did, lunging at Fried as he jumped away again. My wings dug into the floor like it was made of butter. Fuck. What is with you, insane bastard? Fried raised his gun again, but my wings sheared through the floor and rose, swinging straight for him, cutting through the gun in his hand and the wall of the house, collapsing a portion of the roof. Fried glared at me, but I could see the twinge of fear in his eyes. I glared harder, staring into his soul. What a rat. The moment his prey fought back, he shits himself. There are no threats. My eyes bore into him as Fried took a step back while I pushed myself up. So much rage made me blind to the pain. My wings grew and raised like guillotines. I am simply going to make sure you regret ever having lived. As I brought my wing blades down, Fried did something I didn't expect. He jumped through the window and started running. Fuck this. I will get you another day, you filthy fucking devil. My wings tore through what remained of the house. I watched Fried vault over the wall and snarled. Oh no, you don't. Just as I was about to jump after Fried and chase him down to the sulfur pits, I felt hands grab me. Looking down, I saw Asia looking at me with a tearful expression. Yuta-san. Please don't. I narrowed my eyes down at her. She was seriously stopping me from chasing that fucker? Asia, are you really trying to stop me? She clenched my pants harder. You're hurt. You won't last like that much longer. Please don't leave. I felt my rage simmer as I realized that Asia was telling the truth. She was simply more worried about me than him. I withdrew my wings and collapsed on one knee. Asia quickly raised her hands and I felt healing energy envelop me, lessening the burning pains. I released a deep breath. I'm sorry for snapping at you, Asia, and for hiding the fact I was a devil. Thank you for healing me. Asia tried to smile as she healed me. Don't be, Yuta-san. Even if you are a devil, you are still my friend. You are a great person. She hung her head. I didn't know Fried-sama was so evil. She said, glancing toward the corpse of my would-be contractor and recoiling from the sight. Fried. I would be murdering him as brutally as possible, even if it was the last thing I was doing. He would still be in this town. I would find him and I would make him regret every moment he has breathed. I patted Asia's head and smiled comfortingly. Don't worry about him, Asia-chan. It's a fool's endeavor to mind a dead man. Now, let's go home, alright? Home? But I can't go back. Asia got teary-eyed again while I chuckled. I switched from natural weapons to regeneration to speed things along. Hell no, am I letting you go back to that fucker, Asia-chan? I meant you are coming along with me. And don't even try to object, alright? Asia closed her mouth, but I could see a small smile worm its way to her lips. Yes, thank you for having me, Yuta-san. I smiled, trying to keep my gaze above her neckline and failing. And we should also get you spare clothes. Hearing my words, Asia looked down to see her clothes torn in half, exposing her fairly large breasts and panties to me. Those clothes hid a lot. She quickly covered herself while blushing. I'm sorry for showing you such a sight. I shook my head while smiling wryly. Don't be, I would never complain about seeing a cute girl's naked body. Thank you for the reward. Asia looked conflicted while blushing like an apple. Should I show you more then? Huh. Chapter 14, Domestic Nun. Welcome to my home, Asia-chan. Make yourself comfortable while I fetch some clothes. I scratched my head as I welcomed Asia inside my house. After she had healed me sufficiently, I quickly walked us to my home in case Freed grabbed some reinforcements, but I suspected he was too much of a little bitch to do so. I felt a little self-conscious as Asia looked around in wonder, clasping her hands together and smiling. Your house is wonderful, Yuta-san. It's very cozy and homely. I really like it. Gah. She is too bright. My eyes are burning. Of course, she forgot again to keep her clothes closed, making her naked breasts spill out. I definitely stared longer than I had intended to before excusing myself to my room to find some clothes for her to wear. Of course, I had another reason for excusing myself other than the giant erection nearly ripping a hole in my pants. Once I was in my room, I pulled up the logs that popped up after I had driven Freed off. Feat achieved. Find out the killer in Kuat Town. +1x silver skill Gakka ticket. Feat achieved. Survive Freed's ambush. +1x golden ability Gakka ticket. That's what I am talking about, a skill and an ability. Thank you for your generous donation, Freed. I will be sure to liberally use whatever proficiency and ability get from these tickets to inflict as much pain on you as possible. Alright, silver ticket, hit me. Rolling silver skill Gakka ticket. A common skill. Novice, bladed weapon mastery, rarity, common. You are reasonably talented in handling bladed weapons. You know how to swing them and align the edge to cut things, and how to poke things too. Huh, that's certainly useful. I felt like now I had some experience in wielding a blade. Well, any bladed weapon. This mastery covered a lot. Anything with a blade I felt like I could handle with reasonable proficiency, and this meant I was better at fighting against blade user too. Very useful. I should ask to spar with Kiba and Kongo to test my skills. Now then, gold ability. I hope this one is good. I need something that will really hurt Freed. Hit me harder. Rolling gold ability Gakka ticket. A rare ability. Rare, iron manipulation, rarity, rare, class, kinesis, allows you to telekinetically control iron and iron-based objects in your perception. The level of control and strength is based on the level of focus and the amount of mana spent. Oh baby. That's what I was looking for. Now that is an ability for an Asper. I slotted the ability in and immediately felt the difference. I looked at the chair in the corner of the room with iron legs. I extended my hand toward it and immediately felt my control over it, like it was another limb I could control. The control was instinctual. The chair floated in the air under my command. It spun diagonally, vertically, and gently set it down again. This was amazing. This opens up so many avenues. A little test later I also concluded that there was a limit to what I could and couldn't control. My blood couldn't be controlled. I felt like it was because the object the iron was a part of wasn't iron-based but only included iron. I couldn't control iron on a molecular level either, since my perception didn't extend anywhere near microscopic levels. But the good news was that I could exert control over almost all forms of steel since they were mostly iron. In a modern city, basically anywhere I went to I had a weapon at the ready. Seems like the object I am controlling has to be at least 50–60% iron for me to be able to exert control over it. I shook my head. Focus, Yuta. You can play with your new ability later. You have to give Asia some clothes first. I looked around and found a sufficiently baggy shirt. Anything else wouldn't really fit Asia. I grabbed it and went downstairs and saw Asia looking at my cat bed with curiosity. Bobby still hadn't come back, but I wasn't exactly surprised. Yucha-san, you have a cat? Can I meet them? I enjoyed Asia's excited face as I handed the shirt over to her. Not really, I feed a stray cat. She occasionally comes over. Now, I'll step out so you can change. Asia waved her hands and flushed lightly. And no need, I can change right now. Thank you for the clothes, Takumi-san. Even though I knew I should have, any attempt at refusal refused to leave my lips as Asia quickly took off her ruined outfit and put on my shirt while I couldn't help but lick my lips. My eyes taking in every detail of Asia's body. Her slim yet cuddly body, her plentiful ass and her perky boobs were more than big enough to fill my hands tipped with light pink nipples. The only thing covering her decency was her pure white panties. She quickly put on my shirt and I felt my mouth get drier. My shirt was just large enough to cover her and nothing else, leaving her legs exposed. I could see a hint of her ass and panties whenever she moved. Fuck, I don't know how much control I really have. It's taking every ounce of my self-restraint to not jump Asia. I didn't know I even had a sex drive like this. How do I look, Yuta-san? Asia did a little twirl that further eroded my self-restraint. I gave her a shaky thumbs up. You look absolutely adorable, Asia. She blushed and mumbled a thank you. The contrast between sexy and adorable was doing a number on my psyche. Yuta-san? Do you perhaps have a sewing kit? Could I please borrow it if it isn't too much of a bother? I am fine, but I would like to fix my outfit. Asia embarrassedly muttered while I turned to her with raised eyebrows. Asia, you sew? Asia smiled and nodded, reminiscing. Yes. I learned how to sew to help the sisters at the church who had to go to a distant tailor to fix their clothes every time. I seriously cannot see a black spot on her soul. If she were any purer, I feel like I would take physical damage from being near her. I couldn't help but pat her head, which she confusedly leaned into without thinking but smiled regardless. Alright Asia, I'll see if I can get you a sewing kit. Since I don't have one lying around the house. Speaking of, let me show you around. Asia agreed with excitement. I felt like this was her first time being inside a proper house. I showed Asia around my house while trying to ignore her clothes and where everything was. She would have to stay here for a while until I crucified Freed, because the streets weren't safe for Asia when he was still alive and not getting his bones replaced with iron spikes. Of course, the streets were not safe for him when I was still alive. I will have to talk about everything with Ryaz tomorrow. She could stay here even after if she wanted, but I wasn't about to force her. I said I was her friend and I stick with my words. And then, since it had been a long day, it was time to decide the sleeping arrangements. Alright, Asia-chan, you can sleep on the bed, I'll take the couch. Asia shook her adamantly, and I kinda expected it at this point. She was self-sacrificing. She would lay over a puddle so that you could step on her and over it with a smile on her face if you asked her to. I can't possibly. It's your bed, Yuta-san, and I have already caused you enough trouble. I crossed my arms. This was going to be an uphill battle. Well, I won't let a guest sleep on my couch. Just take it, Asia. You already saved me today enough, and it's poor manners to let my guest sleep on the couch. I remained adamant. I was not letting her sleep on the couch. Then Asia seemed to have an idea. What if we slept together? Asia flushed and looked away. If you are fine with it, of course, Yuta-san. I took a deep breath. This would be a really big test of my patience, but at the same time, I physically couldn't refuse a pretty girl offering to sleep together. My tongue and lips refused to form such words. Sure, if you are okay with it. Asia smiled, and that's how we ended up together on my bed. Thankfully mine was a double bed, so we weren't squeezed together, but our skin made contact more often than not. I had exercised a surprising level of self-restraint to not grope Asia's soft body as she slept. I would not give in to the horny so easily. Asia was facing away from me. Her hair smelled like lavender. To be honest, I felt too nervous to properly fall asleep like this. This feels nice. Yuta-san. Asia spoke up in a small voice. I could feel the embarrassment in her voice, but there was also the tone of happiness it carried. I am happy to be here with you, Yuta-san. Thank you so much for choosing to help me. I really don't know what I could have done without you, she said in a whisper. I couldn't resist. I wrapped my arm around Asia and pulled her in for a hug as she did a little leap. Don't mention it, Asia. No matter what happens, I'm with you as long as you are willing to have me. Now, get a good rest. Good night, Asia. Asia made a yawning noise. Now the sleep was truly hitting her. She mumbled tiredly. Good night, Yuta-san. And drifted off into sleep before she could even finish her words. Poor girl must be exhausted. Speaking of exhaustion, it's about time I pass out too. Getting holes poked into me, and then healing from them was very exhausting. The moment I closed my eyes, I felt the grasp of Sandman drag me to dreamland. I woke up to a sweet sight. Asia was clinging to me in her sleep like a baby koala, her arms wrapped around my torso and her head nestled into the crook of my shoulder. A little drool leaked out of her mouth. It made me want to poke her so bad. Speaking of poking, there was something poking, all right. My lower body was rebelling against the tyranny of my rationality, demanding to be released. I was in bed with an adorable girl and it sought salvation. And now in our position, my engorged crotch was rubbing against Asia's panty-clad ass. My rationality was just about to lose the battle when Asia roused from her sleep, accidentally rubbing against my penis, making my eye twitch. Good morning, Yuta-san. What's what? Asia sleepily rubbed her eyes before her eyes drifted down to see my erection rubbing against her. Almost on autopilot I activated ghost form and phased through her and landed on the floor. Asia muttered sleepily, unable to keep herself fully lucid, a fact I was very thankful for. I couldn't handle the shame of my tool rubbing against Asia at the moment. I turned around and rubbed the sleepy Asia's head. You can go back to sleep, Asia. I will handle breakfast and you can come down at any time. I pulled her covers up as Asia sleepily nodded. Okay. And she was out again. I sighed a relieved breath. Crisis averted. Now, I need a cold shower, or 3. After that, it was time to tell Ryaz about what happened last night. And then it's hunting time. Chapter 15, Serious X Synergy. After taking a cold shower, or 3, I started on my morning routine. I didn't wake up Asia since the girl was utterly exhausted after yesterday. So was I, but she was human and I was a devil. I was built from birth to take punishment. I took time out of my morning to cook several meals and refrigerated them for Asia to reheat when she wakes up. After that, I left my house after making sure my uniform was on properly and I was not missing anything. Of course, the moment I left my house I saw Ryaz waiting for me again. I even left early this time too. For a king and princess, she sure has plenty of free time. Good morning Yuta-kun, how was your morning? Ryaz greeted me with a smile as always while I shrugged. I really didn't feel that great. I was uninjured but tired out of my mind. I followed her as we walked to school. Good morning Ryaz-san, could have been better after that insane exorcist nearly killed me. Ryaz stopped in place, making me furrow my brows. She turned to me with a dead serious expression. Yuta-kun, what do you mean by that? Ryaz said with a cold voice while I nonchalantly answered. Yesterday, I was summoned by a client, but it turned out he wasn't a client but a mad exorcist who shot me through my stomach, then my leg and stabbed me in the shoulder with his weapons. I drove him off though. Ryaz looked haunted. She clamped her hands on my shoulders and gave me a grave explanation. Yuta-kun, tell me everything, right now. Wow, she wasn't this mad about the fallen angels. Okay. But maybe let's get to the club or somewhere private first? Without saying a word Ryaz grabbed my arm and formed a teleportation circle below us and teleported us to the occult research club faster than I had ever seen her do before. We are here Yuta-kun. Now, what happened yesterday? Ryaz asked me gently but furrowed her brows at my serious expression as I sat down. Ryaz-san, did you notice a demolished house yesterday? Ryaz nodded. Yes, did Akano tell you? We discovered the corpse of yet another contractor at the scene. It was most likely done by the fallen angels. Why was it perhaps? In response, I wordlessly removed my top uniform, making Ryaz blush a split second before a much more serious expression settled on her face when she spotted the nasty scar on my shoulder and the smaller one over my stomach. It was actually done by me. I found who killed our contractors and was ambushed by him yesterday and drove him off. Ryaz narrowed her eyes. I could see an eerie aura around her as her hand crushed the desk she was sitting on with her grip. She spoke in a tone of barely concealed anger. Tell me everything Yuta-kun, don't spare any details, I want to hear everything. I will excuse you from your classes if we need time. I nodded and started telling Ryaz what happened last night. I mentioned how I was ambushed by Freed, how Asia stood up for me, how I drove him off using natural weapons. By the end of it, Ryaz was hugging me like a teddy bear again, not that I minded being suffocated by her breasts. I'm sorry Yuta-kun. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to help you, I must seem pathetic to you. I could feel it in her voice, the fear and anger, at herself for me being nearly killed under her watch. She released my head and looked out of the window, the red aura surrounding her again. This provocation I can't ignore. She clenched her fist, tightly. I will find them and make them pay, even if they are from the Grigori. Nobody hurts my family and gets away with it, I cut in, my voice. Actually. Ryaz turned to me, the wind taken out of her sails with my voice, confusion apparent in her face. I looked Ryaz dead in the eyes. Ryaz, I will kill Freed myself. What are you talking about Yuta-kun? That's too dangerous, you already nearly died once. Ryaz frowned but I didn't back down. I need to kill him myself, I want to make sure I am the one that drains the light out of his eyes. My fist clenched. And, I got stronger from surviving. So please leave this to me. I looked Ryaz in the eyes sincerely. Yuta-kun, this is incredibly irresponsible and needlessly dangerous. Ryaz met my gaze head-on. I know, but I have to, and I am confident in myself. Ryaz held my gaze for a full 10 very uncomfortable seconds before sighing in resignation and sagging her shoulders, making me release a breath I didn't know I was holding. If that's truly what you want to do, I will not stop you Yuta-kun, I will respect your wishes. But I want you to remember that whatever you need help with I will help you with it, you do not have to do this alone. Tell us if you need anything, alright? I nodded and smiled a little. Thankfully Ryaz was still very understanding even if I was the one being unreasonable here. If I was in her position I know I wouldn't let myself go. Thank you Ryaz-san. Ryaz's frown gave way to a light smile but her narrowed eyes told me otherwise. However, if you recklessly go in and get hurt I will not be very forgiving, understood? Mock saluted like she was my superior in the army. Yes ma'am. Ryaz's expression finally softened as she leaned over and hugged me again. I did not mind that she was really soft but it was still a little weird regardless. Alright, Yuta-kun, I am choosing to trust you so don't disappoint me. Now, we should get going. We don't want to be late for class more than we already are. We both got up and headed to class after that since even devils cannot afford to be tardy I suppose. But the thought that lingered on my mind was, well, I better not disappoint after I talked all that. I was going to crush Freed swiftly and thoroughly. Although I wanted to bust down the church door and tear Freed to shreds, as Ryaz had said earlier, it was very reckless for me right now. In a direct confrontation, I wasn't confident in besting Freed. He was fast, strong and ruthless even if he wasn't very bright. And he wasn't sadistic enough to drag a fight out. But unlike last time it wouldn't be so one-sided, because this time it wasn't Freed ambushing but hopefully it would be the other way around. The importance of initiative in a fight cannot be underestimated. Still, I need something. So that was why I was now in the woods at the back of the Occult Research Club. No one came here, which was perfect ground for some improvised training. I was not strong enough with just my current powers to take down Freed, maybe with iron manipulation but I wasn't confident enough in it to trust my life with it. Then I thought about something. My instincts as an Esper tickled something in the back of my spine. It told me that I wasn't utilizing my abilities well enough, a nagging feeling that I hadn't tried something. I stared at the abilities screen in deliberation. My abilities individually weren't anything too impressive, only natural weapons managed to drive off Freed because he was caught off guard. Individually. My eyes opened wide as I looked at the ability screen closely. Abilities, active, 2 out of 2, uncommon, natural weapons, uncommon, sand veil. What if I try to use them together? But that doesn't work. There is no way for natural weapons to affect the sand veil and vice versa. Sure, I could use the help sand veil provides to ambush my enemy with natural weapons but that doesn't seem to be what my instincts tell me. I already knew about that. If it was that then I wouldn't feel such a nagging sensation. I looked into myself. The points of light inside of my soul slotted into imaginary notches representing my ability slots. Use them together. Together. Their effects, not using them one after another or that sort of thing. Their effects, use them together. Where do their effects intersect? Where could they intersect? I felt it. It was almost like a magnetic force once I had found it. With a nudge, I felt the abilities want to combine as I pulled on both lights together in tandem. Temporarily combine, uncommon, natural weapons, and, uncommon, sand veil. When I approved I felt the sand of sand veil, instead of doing what it normally would and creating a sandstorm around me, instead swirled around my arm violently. I felt it, my command over the sand. I could shape it into weapons, projectiles. My eyes moved over to the window. My lips curled into a smirk as saw I was what was on my ability list. Combination, desert weaponry, rarity, rare, combination, sand veil and natural weapons, desert la spada. Allows you to form violent sandstorms into a variety of weapon-like projectiles. My inner weeb cried its heart out. Even the system was telling me, just do it. It was begging. I reared my arm back and the sandstorm grew more violent before I swung. Desert la spada. The sandstorm I threw out turned into multiple fan-shaped blades, like guillotines made of sand, tearing through multiple trees like they were made of paper. So, this is what actual power felt like. My body felt tingly, like a current of electricity was hooked up to me. I felt like a child again, finding a fresh chest of toys to play with. With a thought, desert weaponry fell apart back into natural weapons and sand veil. I wanted to see if I could find any other combinations. So I glanced over my ability list before deciding on a combination. Abilities, active, 2 out of 2, uncommon, natural weapons, uncommon, sand veil, storage, uncommon, regeneration, rare, pearl jam, rare, disguise, rare, iron manipulation, elite, ghost form. Thinking of an idea I replaced natural weapons with ghost form instead and to my delight I felt the sensation of a potential synergy again, like putting magnets next to each other, you could just feel them being compatible. And combining them gave. Combination, sandstorm shift, rarity, elite, combination, sand veil and ghost form, allows you to turn into a living sandstorm. You can freely control the sand stream. The only way to damage you in this form is to destroy the sand particles that make up your body. Your sand cannot extend more than 20 meters away from your center. A defense even better than ghost form. If I trained I could even pull a logia and transform the moment a punch hits me. The problem it had was that its on and off states were more difficult than ghost form. With ghost form, I could simply flicker it on and off. But with sandstorm shift I had to gather everything in one place to turn back. Unfortunately, I didn't have all day and energy to keep working on synergies, so I focused on sand weaponry the most during the break I had since the teacher was sick. Straight up strong stopping power with decent was very valuable to me, especially against Freed. With its range he didn't have many ways to respond to it. I could definitely work with this. Synergies were seriously useful things, weren't they? Chapter 16, First Time. The rest of the school day passed without any major incidents. The rest of the club visited me to check on me after hearing about my condition from Ryaz, but that was all. During class I mostly spent my time distracted with playing with iron manipulation. I may or may not have caused Darha teacher's skirt to fall down and expose her panties using her iron belt buckle, but no one can prove I did it, so I didn't do such a thing. My precision was decent. I couldn't sew with an iron needle yet, but I could probably tie a chain into a knot. Iron manipulation and mischief were what kept my little skull out of the ocean of boredom until the last bell rang. When the last bell had rung, that meant I could finally get out of my seat and go home to practice with my abilities some more. Of course, however, like always I bumped into someone right after getting out of class. And that someone turned out to be Akano, holding her school bag in her hands and looking ready to leave school just like I was. She raised a hand in greeting with a kind smile on her face. "Hello Yuta-kun, would you mind if I joined you? I heard the streets are rather dangerous these days and Konko-chan was busy today." So she was the one walking me home today? Well, I didn't mind. I may want to beat Freed solo, but that doesn't mean I am fine getting ambushed by him again. When I agreed, Akano joined me promptly. As we walked together she asked me about my day and how my studies were going and such. I knew she was just being polite, but I was on edge against her. Akano was like a predator. She would act innocent and then strike with the most shameless teasing known to man a second later without letting up. She seemed docile enough, but I didn't know when she would strike, and I was weak to teasing because I wasn't confident enough in the fact that she was maybe actually attracted to me instead of fucking with me for the fun of it. Thankfully for my nerves, she did not do anything until I reached my home. Apparently, she wanted to do a cooking lesson at my home, which I accepted without hesitation. I am a man with a weak will. "So this is your house, Yuta-kun? I like it. It seems very cozy. Is Asia-chan still with you?" Akano commented as we arrived at my front doors. I was slightly nervous about Asia and Akano meeting, but I'm sure it will be fine. Asia is a kind girl and Akano-senpai was also kind. Well, she was kind but also very mischievous. I told her about Asia before we arrived and she didn't seem opposed to her, thankfully. "Yeah, I think you guys will get along," I answered before opening the door and letting ourselves in. "Asia. I'm back, I have a guest with me." In response to my words, I heard the patter of footsteps on wood as Asia rushed down the stairs to greet us. "I'm coming." That's what she said. "Welcome back, Yuta-san. You have guests?" Forgive me for asking, but who might you be?" Asia asked politely as Akano giggled. "Aren't you just adorable? Nice to meet you, Asia-chan. I am Yuta-kun's senior devil, Akano Himejima. No need to be shy, I am just here to help him with his cooking lessons." Asia immediately bowed to her in greeting. "Oh. Is that so? It's very nice to meet you, Himejima-san. Thank you very much for helping, Yuta-san." I sighed while removing my shoes and throwing my bag onto the couch. "Asia, you don't have to be so overly polite, you know. You can act casually if you want." Seriously, this girl needed to grow a spine, but I had no idea how to teach her to be more assertive. Maybe a more normal environment would help her become less of a pushover. I gave Akano a quick tour around the house. She seemed to get along with Asia, but before we moved over to the kitchen, Akano suspiciously asked Asia for some privacy. Of course, Asia was more than ready to give us some because she was Asia and I don't think she was physically capable of rejecting requests from others. As we started I kept glancing at Akano from the corner of my eye. She wasn't undressing or deep-throating a cucumber like I had been conditioned to expect. Catching my gaze, Akano giggled. "Oh? Are you perhaps expecting something, Yuta-kun? Perhaps something you were looking forward to?" Her vulpine grin made my eye twitch. I felt like she was toying with me. This was getting a tad on my nerves, especially because I was looking forward to something like that. "Thank you very much. Was it that obvious? I will not take any blame for this. I was a teenager with a beyond healthy libido." Akano softly giggled again, drawing closer to me, standing so close to me that I could smell her lavender-scented hair and stare into her amethyst-colored eyes. "Well, I guess you deserve a special kind of reward for being so patient. Honestly speaking, I expected you to try and jump me at least once or twice during cooking lessons with how intense your eyes were." I blushed a little. Did she want me to? Maybe. Fuck if I know. The mind of a woman is an unknowable maze I cannot hope to traverse. Besides, after what happened, you deserve a little break and a reward, don't you? I can. See how tense you are. Akeno said, glancing downward and licking her lips a little, sending a shiver down my spine. I then noticed the boner hard enough to break bricks trying to pierce its way out of my pants. I really wanted to say something but no words came to my mouth as Akeno suddenly pulled my pants down, making my eyes widen and hers too as all 9 inches of my phallus slapped her in the face. Akeno gently grasped it and looked over it in wonder, even drawing her nose closer for a little sniff that made my cock twitch. Oh, you have a very impressive penis, Yuta-kun. It's even bigger than my toys. But I think I can handle it, Akeno said with confidence, but I heard her voice waver ever so slightly when she looked over my imposing-looking cock. Chew. My knees felt weak when she planted a chaste kiss on my engorged tip. It felt like a shiver of pleasure ran through my body. Akeno seemed almost entranced as she licked at my shaft, her hands gently caressing it. The pleasure was beyond any masturbation I had ever done. Do you like that? I may not have any experience, but I watched plenty of videos, Akeno said while jerking me off with her hand gently. I thought that a girl like her would have had way more experience, so I was quite surprised. You're very good at this, Akeno-senpai. I tried really hard not to groan while saying that. Akeno's eyes lit up at the affirmation. When you say that, it just makes me want to tease you more, you know, Yuta-kun. Akeno gripped my cock and took the head into her mouth. She licked and sucked on the tip like was some lollipop. She was still teasing me. My loins stirred. I rocked my hips, but she was still not going all in. She was enjoying my flustered reactions. A single vein popped up in my forehead. Akeno was really playing with me. I felt a little irritated with her constant teasing, and even with my cock in her mouth she was still teasing me. You know what? Fuck it. No more passiveness. I'm done being teased. I put my hand on Akeno's head as she curiously peered an eye up at me, her tongue stalling. Enough, start sucking properly. She wanted me to jump her? Well, if she wants to be treated roughly, so be it. Without thinking, hands reached and grabbed Akeno's head properly before thrusting my hips, making my cock go all the way down her throat as Akeno moaned into my cock. Surprisingly, she didn't even gag. The sensation was beyond any masturbation. Rational thought had damn near left my mind at the stimulation, and the ancient mating brain was at the helm. I roughly used Akeno's head, thrusting my hips powerfully, and Akeno seemed invigorated, her tongue moving relentlessly, and she tried to suck even harder. Some saliva sputtered out as I roughly fucked her mouth and throat. My balls quivered and simmered. I felt heat in my nethers, begging to be released. I couldn't hold on for long, not with this kind of pleasure. Akeno. I'm coming, drink it. Akeno's hands wrapped around my hips and I thrust it again, burying her head in my crotch as my last rope of resistance was cut and I shot ropes of cum down Akeno's throat. My thick seed spilling down her gullet as she drank me dry. I felt her body tremble and shiver for a few seconds. Once I felt all the spunk in my system leave, I pulled my soft cock out of Akeno's soft mouth, letting her finally get some oxygen. Akeno licked her lips as she took deep breaths. I could see a line of cum trailing down her chin. She was still sweaty and squatting on the ground, and her cheeks were flushed. She got up on shaky legs and I had to sit down with the sheer volume of juice I flushed out. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve once before smiling at me. I may have gotten a little carried away. But you were excellent, Yuta-kun. We may have to cut this lesson a bit short. I have to go home to change. This was when I discovered the small puddle on the floor and the small trail leaking down Akeno's legs. Damn. I did that. Didn't I? So, see you tomorrow, Akeno-senpai? I asked with a rather absent voice. I felt like I was an awakened saint at the moment. I never had a post-nut this clear before. Yes, see you tomorrow, Yuta-kun. Good night. Say goodbye to Asia-chan for me too, alright? With that, Akeno quickly made her exit by teleporting out while I still stood here post-climax. Whoa. That was amazing. It took me a few moments to regain whatever bearings I could gather and clean up the kitchen and finish dinner. I ate together with Asia, who looked rather flushed for some reason, but I couldn't pay attention. I got a blowjob from my supernaturally attractive senior. I think this is the luckiest in life I have ever been. I feel like a new and improved man, and the Gaka seemed to agree. Feat achieved. Get your first blowjob plus 1 silver skill Gaka ticket rolling. A rare skill. Adept, shooting, rarity, rare. You are a natural crack shot with most projectile weapons. You are very talented in the art of shooting and aiming projectiles. Of course, I rolled it instantly to ride on my current wave of luck. It was a pretty good skill, but I didn't have guns on me, so I wasn't going to be using it anytime soon. May need to nab one of Freed's guns if he has any spares. After dinner, I cleaned up everything together with Asia before deciding to take a small walk outside to buy some groceries and such, and more because I couldn't exactly contain how hyper I felt after what I did with Akeno. Maybe my luck was finally turning around. was what I would be saying if the night sky didn't suddenly get replaced with a kaleidoscopic-looking purple barrier as I was leading back with a bag of groceries. Like the ones that Triaz warned me about. I sighed. Maybe I shouldn't jinx it next time. At least my targets were doing the delivery for me. Chapter 17, Mission Start. I sighed and immediately slotted in regeneration and iron manipulation the moment the sky changed colors. I was in the middle of a street, and I was surrounded by iron-based objects. Anyone facing me would be at a disadvantage. Spinning on my heel, I faced the noise of wings flapping to see an attractive fallen angel hovering ominously in the air with her crow-like wings spread. She was a busty older woman wearing a rouge business suit that showed a lot of cleavage. I could even see her panties from down here, which were purple. But that did little to distract my thoughts from the solid spear of light formed in her hand that screamed danger to me. And, predictably, she reared her arm back and shot the spear toward me like a javelin, aiming for my thigh. Crack. I jumped back lightly. The spear wasn't too fast. I was able to dodge it rather handily. My face seemed calm but my thoughts raced. My eyes darted around as I evaluated her threat. Light spear, a trademark of the fallen angels. Strength? Weak. I could probably do better with an uncommon ability. Even as a devil I would be able to survive a spear or two. Not fast enough to catch me easily either. I lifted my head to face the busty fallen that was floating above me. The spear she just threw might have just been to observe my reaction or a warning shot. I should finish this as quickly and efficiently as possible to not give her any chances in any case. First, distract her. So, Miss Fallen Angel, why are you doing this? Do you really want to make an enemy out of the Greenery like this? I don't remember doing anything to draw your ire. While I addressed her, my real attention was actually on the stop sign on the ground that I had quietly ripped out of the ground that she didn't notice as she scowled with a rather fierce expression. Not much for awareness, that one. Do you think we are afraid of the Greenery? We are proud fallen angels. Now, reveal where you are hiding, Asia Argento. I know you have her servant of Greenery. Freed told me all about it. The woman pointed another spear at me and it was as if a switch had been flipped for me. They were looking for Asia. That changed things completely. This was very personal now. Very, very personal. Why are you looking for her? I tried my best to act, but my voice leaked out colder than I had intended as the woman sneered, poising her spear ready to strike once again. So you do know where she is? No matter, I will make you talk myself. But before she threw her spear again, my stop sign had sneakily floated behind her, and with a clench of my fist the stop sign swung full force into the back of her head. Bong. Crash. There was a loud thud sound as the stop sign slammed into the back of her head with enough force to turn the head of any human to fine pink mist. Her head yanked forward like she was stuck in a car crash as she was batted to the ground by the stop sign, crashing into it heavily without being able to guard herself. A concussion at least. But I didn't let it go easily. Supernaturals were rather hardy, I would know. Ugh. She tried to push herself off the ground, but before she could the stop sign returned. Clang. And batted the back of her head again, cracking the asphalt with her forehead and deforming the head of the stop sign. I bent the stop sign like a metal snake with my iron control, the metal bar wrapped around her neck, choking her. I lifted her up by the neck like a certain scythe, dragging her over to me by the metal around her neck. Her hands gripped her restraint trying to break it, but iron was more durable when I controlled it thanks to my magical power. You struggle a lot. Her face twisted in rage, and before she could retaliate I ripped out the iron fence from the house next to us. It hit her in the back, making her stumble before the fence bent and twisted like ropes under my command, the segments covering her body, restraining her arms and legs in a style that had become like turtle shell bondage without my thinking of it. Now the fallen was completely restrained. She struggled, but even with her fallen angel strength, there was nowhere enough leverage for her to budge her restraints. Grrh. Release me, you filthy devil. She wriggled, trying to get herself loose to no avail while I brought her over, leaving less than a meter of distance between us. Why do you need to find Asia and what do you want her for? I asked again while tightening the restraints just a little for the threat. She scoffed in my face. Why should I listen to anything you say? I gave her a reason. Crack. Gra. What? Fear crept into her face as her elbow was bent the wrong way by the iron rods. I gripped her chin and forced her to keep eye contact with me. Why do you need to find Asia and what do you want her for? You coward arg. I could see tears form in the side of her eyes as her other elbow broke too. I closed my hand a little, closing the neck brace enough to make it very difficult for her to breathe. I will say this bluntly, I keep breaking your bones until you tell me what you want. Next I am moving on to the fingers. If you refuse till the bitter end, the last bone I break will be your neck. I stared into her eyes. There was barely a centimeter between us. I could feel her scared breath on my face. You can keep suffering needlessly or just tell me what I want. Hell, if you talk right now I promise I will spare you. The choice is yours. I gripped her index finger roughly as she sweated profusely. I started bending it little by little the wrong way, fear clear as day on her face. Her lips trembled. Alright, I'll talk. She struggled to get the words out from the metal choking her. I let it slack just a bit. Thankfully, the facade of a proud fallen angel crumbled quickly in the face of a promise of extreme violence. I was thankful for that. I didn't particularly enjoy torturing random people. I sat on Killa Warner's unconscious body. I had bludgeoned the back of her head into unconsciousness with the stop sign after hearing what she had to say. And what I heard wasn't pretty. These bastards. They only fueled my desire to kill them. They had taken an Asia not even to make use of her healing abilities or being potentially adept at magic. I could understand that, and that reason would make me less mad. She would have just been a part of their little group. But no. Those fucking crows had brought her to sacrifice her to their head honcho, Rainer, so that she could sacrifice Asia in a ritual to take her sacred gear for herself. They never cared about Asia in the first place. She was never anything more than a loot chest for them. This just affirmed it for me. Death sentence, no pleas or appeals. I needed to strike them today. They knew Killa Warner was out, and they would go on high alert if she did not return today. And I wasn't taking the chance of letting her go back to them, so today was execution day. Besides, this was an opportunity. I knew about them and they didn't expect me. Killa Warner was weak, and according to her, Raina wasn't too much stronger. I didn't know if that was her pride speaking, but it shouldn't be far from the truth. The rest of the stray priests and exorcists in the basement could be a problem, but the important fact stood right now. They were preparing for a ceremony. They were ripe for an ambush. New quest, fallen down on hard times. Description: fallen angels are in your town and they have picked the wrong person to mess with. Now, it falls on you to get your revenge and secure the safety of your nun-girlfriend. And tonight's the night to strike. Requirements: defeat freed cells and without outside interference. Reward: 1x gold ability Gacha ticket. Defeat all of the fallen angels in Koa without intervention. Reward: 1x gold trait Gacha ticket. Completion reward: 1x gold item Gacha ticket. Note: the quest will be counted as failed after 8 hours have passed or if any of the targets have escaped. Those rewards certainly look juicy. I don't know about that Arc 1 modifier, but I was going to ram them hard regardless. I was just being given even better motivation. Now then. I certainly have some ideas on how to handle this infestation. But first, I need to make a call. I fished out my cell phone and dialed Raya's number. No use in keeping her in the dark. After 3 rings she picked up. Less than Yuta-kun? What is it? Hey Raya-san, I need your help with something. What I am going to do to them will hit harder than falling from heaven ever did. Twilight shone down on the woods surrounding the abandoned church nestled on one of the hills surrounding Kua. Sitting on one of the trees was Midlet, dressed in gothic Lolita attire and kicking her legs back and forth childishly while doing the bare minimum she had to do as the guard stationed outside alongside Danzō, who was on the opposite side at the back of the church. As she was getting bored out of her mind, she finally heard the sound of flapping wings she was waiting for. She shifted her eyes from the ground to see her busty ally floating down toward her with the target in her arms. She held a stern face as always. Midlet, I'm back. Take her from my hands. I'm tired from carrying her all the way here. Killa Warner said, landing in front of her with a limp Asia in her arms. Midlet whined while throwing her arms in the air exaggeratingly. Finally. What took you so long? Rainer has been chewing my ear off like I was the one responsible for nabbing her. Just take her down yourself. She'll just complain that I abandon my post if I do it. Killa Warner still held a stoic facade, but Midlet saw her brow furrow for a second in irritation. Just take her, I'll cover for you. I do not want to see Rainer's smug face right now. My back hurts from searching all day. Midlet covered her mouth as she smugly giggled. Oh my, are you sure it isn't because of your caudits? Whatever, I'll be gracious and carry her for you, but you better be grateful. Of course, Midlet was planning to use this opportunity to lie to Raina about how Killa Warner messed up and she had to be the one to get the girl instead. Midlet walked over to Killa Warner, ready to receive the unconscious girl before Killa Warner suddenly threw the body over to her, making her panic and stretch her arms out to catch what the foo. Her words were cut off as Killa Warner lunged forward and drove her hand into the distracted Midlet's abdomen, the clawed digit stabbing through her body, impaling her on the arm. Gek. Midlet vomited a mouthful of blood before keeling over. In front of her eyes the facade peeled away like a mirage being lifted. The image of Asia faded to that of the rolled-up blanket while Killa Warner was replaced with a young man whose hollow eyes seemed to drill into her very soul. Ripping the arm out, the man let Midlet collapse onto the floor like a discarded puppet. He stared at the abandoned church through the tree line with a stern face before swinging his arm to throw the blood off of it. 3 left. Chapter 18, Smooth Operation 2 down. 3 to go. Freed Selson, Danzō, and Rainer. The first 2 went down easily, but the other 2 I suspect won't be. Danzō, From what was told to me was way more cautious and hard-strung than Middlet, which was why I went for her first just in case. Danzō is on the other side of the church, maybe I could snipe him with desert weaponry? But I would like to dispatch him quietly to not alert Fried, who is on the upper portion of the church. I can't defeat him if he has backup. Let's see if I can get any tools I can use to solve this situation. My eyes drifted to the minimized notifications window and brought them up. Feat achieved. Defeat Kilo Warner plus 1x silver ability Gaga ticket. Feat achieved. Defeat Mittel plus 1x silver item Gaga ticket. Yeah, it's best to roll them now and see if I can use the rewards right now. Rolling silver ability Gaga ticket. An uncommon ability. Uncommon, set trap, rarity, uncommon, class, alteration, allows you to set traps that can be activated remotely or under certain conditions. Traps can only produce effects that you yourself are able to produce. Only 5 traps are able to be armed at once. Can I use this right now? No, I was the one ambushing them, not the other way around. But it's a very good ability for defense. If only I had other offensive abilities it would be spectacular, but as it is, it's only mildly useful. Now then, what item can I get? Rolling silver item Gaga ticket. A rare item. Rare, Wind God's Ring, rarity, rare, an ornate silver ring blessed by an unnamed god of wind. Wearing it boosts the agility and reflexes of the wearer to superhuman levels. That's what I was looking for. I took out the ornate silver ring with white engravings and slipped it on. Immediately I felt my agility get boosted, my body felt lighter and more responsive. This will definitely help. Now then, to find the other one. I have an idea that should make it relatively easy to dispatch him. I switched to ghost form by discarding disguise. After activating it I sunk into the floor, until only above my eyes were out of the ground, allowing me to drift across the floor super fast while being able to see and at the same time making me nigh impossible to see. I quickly traversed the forest in seconds to find my second target, a man wearing a black trenchcoat and fedora, leaning against a tree with a serious expression. I quickly circled around by phasing through the floor until I was behind him. He was completely unaware I was here. After all, I made no noise, nor did I displace any wind. Unless you had a very honed mana sense you wouldn't even be able to tell I was anywhere without directly seeing me. I floated closer and poised myself ready to strike, my hand still sharpened. I was fast, very fast, faster than him. Without hesitation I swung as fast and as accurately as I could toward his neck, and then the moment the attack was about to connect I turned off ghost form just in time for my clawed hand to sink into the side of his neck, ripping through the artery and most of his spine before I flipped ghost form and flew into the ground through his body to avoid any retaliation. Cough. W-gake. I resurfaced 10 meters away to see the man clutching at his throat, trying to speak but only able to vomit blood while trying to. He opened his wings to try and fly but couldn't even manage that as he fell to his knees, clutching his mangled neck. I watched for a solid minute before I turned off ghost form and cautiously approached his limp form before parting his neck off of his shoulders with my claws just in case. I quirked an eyebrow at the lack of notification and plunged my hand into his chest and ripped out his heart just in case he was alive, but nothing. For some reason this guy doesn't give a ticket, annoying, doubly so considering my hand was now covered in gore. No matter, because now it was time for the main course. I rested in place for a bit first to wait out my ability slot cool down and to recover some stamina before swapping out ghost form for Sand Veil. After all of that was done I circled around back to the large doors of the church. Time for revenge. But before I went in, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a scrap iron candy and swallowed it for the added extra defense just in case. Fully ready, I reared my leg before kicking the giant church doors open. Bang. Oh? I didn't think anyone would actually come. Come on, hope you make my evening. Oh wait, it's the scumrat again. May as well squish you for real this time. You made me replace my fucking gun. I saw Fried casually lounging around on a church pew, his arms splayed out and a smug cunt expression on his face, although that fell when he saw me. Of course, I did not dignify him with a response as sand swirled around my arm before I swung with desert weaponry. Desert La Spada. Whoa man. That was close. Fried jumped up from the pew and avoided the 3 giant desert fan blades that tore through where he was moments prior. He did a flip in the air and aimed his gun at me, but I broke the combination and used Sand Veil, enveloping the entire area in a sandstorm before the trigger was pulled, throwing his arm off and the blessed rounds whizzed past me with a wide margin. My eyes and mouth again. You little fucking bitch. Are you nothing but tricks? In a large room like this, I had a major advantage over Fried, that being, I could see through my veil and he couldn't. Abilities, active, 2 out of 2, uncommon, natural weapons, uncommon, Sand Veil, greater than, rare, iron manipulation, finish this decisively. I summoned the Cloud Elemental again, the moment she formed I aimed her lightning for her, She formed a spear of lightning in her arms before throwing it toward Freed, hitting him in the gun arm. Boom. Arg fuck. Freed cursed loudly as the gun was ripped out of his hand and his arm looked burnt with lacerations across it from the lightning. It went limp almost instantly and Freed took a knee from the paralysis. Not that he would be getting up ever again. I extended my arm and channeled iron manipulation. I wasn't using any precision. Instead, I put it all into a single action, a pull for all iron toward a single direction. Slam. What the fuck? Freed yelped in pain and shock as a church pew was forcefully slammed into his body, dragged by its iron screws and hinges. Freed ducked over another pew thrown at him, but quickly enough another two from two directions hit him, and another and another. Slam. 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 Guac. Fuck. Fuck. Stop. What the fuck? Freed tried to struggle as pew after pew slammed into him thanks to iron manipulation. He looked almost buried under wood and metal. Time to put an end to that struggle. My veins bulged a little as I strained a little to tear off the large and reinforced 5-meter-tall church doors. Both doors drifted to either side of Freed before I clapped my hands. Slam. Crush. Quake. Both doors slammed into Freed at the same time in one motion, pancaking him in between and making a disgusting crunching noise. I squeezed a little more before loosening my control and letting the doors fall. Seeing Freed's broken body fall to the floor limply with both his sword and gun broken, I approached him with brisk steps before picking him up by the scruff. "You were Spammy," he pathetically whimpered out. He looked terrible, most of his teeth missing from the impact and blood trailed from his mouth when he spoke. Even if I let him down now he wouldn't make it an hour. "You know, Freed, I wanted to torture you, but I realize that you simply aren't even worth my time to torture. But I make true to my promises. You can say hi to your coworkers in whatever underworld you go to. The last one will join shortly." Slice. I took his head off of his shoulder with a quick swipe of my sharpened hands and dropped his body unceremoniously. My body felt a bit lighter knowing this fucker was off the mortal plane for good. Feat achieved. Defeat Freed Selzen without outside interference plus 1x golden ability Gaga ticket. I can hear noises from downstairs. They must have heard the noise. I should find a way to collapse the basement down on their heads to pick out the mucks quickly. Even if some remain alive it won't matter. They won't escape with Ryaz and the other keeping a perimeter around the church at my request. Let's see if this Gaga can give me something useful to help me. If not, I still have plan A. Rolling golden ability Gaga ticket. A rare ability. Rare. Shadow hands. Rarity. Rare. Class. Master. Allows you to conjure floating spectral hands made out of shadows under your control. These hands can grip, crush, cut, smash etc. and otherwise function as additional hands the user can control. These seem useful. Can I use them right now? No, let's not risk it and go with my original plan. Someone will come up here and check on the commotion in short order. I need to do this fast. Cloud, lift me with a platform. Obeying my orders, the elemental conjured a platform of solid clouds that I stepped on it. The platform quickly floated over 9 meters above the floor of the church, almost all the way to the top of the tall ceiling. Then I took a deep breath and aimed my hands down again. This would be difficult to do, and I didn't exactly have infinite energy to spare for this. Crack rumble, a vein bulged on my forehead and sweat pooled up on my face. The floor of the church cracked as I focused all of my power on what was inside the floor. Pipes, cast iron or steel, doesn't matter, both are iron-based. And I was exerting all the pressure I could with iron manipulation down on said pipes that were in the floor of the church, and by proxy the ceiling of the basement. Break already. Crack. Crash. And then the last straw broke the camel's back. The cracks spread violently and the pipes made horrendous noises of screeching metal before the floor lost all structural integrity and collapsed, bringing the hundreds of tons of earth down on the basement as it all plummeted over 10 meters. The entire church and surroundings shook from the impact. Huff. Huff. Fuck. I put my hands on my knees and breathed heavily. That shit was hard. It was like trying to bench press 300 kilograms as a human. I am sure I wouldn't have been able to do this without Esper. Now then, I just wait for the mole to peek her head out before whacking her. I reached out telekinetically and gathered several masses of scrap poking out. I had an idea for a synergy that just came to my mind now after flinging those doors and stop signs like weapons. Mentally, I nudged both abilities together and they fit together like pieces of a puzzle under my intent. Combination, iron armory, rarity, rare, combination, iron manipulation and natural weapons, allows you to transform iron-based constructs into a variety of weapons at will. Created weapons act as extensions of your body and can be controlled telekinetically. With a single thought, the metal scraps melded together into a set of 4 uniform iron swords that floated menacingly in the air. Moving them felt as natural as moving my arms or fingers. I poised all 4 swords, ready to use them to strike anyone who popped their head out, all of them hidden just out of sight. Rumble. GRRH. How the fuck did the Sealy? Squelch. The fallen angel with raven hair who had dug her way out of the ruins did not get to say much before one of the swords lodged itself into the back of her head, and that was it. She fell limp the moment I stabbed into her skull with all of my remaining demonic power. The leader died the most unceremonious death. Fitting that a rat should die like a rat. With nothing more than a whimper. With my mandatory cool anime one-liner out of the way, I let myself collapse onto the cloud platform. Even getting ambushed by Freed did not feel this exhausting. I really outdid myself this time. Though I was exhausted. Quest complete. Chapter 19, Rai looked down at the church with conflicted eyes. Her and her peers were watching the entire showdown through their familiars. The fallen were not skilled to the point that they could detect familiars. And Kiba was on the ground securing the perimeter far away just in case anyone got out, just like Yuta had asked them to. Watching the whole ordeal, she couldn't help but think. Her newest pawn was something else. She didn't know what exactly to think of Yuta. He was an enigma. He always had a vacant expression with dead eyes. He seemed completely new to being a devil, yet acted like a fish in water. Yet despite being made a devil against his own will in that indifferent expression, he was also very kind and caring. He always made an effort to try and get along with others. He humored her and walked her to school every day and tried to learn about her. He took cooking classes from Akeno and he fed Konko and earned even her approval. Kiba seemed fine with him too. She couldn't have asked for a better peerage member. It felt like she was learning about new faces he had every day. But she liked that about him. And the new face she saw today was one that made her insides feel hot. The Yuta that she knew seemed to care little about himself. A very tolerant and indifferent person, uncaring of what others thought about him. Less stoicism and more like apathy. But when he saw close to him get targeted or hurt, she never saw such fervor and light in his eyes. It was like a switch was flipped inside of him. He was unwilling to care much about himself, but the moment he had to protect his friend, he seemed willing to chase people down to the deepest layers of hell to make sure they were safe. From the eyes of her bat familiar, she watched as the sweat dripped from his face and his defined chest heaved up and down from exhaustion, the sweaty shirt clinging to his body as he sat on his cloud. She blushed and fanned her shirt a little. Him standing off against his woman's enemies and not giving up even in the face of adversity, defeating them no matter what. It was an unexpectedly manly side to her newest pawn that made her insides clench. It didn't help that he looked damn good doing it. Soon after the church collapsed, Yuta floated over to them while riding his cloud like the Nimbus. She could clearly see just how tired he was. His eyes half-lidded, but he wore a smile. His self-satisfied smile did things to her. Hey. Can anyone give me a lift home? I kinda overdid it and my mana is at its last dregs. Soon the mana will end and I drop very unceremoniously. Overdid it wasn't enough to describe what he had done. Even she would find it hard to defeat 4 fallen angels and over 50 exorcists without a single scratch, a very difficult task. Yet her newest member managed to do it within his first month of learning about the supernatural. But well, if he wanted to be escorted home, she could certainly do that. After all, he deserved a reward for taking care of the fallen angel problem, didn't she? I could certainly help them bond together a bit more. Ryaz cradled her chin and nodded to herself. Her plan was perfect. Era, you certainly blew all expectations out of the water, Yuta-kun. You can rest now. I will take you home. Akeno reached out for Yuta before Ryaz grabbed her wrist. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Akeno? Won't you be busy reporting what happened today? I can take care of taking Yuta-kun home. Akeno met her gaze and sparks flew. Just one shared gaze told both of them they wanted the same thing, and neither would be willing to give it up easily. You don't need to worry about that, Buku. It's not urgent. Besides, I am the only one here who knows Asia-chan here. We wouldn't want to worry her with a stranger entering her home, right? She could see the cold light in Akeno's eyes challenging her. Ryaz folded her arms. I will need to meet Asia-chan sooner or later regardless. As his king, it's my responsibility to care for him, isn't it? Akeno and her butted heads, neither willing to back down. Guys, kinda running out of mana here. As an unbiased third party, I can carry you to Senpai home. Buku, Akeno-senpai, you both seem like you will be very busy today. Akeno and Ryaz rivalry was suddenly interrupted by a third. They both turned to face Konko. The rebuttal seemed innocent at first glance, but when their eyes met they saw the scheming eyes of Konko. Sparks flew again and both Akeno and Ryaz's eyes flew wide open. Konko too? Even Konko-chan? An unexpected rival had stepped into the fray. They hadn't even considered her here. Seriously, I cannot hold on for much longer. Ryaz bit her thumb. She was good. Konko was the most logical option here. After all, both she and Akeno had paperwork and reporting to do while Konko had zero work or responsibilities to attend to. What a shrewd cat. Can someone please grab me before I fall? No need to worry yourself with that Kongo-chan. I am perfectly fine going. Akeno tried to play it off while Ryas thought of a rebuke. Oop, down I go. There is no need for, as Ryas was speaking. Thud. At the dull thud sound of something meeting the ground, all three stopped and slowly craned their necks down to see Yuta lying face down in the dirt. They were too preoccupied to notice that Yuta had finally run out of mana and plummeted down to the ground. I'll just take him home. No one raised objections this time. Yurg, that's not nice. I woke up with a slight headache. Whatever happened last night after I passed out from exhaustion and overuse was a bit of a blue for me. I know Ryaz eventually picked me up and brought me back home after callously letting me drop down, but beyond that, I had little in terms of memories. Well, I did have my rewards. And considering I could hear some vague sounds from the kitchen, I probably had some time before I'd get disturbed. I tilted my head to see the black ball of fur inside of my shirt, with its head pressed up against my chest. Bobby always has a special way of cheering me up. Still don't know why she always rubbed against my torso or neck. Anyway, time to check out my spoils while I have the time. Quest complete. Defeat all of the fallen angels in Koa without intervention. Plus 1x gold trait Gaka ticket. The quest completion reward was upgraded due to flawless execution. Plus 1x advantage gold item Gaka ticket. I nodded to myself in satisfaction. I made sure to not get hit, firstly because I promised Ryaz I wouldn't get hurt, but also because I wanted to see if it would help. As expected, the more impressive a feat is, the better its reward is. And clearing the event hitless certainly was more impressive. On to the tickets, starting with a gold trait. Rolling gold trait Gaka ticket. An uncommon trait. Uncommon, K-Queen's gift. Laurel era women with children or married women find themselves slightly more attracted to you and it is easier to start a relationship with them. I am extremely conflicted. I wanted a combat perk like Esper or enhanced vitality. And a trait like this one had no foreseeable use for me, considering I was fairly certain I wouldn't be trying to woo any married women soon. But on the other hand, I cannot, in good faith, as a man, complain about getting a trait that makes MILFs like me more. So I will instead ignore it. I don't know the extent to which they work anyway. I know Helltaker seems to be working what with Akeno seeming to favor me, but then again using her as a measuring stick was hard, as she seems to have something wrong with her by design. My guess is daddy issues. Putting that can of worms aside, it's time to roll my advantage gold ticket. After all the effort I put in, this better be something good. Rolling advantage gold item Gaka ticket. Rare, Orb of Firmament, an orb containing ancient and primordial magic that boosts the power of the air and lightning magic of those who hold it. Or, rare, Garden of Revelations, a mystical garden full of life and flowers. Being inside of the garden makes it easier to improve your magical abilities. The garden probably won't help me too much. For some reason, I was an absolute disaster in terms of learning magic so far. And just a rare rank item didn't seem like it would help me that much with that. And my house is too small to put a magic garden inside of it. Orb of Firmament on the other hand is very useful to me. Not only was it a clear boost to my cloud elemental who has been nothing but a benefit to me, but in a scenario where I am out of magic, I can hand the orb over to Akeno since she primarily uses lightning magic. So I chose the orb without much deliberation. I held off on pulling out yet. I would deal with those later. I deserve a break after busting my balls hunting down those rotten fallen angels. Not wanting to wake up Bobby, I tagged in ghost form into slot 1 before turning it on and phasing out of my shirt. After that, I wore another shirt from my wardrobe before going downstairs. Downstairs I saw the sight of Ryaz cooking breakfast in my kitchen while Asia sat at dinner table and the two casually conversed. Seeing me enter, Asia's eyes widened and Ryaz smiled. Yuta-san. You are awake. I'm so glad. Good morning, Yuta-kun. You woke up just in time for breakfast. Ryaz greeted me with a warm smile while I pulled out a chair and took a seat across from Asia. No need to comment on Ryaz cooking. I'd murder a Freed for some grub right now. You two seem to get along well. Did I miss anything? Well, I didn't expect them not to, but it was a good icebreaker. Yes. Ryaz-san told me what happened last night. She is a very nice person, Yuta-san. As expected of a friend of yours, they are likewise very kind. Gah. Asia is too bright. My poor eyes are getting charred. Asia is a very nice girl. I'm glad you two have each other. I'm almost jealous of how close you two are. Ryaz said in a strange tone that almost sounded like jealousy before she turned out with a tray of steaming warm dishes that made my mouth water. As we started eating together, I couldn't help but wear a wry smile. Finally, my ordinary life is back. No more stressing about angels and Freeds. Hopefully, there won't be any more major upheavals in my life that I have to deal with again anytime soon. Right? Bah, who am I kidding? Of course, another problem will pop up sooner or later. So I should just enjoy this peace while it lasts. Chapter 20, Double X Devil. As we were eating the breakfast Ryaz made for us, my mind was stuck on a particular issue. What now? Freed got fucked, the fallen angels bit the curb and the exorcists were 30 feet under. All threats to Asia were gone. There wasn't any reason for Asia to stay in Kua anymore. She had no friends or family here besides me, and I hardly counted. Hell, she didn't even know Japanese. Living in Japan was practically impossible for her. What was next for her? Asia-chan. What do you plan to do now? I took a bite of my omelette while asking Asia, who looked like an energetic puppy. I could almost see an imaginary tail wagging behind her. What do you mean, Yuta-san? Asia tilted her head while Ryaz watched from the side. I mean, what are you going to do now that no one is after you? Are you going to return to Italy? Asia blinked owlishly before blushing. If possible I would like to stay with you, Yuta-san. Man, she really is adorable, but damn, is she not thinking things through logically. Asia, I'm flattered, but you don't know Japanese. The only reason Ryaz and I can understand you is because we are devils, and the comprehension of all languages is a package deal. Asia looked disheartened. It made my heart pang a little before she raised her head and looked at me resolutely. Then couldn't I become a devil too? Wouldn't that fix our problem? My eyes widened. Aren't you still a sister? Is it fine for you to decide on that so easily? Ryaz looked interested as a devil herself and casually addressed Asia. Would you really be fine with that, Asia-chan? You would be abandoning your beliefs this way. You wouldn't be able to pray anymore either or return to the church. Are you really ready for such a sacrifice? Asia nodded without hesitation, surprising me greatly. Yes, I am. I am certain that the Lord would forgive me. Even though you are devils, you are good people, Uchiha-san, Ryaz-san. And I want to stay with Yuta-san. He saved my life. Damn, Asia, you are gonna make me blush at this rate. Ryaz nodded her head, seemingly satisfied with something about her words. If you really won't regret your decision, then I would gladly welcome you into my peerage, Asia-chan. A healing sacred gear that can heal devils is worth more than its value in gold, and I have a bishop piece available. I couldn't help but interject. Asia, it's great and all that you want to join with me, but you don't have to join a peerage. If you want to stay here, I will take care of you to the best of my abilities no matter what. You don't have to feel pressured. Asia blushed like a tomato while Ryaz frowned lightly, looking between me and Asia. Still, Asia looked undeterred. I want to do this, Yuta-san. Ryaz-san seems like a wonderful person. And I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to get stronger and be able to help you, Yuta-san. So please let me become a devil. If she was that adamant, it was her choice, not mine. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders. Alright, Asia, but first, Ryaz-san. I want to do the same thing you did to me and sign a contract ensuring that Asia is able to leave the peerage anytime without facing repercussions. Ryaz nodded her head while crossing her arms. Of course, what did you take me for? Anyone in my peerage is free to leave any time they like, but if you want I will put it in writing too. I heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ryaz was about as trustworthy as you could get with a devil. Thank you very much, Ryaz-san. Ryaz waved her hand. No, I'll have to thank you, Yuta-kun. You not only solved a large problem for the town by your lonesome, but you helped a more than capable bishop join our peerage. If there is anything you want as a reward, feel free to tell me. She gave me half-lidded eyes with the like a Kano, making me tense up. That was an innuendo, wasn't it? Doesn't she have a fiancé? Oh Satan, was Keikoin's blessing working on her or not? As if my life wasn't complicated enough. After breakfast, Ryaz left with Asia in tow for school for her to be turned to the dark side and get fitted for a Kua Academy girl's uniform, as well as to make her a student there according to Asia's wishes. She must be one of the only people I have ever seen to want to go to school. I, on the other hand, was forced to stay home and rest by Ryaz after overextending myself yesterday along with a sick note so that I don't get written up as tardy. So, I obeyed the boss and stood home all day, playing with my pussy, as in Bobby. Trying to find the used shirts of mine that she stole from the dirt basket to no avail. Of course, I wasn't missing the grind, so I did a contract too, a very frustrating one, of a man wanting me to get proof that his wife was cheating on him. So, I just followed her for a few hours, swapping through disguises and to ghost form every now and then before catching her going to meet her secret lover in a love hotel. Then I took a video of the secret lover fucking the man's wife in the love hotel in HD 4K and handed it over to him. After giving him nothing more than a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a video of him getting cucked, I took my payment for his contract of 500,000 yen before leaving him to his devices. Whether he would cry himself to sleep and not confront his wife, kill her and him himself, or just divorce, I didn't care. Not my job. But my reward for the unusual contract was pretty nice and well worth it. You have completed an intermediate level contract. Plus minor demonic power increase plus 1x silver ability Gaga ticket. Nice. After returning back home and taking a shower, I cuddled on the couch with Bobby, feeding her snacks while rolling the ticket with much anticipation. This would mark 10 after all. Rolling silver ability Gaga ticket. A common ability. Common, share sight, rarity, common, class, thinker, allows you to share your sight targets and vice versa by touching them. This could be useful. It's almost completely useless by itself, but kinesis-type abilities do rely on perception. Maybe I can find some sort of synergy between it and iron manipulation? Iron reflections? If I could see through iron, it would be a very powerful sensory ability. Even being able to sense iron from a distance would be helpful. Well, lackluster ability aside, it should happen right about now. You have accumulated over 10 unique abilities. Plus 1 active ability slot. Finally, this should increase my power quite a bit. Natural weapons synergize with damn near anything, and I am eager to see what combinations I can pull off. Was this because I was an Esper? Regardless, the concept seemed very appealing to me. But I need someone to test them against. Problems for later. I spent the rest of the day until Asia came home, either working out, looking up recipes, or lounging around. Asia came back home rather tired but satisfied. She would start school in a few days, which was nice. I could use more friends at school to have something to do. After having dinner, Asia retired early and I joined her soon after. Getting up early in the morning, I got a random urge and decided to be nice. Besides, experimentation was a good habit to have. Since I had over 50 million yen in my bank, I bought a few lunchboxes for me, Asia, and some spares from the 24-hour store. I was unusually well rested since I hadn't done any life and death fights yesterday and slept at a reasonable time, to the surprise and tears of happiness off my biological clock. Now, I thought, why not score some brownie points and train Pearl Jam at the same time? I made myself and Asia some simple lunchboxes, Japanese style, from what I looked up on the internet. I made an extra one from the tuna I bought yesterday for Bobby. It took me about an hour to get it down properly, but I managed to make some tuna sushi. Of course, I made it with Pearl Jam, so it should improve sleep and skin quality alongside being tasty. Konko seemed to really like my fish, and not only was she my senior devil, but she was also incredibly cute when she ate. Just like Bobby, who seemed to awaken the moment I touched the fish and took 6 extra rolls to fill her gullet as the feline tax. After packing lunch and leaving some food and money on the counter for Asia, I went to school without Ryaz in tow this time. She messaged me that she was preoccupied so she couldn't go with me today. I didn't exactly mind, just going about my day normally as a social outcast until lunchtime arrived. I got up from my seat for lunch, on my way to find Konko. And I knew exactly how to find her. I figured out a very useful ability combination for it. Rare, Shadow Hands, plus, Elite, Ghost Form, plus, Common, Share Sight, equals, Combination Ability, Shadow Observers, Rarity, Elite plus, allows you to send out shadow observers you can control with your mind. Observers cannot be detected or interacted with through mundane means, and you can freely view whatever they view like cameras. It was a damn good ability. I created 5 observers. They looked like basketball-sized translucent black eyeballs with purple pupils before sending them to scour the school grounds for Konko, which took less than 3 minutes when you had cameras that could phase through solid ground and moved at over 200 kilometers per hour. She was in the garden, looking at her phone, watching a hydraulic press compilation. Regardless of what she was watching, I dispelled my observers since they were crunching my mana like hungry hippos and reached her in short order. She curtly greeted me until I pulled the neatly wrapped bento from my jacket. The moment she saw it, her nose twitched and her eyes widened. Her mood seemed to instantly improve considerably. "Hey, Konko-chan, I made some extra tuna sushi. Want to share it with me? I can't finish it all by myself." Konko nodded rapidly and gave me a rare smile of hers. She looked adorable smiling. Too bad most of the time she had the emote range of a brick. "Yes, thank you, Yuta-senpai," she said with her usual quiet and even tone as I put down the bento in front of her and pulled out my own on the bench. Mine was considerably simpler with egg rice and sausages. Konko dug into her sushi and sighed in contentment as if everything was finally alright in the world. "They are delicious, Yuta-senpai, thank you for the meal," she said, devouring another sushi with a content expression. A corner of my lips worked up. "You know, if you like them that much, I can make some more for you, you know. Having a taste tester would be nice." She perked up instantly. She actually smiled, not a light smirk but a genuine smile. "You really are kind, Yuta-senpai. If possible, I want to continue eating your food. It's really warm and tasty, even better than Akeno-senpai's." "Oh, I hope for her sake that Akeno doesn't hear that." "Geez, Konko-chan, you're gonna make me blush." I almost took critical damage right there. Konko is like an assassin suddenly ambushing me with feelings while hiding behind her usual neutral facade. We resumed eating before something caught my attention as she chewed. There is some rice on her cheek. She was a pretty messy eater, huh? It's throwing me off. I was not someone who liked messes. Hey Konko-chan, can you lean for a bit? Konko tilted her head but shrugged her shoulders, trusting me and leaning forward. You have rice stuck on your cheek. Here, let me get it for you. I reached out with my hand and lightly grazed Konko's soft and warm cheek with my thumb delicately as she froze like a statue. As red crept from her neck up to her ears, I looked at the rice on my fingers, would be ashamed to waste it. I stuck out of my tongue and licked the rice from them while Konko blinked owlishly. MMH, good rice. I am a good cook. Konko-chan? Is something wrong? You look like you are about to stare a hole through me. Konko just stared at my face with one hell of a blush, her lips quivered and her eyes narrowed before ow. She flicked my forehead, except it felt like my forehead got punched instead with her freakish strength. Konko hung her head down. I rubbed my forehead. Why was she so sensitive? Lecture. She quietly muttered in a sheepish voice while I remained indignant. Seriously, what did I do to deserve this? Chapter 21, Rabid Dogs. It has been a slow few days since I fucked Freed's shit up and rocked the fallen angels. Days in Kua passed by normally with Asia finally joining the academy as a student proper. She seemed to get along well with some girl with brown braids that I forgot the name of. Of course, with the entrance of Asia, the school populace got even more wary of me due to the number of beauties I interacted with daily. I still couldn't care less, of course. I don't think I have exchanged more than a few words with students of the academy other than the peeps over at the Occult Research Club. I have long learned how to tune out people I don't know. The amount of people I saw die daily in my life made me numb to people I didn't know since their lives seemed so fleeting. Speaking of them, Ryaz and Akeno have been really busy lately, something about the fallen angel matter and a secret matter they had to take care of. Konko seemed split between avoiding me and being too hungry for my food for some reason. Kiba was there too. We didn't talk much since our interests didn't really align. I spent most of my school days helping Asia settle in. Interestingly, this evening, both Asia and I were called into the club by Ryaz just to see everyone inside already. Like always, maybe I will be called into the room first one day to wait for someone to enter when I become senior enough. The reason we were called was apparently to teach us about familiars. Well, more for Asia since she was newer, but I also didn't know how familiars were seen in Devil Society either. Ryaz and the rest showed us their familiars one by one. Ryaz was a bat, Akeno's was a weird miniature imp, Konko's was a regular-looking cat very fittingly, and Kiba's was a golden retriever again, very fitting. After showing us their familiars one by one, Ryaz started explaining to us the functions of said familiars. Familiars are vital for a devil. They are almost a fundamental part of all devils. They can be used for gathering information, tracking, mundane tasks, help with manual labor and all sorts of matters. Thus, they are very important, and the quality of a familiar also reflects on their master. It is easier to become a high-class devil when you have a high-class familiar. I nodded. Could Cloud also do those? I wasn't sure. She was a very non-standard familiar, and unlike Ryaz Bat, she couldn't transform into a human. I could disguise her, but that doesn't fix the part where she couldn't talk. She was sentient clouds after all. So, it would be useful for me to get a more standard familiar for devil business, no matter how useful Cloud was for combat. So how do we get our familiars, Ryaz-san? You get them by rolling the familiar Gakka Asia. You see, Asia-chan, normally young devils would visit the familiar forest, guided by the familiar master to make contracts with their first familiar as tradition, but unfortunately there has been a conflict of interests this time around. Before I could ask her to clarify, a knock sounded on the door, making everyone turn their heads to see the student council walk in with Salna at the helm. It almost felt like a royal procession. Excuse us, Ryaz, how are you today? The she-devil herself welcomed herself in with a slight smile, and Ryaz seemed to have expected her as she got up and crossed her arms. Good day to you too, Suna. What is the reason for your impromptu visit? Suna? Well, Ryaz, since we both expanded our peerages, I thought it might do well for them to get acquainted with each other. And for some other matters, as you know. Suna's eyes sharpened slightly and I nudged Akeno's side. Akeno-san, who exactly is the student council president? Akeno giggled a little and whispered to me. She is Suna Saitri. Sauna Shitori is an alias. She is also a king like Ryaz, and her family is an upper-class noble pillar family. She also co-rules the city along with Ryaz. I nodded. Student council president is a devil, huh? It makes too much sense. Sona is the person I would point to if someone asked me the person most likely to be a devil in the school. Unfortunately, my remark seemed to have been heard by the singular male in Suna's peerage. I think he was Genji? Benji? I only remembered him because his hair looked funny, He was lanky and blonde with grayish-blue eyes. He clenched his fist and glared at me as if I had committed some transgression against his bloodline. Hey. What are you trying to say about Kyaku's student council president, huh? And Ryaz-senpai, you really didn't tell him about us? He shrugged his shoulders arrogantly. The fuck was his problem? I'm not too sure what to think about a devil who doesn't even know about his fellow devils. My eyelid twitched. Does this bastard want a fight? I craned my neck and raised an eyebrow. Did he really think he could just walk in here, talk shit and disrespect me in front Ryaz? I may not care about my own image much, but disrespecting me here was disrespecting Ryaz too. I'm sure Ryaz-san didn't find you important enough to feel the need to tell me. At least I certainly don't tell Ryaz about every dog I see roaming the streets. He glared at me while I heard Ryaz trying to stifle a snicker behind me. As he went to retort, Suna held up a hand and stopped him. Stop it, Saji. It's only natural that he doesn't know about us. Ryaz and I don't get involved in each other's affairs unless we need to. That said, it's only a courtesy to introduce our new members to each other. This is Saji Genshiro, my new pawn. She gestured to the smug Genji while Ryaz shrugged and gestured to us. This is Asia Argento, my new bishop, and he is Yuka Yukimura, my pawn. The guy sneered. He was really getting on my nerves for someone in cutting distance. I tilted my head in mock confusion. Are you sure he wasn't reincarnated with a clown piece? He sure looks and acts the part. I heard Konko audibly snort at that while the guy crossed his arms. Honestly, you look like the real clown here. I am embarrassed to be a pawn like a gloomy creepy loner like you. I'll have you know, I am not just a pawn, I took 4 whole pawn pieces. You really want this fight? I raised an eyebrow. He certainly didn't have the presence of someone worth 4 points. Hell, I'd pay a pawn to kick him off my team if I had him in my peerage. You sure those weren't effective pieces? If I were you, I'd get a refund. I shot a look toward Suna, who still held a neutral appraising expression. And even if you weren't such a big mistake that even the evil pieces failed, so what? I am worth 8 pieces, but I don't go around puffing up my chest like a peacock and bragging. All 8? No way a creepy loner like you could be worth that much. I have a really high tolerance for bullshit, but this guy was really pushing my patience. He had a really punchable face, or a really cleavable waist with wing blades. Saji, stop that, Yukimura-kun, Asia-chan, I hope that you can overlook his behavior and can still get along. Saji. Suna gestured to Saji, who immediately yielded and went to shake hands with Asia before he saw her beauty and immediately changed his tune and grabbed Asia's hand with excitement. Why yes, a pleasure to meet you, Genshiro-san. Asia said politely while the wastrel grabbed Asia's hand with both hands with a blush, not a light blush but a perverted one. The pleasure's all mine. I am always happy to meet a cute girl like you. He rubbed her hands like a creep and officially my patience ended for Psy 2.0. My hand reached out and grabbed his wrist, making him frown and turned to me before I squeezed. What's your problem? Ow. Saji tried to break my grip but he couldn't. For all the shit he talked, he was pretty scrawny while I have been intensely training ever since I became a devil. My body was packed with a decent amount of dense muscle, so I was gripping his wrist until it bruised. You know, it feels pretty disrespectful to just swagger in here, talk like you are the hottest shit around, look down on me and consequently my king, insult me to my face and then blatantly creep on Asia. I glared into his eyes. Will you behave or do you want me to put you inside the timeout pavement? It goes as deep as 6 feet under. He was barely putting up resistance. Did Suna gas her new pawn up too much or was he just naturally retarded? Yuta-kun, could you please release Saji? Suna said while narrowing her eyes just a tad at her pawn getting manhandled. I tugged on his arm and sent him tumbling toward Suna's side as he cradled his bruised wrist while glaring at me. I locked eyes with Suna. It doesn't look good for a king when she lets her dog act like a rabid mutt in another king's home. Speaking of rabid, have you tried neutering? I hear it does wonders for a dog's attitude. Suna met my gaze with a steeled one of her own. Yuta-kun, enough, we don't want to start a fight here. I shrugged my shoulders, they seemed pretty intent on starting one to me. What with their obvious power plays and all. Suna pushed up her glasses. Indeed, we are also here to discuss the familiar forest spot, aren't we? We both have new peerage members and the familiar master only takes people once a month. How do you propose we settle this, Ryaz? Oh, so that's the thing that Ryaz was preparing for. Hearing Suna's exclamation, Ryaz wore a challenging look. I know that neither of us are willing to give up this spot, so how about we have a competition of strength, Suna? The winner is the one who gets the familiar forest spot. I could see the imaginary sparks fly between Ryaz and Suna as they stared each other down. Oh? And what kind of contest of strength are you proposing, Ryaz? You know, when you said competition of strength I expected something more bloody or brutal. Not dodgeball, I mumbled in slight annoyance as I stretched while wearing a grey tracksuit in the school gymnasium. The entire peerage was here wearing sport clothes for our game of dodgeball against the Saitri peerage for the familiar forest reservation. Ryaz wore a red tracksuit while the rest of the girls wore tight shirts and bloomers, which I really appreciated how it clung to her bodies. The bloomers were barely bigger than panties in all honesty. As I was helping Ryaz stretch by her request, Ryaz asked me a question in a neutral tone. By the way, Utakun, why were you so aggressive against Suna's peerage? I have never seen you be like that. I couldn't pick any specific tone from Ryaz as she asked. I sighed and shook my head. Although my circumstances are different, I am still a part of your team, Ryaz-san. It does not paint a good picture when you let another king stroll into your home and talk shit without talking it back. I hope you weren't thinking about scolding me for it. I wasn't going to let anyone walk over us on our own turf. Ryaz flushed at that, averting her gaze. I see. I thought it was quite manly, you know. It'll be fine, we are rivals, a bit of disrespect is to be expected. I shrugged. If it was fine with the boss, then there was no problem. After a few more minutes of stretching, the door to the gymnasium opened to reveal the Saitri peerage finally making their entrance. I felt a bit of excitement get roused inside me. Time to stretch my muscles a bit. Chapter 22, Dangerous Sex Dodgeball. I couldn't help but feel anticipation well up as I watched Suna's peerage stroll inside the gymnasium, all of them wearing bloomers and gym shirts. I couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Like Ryaz's peerage, although to a slightly lesser extent, Sona's peerage was filled with beauties too, although Saji was also there due to Sona's poor judgment. Especially Suna herself, while her body was less endowed, it had a pleasant sense of balance, and she had nice legs too. I wasn't someone who was very hung up on the size of my breasts. As long as they were nice, who cared how big they were? You look quite distracted, Utakun. Something catch your eye? I didn't even bother turning my head to respond to Akano's teasing. No, I am simply visualizing success. And adjusting my loadout. I had already settled on shadow claws, ghost form and natural weapons long ago. I was fairly confident in this loadout. I shouldn't lose to any old muck, but I would have to be wary. Saji glared at me nastily while his nostrils flared as he leered at my teammates. I was putting him out of commission first. It was personal. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's start immediately, Sona said in a confident tone while her queen flanked her from the side. In fact, all of her team seemed to be in practiced poses. Are all Devil Kings nerds? According to the agreement, one of Suna's peerage would sit out the volleyball game since they held a number advantage over us. And that person was her white-haired bishop who didn't look very athletic. Without good physical stats, they were more of a liability in the fight. She would be the referee instead. We stared each other down. The ball started on Suna's side of the field, and the one who held the ball was a tall tomboyish girl with turquoise hair. She was a knight. I crouched a little to lower my center of gravity and kept my eyes trained on the ball. I had developed excellent reflexes and instincts thanks to facing so many dangers in daily life. I may not be on the level of a knight, but I wouldn't be taken out so easily. Whoosh! The ball whizzed past with such speeds and power. Thankfully it was not aimed at me but at Konko instead, who failed to dodge it. She tried to lean it but it grazed her, also tearing her clothes in the process somehow, revealing her blue and white pattern underwear. This world baffles me the longer I live in it. Out! The referee declared, and Konko looked a little sullen. Sorry. I chuckled and patted Konko's head. Don't worry, Konko-chan, we will avenge you. Ryaz nodded along with me and picked up the ball with a scary glint in her eyes. Making Konko sad was a sin that would be paid with bloodshed. Indeed, I will have to repay the favor, so. Ryaz threw the ball and created a magic circle in front of it which covered it in the fucking bale power of destruction as it headed for Suna's rook. Are we murdering them now? Jaya. Out. Thankfully it only launched them a few meters back and disintegrated her clothes, leaving her naked. Not that I mind, but how? It was better than killing them, but I was confused by the logistics. Shaking my head, I refocused to see Saji pick up the ball and blatantly aim towards me. He threw rather sloppily, shouting all the while. Take this, you bastard. This man learned absolutely nothing from when I manhandled him like a preschooler. I, of course, caught the ball with ease. I played dodgeball plenty of times before and knew how to throw a ball. Taking a deep breath, I engaged all of my muscles. Still, I wasn't a god at dodgeball, but what was I good at? Adept, shooting mastery. It wasn't as effective as something like throwing mastery, which is more specialized, but I was still able to throw like a veteran. And I knew how to shoot hard. Putting all of my superhuman muscles grown with pearl jam and regeneration to good use, I threw the ball as hard as I could. Bam! The ball slammed into the ground in front of Saji as if it missed, but then it bounced up like I aimed and hit a arg. Saji's balls straight on with enough force behind them to crack wood. Saji immediately crumpled like wet paper and collapsed while clutching his balls. He had to be carried away by the pawn with brown pigtails as he sobbed and got into a fetal position. I almost felt bad for him, almost. That's what he gets for trying to touch Asia in front of me. The last guy who tried that got crushed to death. He got a light sentence in comparison. After that, Suna's bishop threw and Akano managed to catch it. Several balls were exchanged and I was convinced that this game was more dangerous than an actual fight with the amount of magic used. These were less like dodgeballs and more like cannon fire. Before long had passed, Asia and Kiba were out along with Suna's remaining rook and knight. I was still in the game, however, not only because of my impeccable dodging skills born from an unlucky life but also thanks to the wind god's ring giving me the benefits of the knight piece to a lesser extent. Just to make sure, abilities are allowed, right Raya-san? Ryaz nodded. As long as we weren't making things like physical barriers or shooting straight-up projectiles, magic was fine. And if I wanted to keep myself in the game I would have to pull out something impressive. Thankfully, my Esper instincts gave me an idea. I pulled together Shadow Claws and Natural Weapons to make a new synergy. Combination ability, Spectral Claw, Rarity, Rare Plus, Combination, Natural Weapons plus Shadow Hands, allows a user to manifest large ethereal clawed hands and arms with supernatural strength and grip on top of their regular arms. They can adjust the size and length of these appendages at will. Good combination. A strength multiplier was precisely what I needed to be able to stay in this death game dodgeball. But I needed to reveal it only when it was needed so that nobody would figure out any shortcomings it hadn't exploited to throw me out. I kept my body in the game as time ticked by. Everyone kept giving weird-ass names to their throws like Dreamlike Flame Throw or Greenery Blitz Shot and stuff like that. I would have made fun of them if getting hit by those balls didn't mean almost certain death with the sheer power behind them. You only get to make fun of what someone calls their move if getting hit by it won't put you in the igloo. Speaking of killing, Sona bent over and grabbed the ball from the ground with a menacing aura around her that sent chills down my spine. This did not look good for me. Yuta-kun, after all you have said, I hope you can back it up with your abilities. Oh boy, she was miffed, probably because of everything I talked to her just a bit ago or maybe because I just erased her pawn's future bloodline. She took on a bizarre pose and exclaimed as her magical power surged. Citree-style backspin shot. Although just like all the other bizarre Juni technique names I heard today, the power behind her shot was undeniable as the ball spun like a drill and broke the sound barrier with a threatening blue magic aura around it. Yeah, forget about playing dodgeball, that was a goddamn tank shell. And it was following me as I stepped to the side. As the dodgeball containing enough power to bisect an elephant came barreling toward me, I decided, fuck it, and a large clawed arm manifested on top of my current one. The arm was thick as a torso and the hand was large enough to grip the head of an adult man like a softball. It looked to be made out of photonegative flames. The spectral claw shot forward and grabbed the ball with its superhuman strength, but I still had to grit my teeth as I heard the noise of metal grinding as the ball spun in my palm like a drill. Damn, did that shit hurt. It was only my superhuman strength and grip that I managed to stall the ball to a stop, letting steam blow out, getting a raised eyebrow and a smirk from Sona as a response. Fuck. Forget about the elephant part. That dodgeball could have torn apart a panzer. I am surprised I even managed to stop it. Impressive, Yuta-kun. I didn't think a new devil would be able to stop my Citree-style backspin shot. Sona held a slight smirk, but I could tell from her eyebrows that her pride was a little wounded. Thanks for the compliment, Miss Citree. Now, let me return the favor. I held the ball with the spectral claw as the arm grew longer until it was over twice my size. I drew the arm as far back as I could before lashing it out like a whip thanks to the lack of bones. Normally a shot like this would be unaimable, but shooting mastery showed its worth as the shot flew straight. Here you go, Keiaku. The ball broke the sound barrier. Of course, I didn't give her a heads up by shouting for nothing, because Kaya Tsubaki. Her queen let out a squeal as the ball hit her leg, catching her off guard. The ball somehow bounced up her leg and tore her shirt, leaving her naked. I don't know how, but it certainly managed to. When I had declared Sona as my target, Tsubaki instinctively relaxed and turned her attention towards Sona instead of being on guard. It was simple psychology and redirection at its finest. I see, you have tricked us. Well done, Yuta-kun. Her words were friendly, but her tone certainly wasn't. If that hurt her pride before, playing her for a fool certainly did worse. Sona's glasses glimmered as he reached down and picked the ball up while I shrugged my shoulders while cold sweating. Don't take it too personally, after all war is deception. That may be so, but sometimes deception can be surpassed with overwhelming force. As Sona reared her arm back to deliver a vengeful railgun of shot toward me, the referee sounded her whistle just in time as I had expected. Time out. Rya's Greenery Spirit wins. Sona's eyes widened before they narrowed. I grinned at the frowning Sona, who realized she got played and gave her a V sign. That's what she gets for disrespecting Ryaz, by proxy, all of my friends. That was closer than I had liked. Thankfully I managed to stall enough. If you cannot win by practicality, you must win by technicality. Damn, I am tired. That game of high-stakes dodgeball felt like it lowered my lifespan with how stressful it was. But I got my reward out of it. Not only did we secure an entrance to the familiar, but I had my personal reward. Feat achieved. Defeat the Saitree peerage in dodgeball. Plus 1x gold trait Gaga ticket. Now that I was home after the fact, I could finally roll it. Post-game was rather stressful, with Suna staring daggers at me and promising that the result would change in an actual rating game, but I had made out alive and physically uninjured. Rolling gold trait Gaga ticket. An uncommon trait. Uncommon, enhanced stamina, rarity, uncommon, your stamina is beyond the norm. It takes a lot more to get you tired or winded. And even when you do, you recover very fast. Enhanced stamina, huh? I can work with that. At the very least it will help prevent what happened to me after facing the fallen angels from happening again. With this, regeneration, and enhanced vitality, I was a pretty good endurance fighter. New trait aside, there was a new matter at hand. We were going to the familiar forest tomorrow and I wanted to snag a good familiar, and I couldn't do that without being ready. Well, maybe I could, I didn't know yet, but I wasn't taking chances. Familiar forest, here I come. Chapter 23, Familiar X Forest. Alright, we are here. Welcome to the familiar forest, Yuta-kun, Asia-chan. I rubbed my eyes once the red flash of the teleportation spell subsided to see the most evil-looking forest I have ever seen. The sky was a dark blood red with clouds of similar color covering it. The trees all around were dead and looked coal black. I could see some bats flying around too. The only thing missing was a creepy BGM and the cackling of a witch in the background. Ryaz-san, are you sure you didn't accidentally cast us into hell? This place really put me on edge. Hearing my words, Ryaz giggled a little. Accidentally? Don't be silly, we are in hell. Where else do you think we would get familiars for devils? Ryaz stated quite matter-of-factly. I admit, that's on me. Sometimes the fact that we are devils kinda slips my mind. Get your game on. I was startled by a loud shout, making me instinctively form several shadow hands around me protectively as I jumped back a little to see an old man dressed like a 12-year-old with a backwards cap, like he is desperately clinging to whatever remained of his youth. Seeing my posture, he scat and shook his head with a smile. TSK, kids these days, so jumpy that they don't even recognize me. The familiar master Zatoshi. Oh Satan, is this what happened to Ash after he became homeless? Wait, that's not even the right catchphrase. Is he a fake? Kano, seemingly sensing my doubts, addressed them without me even saying a word. Don't worry, Yuta-kun, despite how he looks, he is a legitimate professional. Could have fooled me. Indeed. The moon is nice and full tonight, a perfect day for familiars to come out and for masters to find their destined partners. Stick with me and any familiar you desire is yours for the catching guy. I just can't take him seriously. He seemed like an actual walking talking gag, especially with his exaggerated motions. The man jumped down from his branch and puffed his chest out. Well then. Young man, young girl, what kinds of familiars do you desire? A strong one? A fast one? A mystical one? One that can spew fire aura with skin so thick blades can't pierce it? I only had to think for a second before answering. One that is very good for performing manual labor and menial tasks without complaining. Bah. How boring, where has the romanticism of youth gone? You should be looking for a familiar to supplement your abilities, not searching for an office worker. The man's face scrunched up and he shrugged his shoulders dismissively. Buddy, it was gone when that backwards cap went out of fashion. Yeah, professional or not, this guy got on my nerves. Then Asia made her own request. Oh. I'd like a cute one, please. Completely contrary to how he treated, he did a 180 and addressed Asia with the same perverted expression Saji had. Of course. I'll get whatever you want for you. We will find the cutest one around. At this point, I have to wonder if becoming a devil as a man lowers your integrity. I nudged Konko on the shoulder. Konko-chan, I can't stand this clown anymore, so I am just going to go ahead and try to see what I can find here myself. If he tries to do anything, Asia, kick his balls as hard as you possibly can, alright? Konko nodded curtly. This was why she was my favorite. Alright, good luck. If you can't find anything, then come back. She briefly waved at me before sticking closer to Asia while I flipped on ghost form and drifted into the forest. After I was sufficiently away for my footsteps to not be heard, I toggled it off and replaced it with Sand Veil. Abilities, active, 3 out of 3, uncommon, natural weapons, rare, shadow hands, uncommon, Sand Veil, a perfect mix of range and close combat ability. At range, I can combine desert weaponry, and at close range, I can combine spectral claw. So I should be safe. Now, what were my plans? My plans were winging it and leaving it to fate. If there is one thing I know about the world, it's that it loves to fuck with me. If I wander aimlessly, I am bound to encounter some bullshittery that tries to kill me, and bullshittery that tries to kill me means a ticket for my troubles. Doubly better if the bullshittery in question is a familiar I can snatch up. On the off chance I don't stumble into a death trap or some hydra, I have my backpack with me. I spent the entirety of the morning from 5 a.m. making a metric ton packed lunches as bait and bribes for familiars, and I even had help from Akeno to put a preservation spell on them so they were still as fresh as ever. I was fairly confident there wouldn't be anything here that could truly kill me, Ryaz would have warned otherwise. Unfortunately, as I kept walking deeper and deeper into the forest, all I encountered were some wolves and weird-looking birds, and I do not like birds at all. One ate my cat and others kept shitting on me. Thankfully I found something interesting after walking for about an hour straight. A large, and I mean large cave entrance. The roof was at least 50 meters tall. If I were a unique encounter, this is where I would hide. This looks precisely like somewhere where a hydra or something would hide. Before going in I decided to play it safe and replaced shadow hands with ghost form. The moment I encountered great danger I would shift into a giant cloud of sand and hot-foot out of there. As I walked in I couldn't help but note that the cave was usually clean, no puddles or droppings. Just as I was thinking that there might really just be nothing here, I felt a giant rumble. And in the span of a single moment, I felt a tremendous presence appear behind me as if it suddenly teleported. I quickly spun on my heel, my finger on sandstorm forms trigger ready to use any time before I was greeted with the sight of what was before me. Fuck. A giant dragon was before me, pink eyes glowing with a scary light and azure light reflected off its gemstone-like scales. Its long curved horns and razor-sharp teeth sent shivers down my spine. Its building-sized wings spread out and blocked out most of the sunlight coming from the entrance of the cave, casting an intimidating shadow. Maybe coming here was a mistake. Why the fuck didn't anyone tell me there was a goddamn dragon living here? Young devil, why have you come here? A distorted female voice thundered out from the building-sized dragon in front of me. Just the voice alone carried power that I could feel in my bones. The sheer aura and power she emitted made my head spin. Yeah, forget about sand shifting away, she just moved faster than I could see, and dragons usually have breath attacks. Especially one that's making me almost shit myself from just her presence. At least she doesn't seem too hostile. Maybe I can still defuse the situation. I got lost. I am a part of Ryaz Grimory's Peerage, Ponyuta Yukimura. We came here today to find familiars. I am very sorry if I intruded on your domain. The dragon tilted its head while I raised my arms placatingly. I did not want to turn into reptile chow today. The dragon released a sigh that bellowed very threatening azure flames. You are simply unaware then, young devils these days really are reckless. So you just found a very large cavern and decided to walk inside without any regard for what or who might be inside, is that right? At her words, I couldn't do anything but nod my head. She was very much right. But then again, I didn't expect to meet an azure dragon in a place called Familiar Forest, often visited by teen devils. I admit I may have made a massive leap in judgment. Could I please ask you to not eat me? I would really appreciate it. I probably taste very foul, it would mess up your appetite. The dragon sighed loudly. Once again, I hope that its sigh was of resignation and not frustration. Because becoming food was something I would like to avoid if I could. Sigh. I am not just going to kill you because I am displeased, child, especially when you are one of the Grimory. I am not an evil dragon. Wait, sniff, what is that smell? The dragon craned its neck down and I flinched slightly, thinking my smell had helped make the dragon make up its mind to eat me before remembering my boxed lunches. I pulled them out of my bag and presented them to the dragon, who craned her neck closer and took a sniff, her eyes widening. That smells rather good. Is that made out of the meat of magical beasts perhaps? No, even if it were, unless it wouldn't smell like that. Just what is that food? I held up the myriad of lunch boxes I had brought with me towards her. Do you want them? Here, take them. I made them myself with my unique ability. Consider it my apology for just barging into your home like that and eat them instead of me. I don't taste very good. Sorry if the portions are a little small, they were designed with a more humanoid consumer in mind, the gigantic dragon snorted, hopefully amused. Very well, it seems like you at least have some courtesy and tact. And do not worry about the portion. I can simply assume my humanoid form. I do hope your food is worth the effort. After those words, the dragon's body was bathed in a soft blue light before it got smaller and smaller until it was just taller than me. Squinting, I was able to finally see what her form looked like after the light faded and mommy. Suddenly in front of me was a woman whose long blue hair like silk reached down to her calves. She had a very mature and curvy body that captured my gaze like a bear trap. Her eyes were a beautiful pink that glowed softly, The sign that there was still a dragon in front of me was the large horns that curled around her head. She was quite possibly one of the most attractive women I had ever seen. And her having her very large breasts on par with a Kano or even beyond did not help my slackened jaw. It was incredibly hard to keep my composure in front of someone who looked and had the aura of a goddess. Doubly so because she was completely naked without a shred of clothing on her body covering her flawless skin. Her large breasts jiggled as she moved. I tried desperately to tear my gaze away from her uncovered pink nipples barely concealed by her hair, occasionally peeking out between the strands. I managed to keep my sight off of the breasts of the undoubtedly dangerous dragon by stabbing my fingers into my palm with natural weapons to keep myself distracted and my hormones in check. The woman in front of me smiled at my struggle. Your gaze seems quite distracted, young devil. Let me take those from you. She approached me, her hips swaying, doing severe damage to my psyche and volition before she reached out and grabbed the boxes from my hands that still held them out. She smelled like a fresh lake from this close. Even the threat of potential death was meager before my raging hormones, rebelling for me daring to not look. I squeezed my eyes shut as she got closer. It's fine to look, no need to be so shy. If I was ashamed of my body I wouldn't have taken on this form in front of you. At least the attempt was appreciated. I released a relieved breath but still tried to stare as little as possible. I didn't know who she was, but she was dangerous, incomparably more dangerous than anything I faced. My instincts honed from countless brushes with death told me at least that. She walked away from me, her hips swaying sensually, her large ass juicier than any meat I ever saw peeking out from behind her hair occasionally. I let out a relieved breath as she was going, but then suddenly she craned her head to look at me. What are you standing around for? Follow me, we aren't going to eat on the dirty cavern floor, are we? Ah, she was expecting me to eat with her, hopefully. Without eating me as an appetizer, I absent-mindedly nodded and followed her while trying to keep my nervous sweat at bay. Wait, who am I even following into these deep and scary caverns? Not to sound rude or anything, miss. But could I ask who you are? She suddenly stopped dead and turned to me with a bewildered face. Wait, you seriously came all the way here and didn't know? She looked at me as if I were a fool and, yeah, I kinda deserved that. I nodded as she let out a humored snort. You so foolish, it's almost endearing. I blushed a little at the compliment. At least I thought it was. I am Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. I thought the fact that I lived here was common knowledge by now. Oh. Seeing my expression, she laughed again. That foolish expression of yours really is endearing. Well then, don't stand around trying to catch flies with your mouth and follow me. I am starting to get quite hungry. She turned around again and started walking while I followed without much thought. I don't know how I ended up here. I was just trying to find a cool familiar to tame, and now a naked Tiamat was inviting me to dinner. How did we end up here? Feat achieved. Earn Tiamat's favor plus 1x gold trait Gakko ticket. Chapter 24, I choose you. Countless thoughts raced across my head as I followed Tiamat deeper into the cave. How had I ended up like this? How did my familiar capturing trip end up with me dragged into a dragon's lair? As we walked, it didn't take us long to reach the end of the cavern, which was a solid wall. At least the cave wasn't dirty. Seems cozy? It certainly has its charm. Tiamat shook her head at my attempt at consoling her due to her meager housing situation. I hope for your sake that you didn't think I lived in a dirty cave like a poor old dragon, young devil. Don't let appearances fool you. And then Tiamat snapped her fingers, causing the visage of a stone wall to fade away to show a very large, at least 30-meter-tall ornate gate with ornate engravings that opened by itself when Tiamat got closer. She entered and I followed closely behind. And I couldn't help but widen my eyes when I saw the inside of her lair. Gold coins piled into heaps and mountains. I could see rare jewels haphazardly scattered around inside too, necklaces, rings, and even chests with more gold inside. Some swords were still inside their scabbards. It all was illuminated by several giant chandeliers that hung down from the ceiling. They were all either gold, silver, platinum, or some metal I couldn't recognize. There was even furniture randomly strewn around made from the finest silks. This was truly a mythical dragon's hoard. There was more gold here than even the wealthiest countries would hold in their vaults. This was almost Scrooge levels of wealth. You could buy the country of Japan with this much money. Seeing my odd face, Tiamat puffed her chest up in pride. I quite like that look on your face. Feel free to be odd at the size of my hoard, you will most likely never find such splendor elsewhere. Spectacular, is it not? Yeah, I don't think I can even conceptualize this amount of wealth. I can't even find words to say. Tiamat nodded, obviously enjoying my awestruck expression before adopting a sour face as if remembering something. It would have been much more spectacular too, but there aren't as many artifacts as I desired. It used to be much more impressive until that fucking bastard lost most of my treasures. I cautiously took a few steps back from Tiamat, who was exuding a very dangerous aura right now. She managed to calm herself down and turn to me. Sorry for losing my temper. A dragon's hoard is very precious to them, you see, so they cannot help but hold a grudge, a very painful and seething grudge when someone messes with it. Anyways, let's eat. I had a table somewhere around here. Tiamat led me to a large dark oak table trimmed with gold, seated with chairs that looked more like they belonged in a king's hall, seeing the scarlet cushions and golden frame. I hesitantly sat down on the chair and Tiamat sat across from me, setting down the lunch boxes and pulling out ornate golden chalices and wine from her hoard, that, from what could read on the text, belonged in a museum with how old it was. She poured herself a drink while I politely declined. I was not drinking wine that cost more than everything I owned and getting drunk in front of a dragon that could most likely literally flick me out of existence with how strong she was. We chatted briefly before Tiamat opened the boxed lunch and tried my food for the first time while I kept my fingers crossed. She picked up a tuna sushi, inspecting it and sniffing it before throwing it into her mouth. After chewing for a bit, she sported a satisfied expression I would have called cute if I were not afraid of her being able to break every bone I have ever had with a single glare. Your food is quite satisfactory, young devil. That is high praise from me. I have had hundreds of chefs from around the world try to impress me. While the build of the food and its cooking is quite rough, I can tell it was made wholeheartedly, but the real reason I find myself intrigued is the unique flavor whatever you did to it gives, not to mention the feeling of refreshment I get from whatever spell you applied to it. This was high praise, massive even considering this was Tiamat in front of me, a dragon who, if mythology is right, was basically there from the start of proper human civilization, or at least close to it. Safe to say, I felt pretty damn proud. We kept eating while I made conversation with Tiamat. Surprisingly, it was mostly her who started the conversations. She seemed a little happy to have a visitor even if my method of coming here was less than pleasant. Eventually, our topic of conversation drifted towards her treasury while we ate. Well, it was more like she ate. I didn't touch the food that was in front of me lest Tiamat run out of the lunch boxes I gave her and made her next boxed lunch. That probably wouldn't happen since Tiamat seemed happy with her food, but you should never assume absolutes with dragons. Tiamat strongly slammed her cup down while chewing on the rice balls inside the sixth lunchbox I brought. She seemed to be very heated when it came to the topic of her hoard and why it wasn't so glorious anymore. Drake, that red brick said he wanted to borrow my treasures to face off against his rival Albion because they are both two dumbass snoots. But then that brainless gecko got himself sealed, and what happened to my treasures? They got stolen and scattered. And by the time I found out, it was already too late to track them down. I'd have his possessors pay me back, but the so-called Red Dragon Emperors are really great at throwing their lives away as soon as they can. I never got the opportunity to get it back. If he were still alive, I would skin that damn skink. As Tiamat ate, I thought, maybe it could work. There was an opportunity for me here. It was a bit reckless, but I think I have a good enough understanding of Tiamat's personality. She most likely wouldn't harm me for just asking. Dragons were eligible familiars, right? I steadied my breathing and shot my shot. You can't know you'll miss if you never aim. I have a proposition for you, Tiamat-san. The woman in front of me raised an eyebrow, throwing one leg over the other in a way that accentuated her charms, but I managed to exert the Herculean effort needed to keep my eyes locked onto hers. Well, since you have fed me so well, I am willing to hear you out. What is it, young devil? I laid out my desires plainly. I wasn't going to try to deceive a multiple millennia-old dragon. Tiamat-san, would you become my familiar if I restored your treasury to its former glory? I knew Tiamat was very attached to her hoard, after all, which dragon wasn't? Tiamat furrowed her brows and propped her chin on her hand while I remained steadfast. I wouldn't show weakness. If you are going to do something, you never do it half-assed. Why was I trying to get Tiamat? Well, other than the fact that I would get Tiamat with a capital T on my side, it would surely be a tremendous feat, that and I lost nothing by trying. Except my life if Tiamat turned out to be temperamental. What makes you think you could return my hoard to its former glory, young devil? You seem awfully confident for a mere devil. What could you do? I knew I touched a sore scale, but I still confidently returned her stare. I have unique abilities, and I keep developing more abilities. I can turn into sand, become a ghost, control iron and cook magical food while not knowing the M in magic. And I wasn't even aware of the supernatural less than a month ago. I clasped my hands together and leaned forward, looking Tiamat in the eyes with sincerity. What I am trying to say is, I will become powerful and I will become incredibly wealthy too. Not to mention my ability also randomly gives me powerful artifacts such as this. Take a look. I pulled out the lightning orb from storage to make my point and threw it toward Tiamat, who inspected it with curiosity. Huh, this orb is certainly something I would take for my vault. Perhaps I would fashion it into a scepter. Your words don't seem to be lies, young devil. But I don't get why. My hoard was vast, you know. Are you really willing to give up such treasures with such potential ahead of you? And for what reason? Tiamat tossed the orb back to me and I quickly caught it and stuffed it in my bag before shrugging my shoulders. I consider myself to be a relatively down-to-earth person. Even if I get immense wealth, the most I would use it for is a mansion and some minor luxuries, so instead of just getting wealthy and letting it rot in my vaults, I'm fine giving it to you. For me, any amount of wealth pales in comparison to you. Tiamat's serious aura crumbled as she giggled softly, amused by my actions. Pick your words carefully, devil. I might even think you are trying to charm this old dragon. She smiled at me, almost motherfully, with an amused quirk of her lips. I didn't dare. I feel like if I actually tried that, I would be left as a pile of ash on the floor. Very well, I'll make a contract with you. If you restore my hoard, I will agree to become your familiar, Uchiha Kimura. Until then, try your best and keep me company, will you? It can get a little boring down here. She smiled with narrowed eyes. Who knows, I might even reward you if you keep me company and impress me. Some more lunch definitely wouldn't hurt either, so try your best, Yakimura. I hope you will impress me. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I came here to find a familiar, but instead, I grabbed the favor of one of the strongest dragon MILFs. I came looking for copper but found MILFs. Feat achieved. Earn Tiamat's favor plus 1x platinum familiar Gaga ticket. I left Tiamat's lair with a pep in my step and humming a tune. That went even better than I imagined. She even left me a metal slab that I could inject mana to reach her hoard whenever I wanted. She told me I should drop by occasionally and bring her food. And I was more than happy to. I was really curious about Tiamat. I wasn't a history nut, but it wasn't often you got to hear about the world history from the perspective of the Tiamat. And I don't think there is a bigger sign of trust from the mother than giving you a key for their hoard. Disregarding the fact that I am weak enough to get instantly erased if I so much as tried to sneak a single doubloon out of there. Anyway, that wasn't the only gift she left me. She had also given me tickets galore, even my first platinum. First off was the gold trait ticket I got from not getting fried by Tiamat. Hit me. Rolling gold trait Gaku ticket. An elite trait. Elite, Durorus Leox, rarity, elite. You only live once at the moment of your death. You are resuscitated and revived with all of your lethal wounds healed and some of your energy restored. Once Durorus Leox is triggered, this trait is deleted from your status. Wow. That is amazing. It may not give any immediate benefits, but I would always pick the second life over the other things that I could get from a gold ticket. The value of getting up after death couldn't be underestimated. This will be a great trump card to keep close to my heart. Now, the platinum ticket, the first one I have ever gotten. I think I will start worshipping Tiamat as my goddess from now on. With this platinum ticket, I would be leaving this forest with at least a decent familiar. Now, please give me something good. Rolling platinum trait Gaku ticket. An elite familiar. Elite, Zoro Orc, rarity, elite, a bipedal fox-like dark creature that is capable of manipulating dark energy to attack, but its true ability lies in its mastery of illusions. Zoroark is capable of creating incredibly realistic illusions and transforming itself to indistinguishable degrees. It can either make hundreds of people hallucinate or cast illusions with a very large range. My eyes widened. This thing has actual Pokemon? But getting over my surprise rather quickly, actual Pokemon wasn't even in the top 10 weirdest things about the Gacha. I quickly realized that the abilities of the Zoroark were precisely what I was looking for. Zoroark, I choose you. Chapter 25, Confusing World. I started retracing my steps back to Rya's group with a pep in my step thanks to the goodies the Gacha dropped on my feet. A second life and an elite familiar? I am a happy devil. Speaking of familiar, I should probably summon Zoroark and get acquainted with her. Them. It. Whatever, I'll find out when they get here. I snapped my fingers and the Zoroark appeared in front of me in a flash of light, and I took a good look at them with excitement in my heart. I grew up with Pokemon. I had the right to be excited about seeing a Pokemon in real life. It was just like how I remembered. I used to have a Zoroark on my Game before I got mugged and got beaten up and had everything on me stolen and had to walk back home 9 kilometers at night. The Zoroark stood at around 160 centimeters, shorter than I expected. It looked very fox-like but bipedal with black fur with a crimson mane that ended with a black tip. Its hair was also tied somehow with a blue bead. Its limbs were tipped with sharp-looking crimson claws and its eyes glowed an intimidating cyan. Definitely a Zoroark. For now, it just stood still, tilting its head at me with eyes filled with curiosity. Hello, I'm gonna call you Oro for now. Can you give me a little demonstration of your abilities, Zoro? It nodded, and suddenly the landscape around was replaced by a much nicer forest filled to the brim with green. I nodded. Definitely worth it. I couldn't even detect being put in an illusion. I ruffled Oro's head approvingly and it seemed to like it as it seemed to read my intentions and dispel the illusion. Good boy. Shake shake. Good girl. Nod nod. I smiled and petted her mane. It was softer than it looked. Well then, good girl Oro. I'm sure we will make the best of partners. Now, let's get you to Raya so that I can register you as my official familiar. Oro nodded again and started following me. I don't know if it was because my familiars could naturally understand my intention or because Zoroarks had human-level intellect in the games from what I can remember, but she was good at reading me. Well, being genetically predisposed to become a trickster would do that, I suppose. We walked in silence with me occasionally giving Oro a little scratch. She seemed to enjoy it, so I just decided to treat her like a bigger cat. I loved cats back on Earth, so I used to search up methods on how to treat cats better. So I knew where to pet and how to pet effectively. Sure, I got scratched a few times and got an infection, but it was worth it. As we neared, I narrowed my eyes at the sight of the Pokemaster lying on the ground clutching his groin while the rest of the peerage looked on in concern. Asia was also clutching a lizard that I assumed to be her familiar. I was only gone for like 2 hours max. What the hell happened? I approached Konko, who was looking down at the man like he was trash and cracking her knuckles. So, why is the old man on the ground? Konko looked up at me. He tried to hit on Asia and rubbed her shoulder. I closed my eyes and nodded. Hold my blazer, let me get a shot in. Cracking my neck, I took off my blazer and handed it over to Konko, just as I was about to punch that man's balls with enough force to make Konko look like the pawn and me the rook. Ryaz placed a hand on my shoulder to stop me. Now, I'm sure a kick from a Konko made sure he won't be walking straight for a week. Let's just leave him be. No matter how he looks, he is still a respected professional. I could hear the italics on the respected in that sentence. I shrugged my shoulders. Konko did her job well enough. If I were in her place, I would have given him the all-reverse Iron Maiden up the ass. We left the man lying on the ground and started walking back in a group toward where the teleportation circle was placed. We made chatter and I learned that Asia had contracted a red newt, a rare type of baby dragon. Taking the opportunity, Ryaz addressed Oro, who was silently following me. So, Yuta-kun, how did your trip go? I'm assuming that's your familiar? What are they? I've never seen one around before. It went pretty well. I stumbled into some random cave, met Tiamat, made a deal with her, and after I left I found this gal. I rubbed Zoroark's head. I think she is some kind of fox. She was just around and decided to stick with me. She is really good at illusions and transformation. Ryaz gave me a blank stare. Yuta-kun, you were only gone for 2 hours. I know, right? I could only nod in sympathy. My life was an uncontrollable roller coaster without seatbelts or any safety precautions. Ryaz opened her mouth and closed it a few times before just rubbing her head and sighing. I don't even know what to say to that. Well, I'm just glad you're okay, Yuta-kun, and that you got a good familiar with you. I can't say I've heard of a black fox that can make illusions other than yokai. I saw Konko flinch in the corner of my eye, making me raise an eyebrow. But yokai generally doesn't go in the underworld, and those that do are usually in the yami part of the underworld, not hell. Now that got me interested. There is a difference? Ryaz nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, did you think every religion shared one hell or only the biblical hell was real? The thought just never really crossed my mind. I tend not to overthink about matters that don't involve me. The underworld has several layers that serve as the netherworlds for other pantheons. Like Yami for the Shinto, Naraka for the Hindu, Hell for the Asgard, Hades for the Olympus, Duat for Egypt. Those are the main ones anyway. Damn. This world really was larger than I thought. I didn't think much about it, but there must be a fuckton of gods around. Ryaz seemed to notice my plight and tried patting me on the head subtly, which I dexterously weaved around her hand to her displeasure, but she explained regardless. Don't worry about other pantheons, Yuta-kun. We rarely get involved with each other and stick to their own parts. And even if you somehow get involved, the Grimoire name still carries weight, so they shouldn't mess with you for no reason. That was true, especially considering that her brother was one of the Satans ruling the entirety of the underworld, and from what I read about on the forums, he was one of the strongest beings ever. Scary guy. But now the territory talk got me curious about something. Ryaz, can I ask you something? What is it, Yuta-kun? Isn't Japan ruled by Shinto? How come you have territory here? Wouldn't it be easier to go somewhere like, I don't know, England? Ryaz looked away from me and mumbled something as an answer that I couldn't hear properly. What was that, Ryaz? I furrowed my brows seeing her sweat. Well. She trailed off. I thought the Japanese lifestyle was very charming and wanted to spend my school life there instead of being stuck and pampered every day in the underworld. Shinto and Hell have a decent relationship, so it wasn't much problem for me to settle here. I don't think it gets more rich heiress than saying you like a country and your family getting you a city there where you can do whatever you want. Alright. We are here. Raya seemed really enthusiastic about changing the topic. You should rest well at home, Yuta-kun. You seem to have had a really rough day. Yeah, after such a wild day I could really use some R&R. I felt my tired muscles loosen up as I entered the hot bath prepared by Cloud. Today was tiresome, first that old bastard, then Tiamat, then getting a Pokemon. I think I definitely deserved a break. I am not even going to do a contract today, being in front of Tiamat drained my life expectancy. After such a crazy day it's good to be at home where I don't have to deal with any more wacky and wild antics. As I submerged my head underwater and blew bubbles, the door to my bathroom opened, making me instinctively get out of the tub to shoo Bobby away. Oh come on Bobby, again? You would expect a cat to dislike water, but she was apparently a fan of the water with how much she sneaked into my bathroom while I showered or bathed. Hello Yuta-san, may I come in? But instead of the expected sight of the spoiled feline, it was Asia standing in the doorway, completely naked without a scrap of cloth covering her and holding a small towel. Yes. Why are you here, Asia? My brain short-circuited at the sight of a naked Asia. I was already extremely backed up because of Tiamat, and Asia seemed intent on wearing my sanity down to its last dregs. I heard going in the bath together was a very good bonding experience. I am sorry if I am bothering you. See, could I wash your back? Rebooting. What the hell in hell? Asia. Who told you such a thing? I said, while trying to subtly cover my phallus by leaning over. Asia glanced over at my lower body, flushed, averted her eyes and then glanced again in a loop. Well, Akeno-senpai did. She is wonderful, she helps me adapt to Japanese culture. She said that sharing a bath is a very good way to bond with friends. Damn it, Akeno. I'll have to buy a gift for her later. Sure, I cannot contractually refuse a cute girl asking to take a bath with me. Asia looked overjoyed as I tried to look anywhere but her body. Yeah, bonding experience. Akeno was just something. The only people I interacted with throughout in a day were literally the most beautiful women in the world and sometimes Kiba. I didn't have infinite patience, but my body apparently had infinite hormones to pump me with. Still, I got myself under control as I got behind Asia as she sat on the wash stool. She sat expectantly as I soaped up my hands. I froze for a moment as I admired Asia's back. It was so soft and her butt was unexpectedly large and slap. Yuta-san? Asia shouted in panic as I slapped my own cheek with my superhuman strength. It's nothing, Asia-chan. I had self-control. I was the captain of this ship, and the upper head was in control, not the lower one. I better get at least a bronze ticket for this level of self-control I am exerting. I spread the soap around Asia's back while chanting internally, trying to ignore the feeling of Asia's soft flesh in my hands. As I was washing her, Asia turned around with a resolute expression on her face. She was still blushing, but she looked determined for something. Hey Yuta-san. You like seeing my naked body, right? Asia faced without covering her body even a little. Where the fuck did this come from? You mentioned it yourself when you rescued me from Freed. Damn, my honesty. And when was Asia this assertive? Yuta-san, I would like to bond with you better. Even though it's my first time seeing man's teeth thing, I want to do my best. She got even closer to me, closing the distance between us with fire in her eyes. Before my scattered mind could try and conjure a coherent sentence, Asia put her hands on my chest and looked more confident in herself than I had ever seen her. I know you have needs, Yuta-san. Akeno-senpai told me since I have started living with you that I should be the one to help you with your needs. So please let me help. I could tell that if I tried to refuse now, Asia's feelings would be hurt. She was dead set on this. Damn it, Akeno. I should get her a bigger gift. Chapter 26, Mr. Popular. I couldn't help but gulp at the sight of a naked Asia looking at me intently. Could I refuse a cute girl's advances towards me? No. Especially with my abnormally healthy body. I would be apprehensive if I thought Asia felt like she had to do this, but I knew her better than that. It would make her sadder if I rejected her advances now. Besides, I know that Asia wouldn't give up even if I rejected her. Yep, definitely not trying to justify my actions or anything. The control is out of my hands right now. But just in case, I want to make sure. The last thing I want to do is hurt Asia in any way. Asia, are you sure about this? Because if you keep acting like this, I can't guarantee I will be able to stop myself. Asia simply remained undeterred, not even faltering for a moment at my words. Of course I am, Yuta-san. You saved me and I want to do the most I can for you, and even if it weren't for that, I still want to get closer to you, Yuta-san, as close as I can, so please accept me. Fuck, now my heart is bleeding. That was of course, until Asia took my hands and gently laid them on her breasts. Welp, I heard the girl. She couldn't have been any clearer about what she wanted from me. Self-restraints finally broke down. I felt the sensation of Asia's medium chest under my palms. It was so warm and soft, yet her nipples were hard and she shivered under my touch. I felt her small nipples tickle my hands as I brushed my thumbs over them, drawing out a thin gasp from Asia. Is it to your liking, Yuta-san? I know they are not as big as Akeno-san's, but they are wonderful, Asia. Don't compare yourself to others. If you doubt my words, you can see my honesty right under my waist. Asia gasped as she fully took in the sight of my fully erect cock. We were sitting face to face with little space between each other, so it was really close to her too. This is my first seeing a man's teeth thing. It's rather large, just like Akeno-senpai said. I really want to know what Akeno said to innocent Asia. It feels like she gave a full crash course on debauchery while I was away. Can I touch it? Yes, please. Go ahead. I let out a sigh of relief as Asia's soft hands enveloped my shaft. They were so soft and warm. She slowly explored every inch of my large cock as I leaned back and enjoyed the feeling of her digits caressing my flesh. Does this feel good? Asia intently looked into my eyes as she stroked my cock to the best of her abilities. She gripped my shaft firmly yet gently and stroked it with both hands as if massaging it. Her hands moved up and down along my length. She was clumsy, but her enthusiasm more than made up for it. With how utterly pent up I was, it did not take long for me to near my ejaculation after a few minutes of passionate attention from Asia. Asia. I'm coming. Asia nodded and smiled before leaning over and putting her lips around my cock before I let go, letting inordinate amounts of cum shoot out right into Asia's mouth. My whole body felt like it was electrified by the pleasure. After a solid several seconds of me ejaculating, Asia lifted her mouth to see her cheeks puffed up like a chipmunk, but instead of nuts, she had a different nut inside her. It made me feel a level of pride not unlike my time with Akeno, seeing an innocent girl like Asia holding my cum in her mouth. And then, she swallowed it like a pro. I thought cum tasted bad. Asia then held her mouth open to show me nothing there, making me hard again, because apparently, thanks to enhanced stamina and vitality, somehow completely eliminated my refractory period. I half swallowed it, Yuta-san. It tasted strangely good. That must be because I keep eating Pearl Jam food. I heard that eating pineapple Mages taste good, so Pearl Jam must be making it even better. It's hard again. Do you need my help again, Yuta-san? Asia asked eagerly. I could tell that went from duty to pleasure for her, even though she didn't understand it well. Her cheeks were flushed, her breath was heavy. Yes, I'll depend on you, Asia. She smiled brightly. How can one so innocent be so debauched at the same time? I laid my head on the pillow as I rested on my bed, my body utterly exhausted after Asia wrung me 3 times in a row. Not only did I get 3 tug jobs, but the system also seemed to even reward me for them. Feat achieved. Be able to refrain from jumping Asia plus 1x bronze straight Gakka ticket. Feat achieved. Corrupt Asia's morals plus 1x silver skill Gakka ticket. Indeed, Asia is truly a gift. Let's start with the bronze ticket. Not expecting much with the common trait, but they are usually good for daily convenience. Rolling bronze straight Gakka ticket. An uncommon trait. Poseidon's kiss, rarity, uncommon. You are blessed by the seas. Moving in water is as natural to you as moving on land, and you can hold your breath for extended periods of time. Mundane sea-bound life forms are friendly to you. Don't think this will see much use. Considering I can fly, it would be pretty rare for me to be forced into water. Also, it would be weird if I met Poseidon after getting this skill. Would he recognize it or comment on it? I shook my head. Unimportant. I still had a silver ticket to go. Hopefully, I get a useful skill. Rolling silver skill Gakka ticket. An uncommon skill. Intermediate programming, rarity, uncommon. You are skilled and talented at programming in any language, at the level of a senior programmer with years of experience under their belt. That's neat, I guess. I felt the several years of dedicated programming knowledge get stuffed in my head. I was always interested in coding, but when you have magic it gets less interesting. Maybe if I get more abilities and skills in the same vein, I would port games that existed in my previous world but don't in this one. This was a bit unlucky, huh? Hopefully, I'll have better luck tomorrow. The morning after passed by as usual. I walked to school with Asia and Rai as in tow. I thought it would be at least a little awkward between us, but Asia continued like always. In fact, she looked even happier than before, if that was even possible with her usual levels of brightness. I spent the early class periods trying out my coding mastery on my phone while putting up a disguise so that I wouldn't get called out. Just messing around and creating random applications. Turns out I am ridiculously fast at coding, so that was rather useful. Making games was potentially a good way to get wealth for my deal with Tiamat. After the classes had passed, I went to the rooftop to eat lunch with Konko. We couldn't exactly eat lunch together at a public location since she was the school idol and I couldn't be bothered to deal with the student populace of Kua Academy. Konko sported a slight smile at the sight of the bento I gave her. She really liked my food, and in turn, I enjoyed her reactions to my food. I sat down on the ground and rested my back against the wall of the stairwell while admiring the view before noticing that Konko hadn't sat down next to me yet, making me tilt my head in confusion. Konko fidgeted in place with her eyes darting around as if internally debating something with herself before speaking in a small voice. The ground is dirty. I frowned and looked around. It was pretty clean, if not a little dusty. Kua Academy was a pretty clean place. Not really. Before I could fully voice my thoughts, I was surprised by the fact that Konko suddenly decided to sit down on my lap without any warning. I felt her soft body on my legs with her sweet scent tickling my nose. I didn't want to sit on the ground. Please don't mind me, Yuta-senpai, Konko said curtly while facing away from me and started digging into her bento. Alright, I hope it isn't uncomfortable for you. I dug my fingernails into my palms in an attempt to quell my once again rebelling hormones. Konko was sitting right on me, her unexpectedly full and soft butt right on my crotch. Konko was a supernaturally pretty girl too. I did not stand a chance. Fear crept up my spine as my soldier ignored all orders and started standing up, leading to a situation where Konko was sitting on my lap with my erection firmly pressing up against her ass, which was in no way possible to not notice. I know how strong Konko is. She could pull my arm off my body like I was made of clay if she wanted to. I was prepared to pull the trigger on ghost form at any moment, and the fact that I couldn't see her face made it even scarier. But contrary to any of my expectations, I felt Konko wriggle to try and get herself more comfortable, further stimulating my soldier. I did not know if she just didn't notice, didn't care, or what. The awkward silence was cut short by Konko. Yuta-senpai, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I breathed a sigh of relief at the fact that regardless of what the hell was happening, Konko didn't seem to be intent on killing me, though her stoic voice remained hard to judge. As free as I can be. Why do you ask, Konko-san? Konko nodded to herself before taking a deep breath in and out. Would you like to go out together tomorrow, Yuta-senpai? Konko's voice was the highest I had ever heard from her before. I need to buy some stuff for my house like cooking utensils, and I wanted your help. Sure, I could use some time outside, especially with you, Konko-san. I can't exactly refuse if a cute girl asks to go out with me. Especially when that girl was sitting on my lap and could tear me in half. Konko went still at that, making me briefly wonder if I had fucked up somehow before she shyly nodded. Alright, thank you, Yuta-senpai. She suddenly stood up but still faced away from me. I forgot I had something to get to. Thank you for the food. And then she started stiffly speedwalking away until she left the roof, leaving me bewildered. Did Konko just ask me out on a date? Chapter 27, First Kiss. How does this look, Bobby? Presentable? Handsome? Charming even? Or will it make women violently puke upon seeing me? I am guessing the last one. Meow. Thanks, Bobby, you always know what to say. I psyched myself up in front of the mirror while Bobby watched me from my bed. I was getting ready for my date with Konko. I wore a crisp white shirt with a red hoodie jacket and black pants. I didn't bother with cologne since Bobby slapped it out of my hands when I reached out for it. For most of the day, I did as I always did, practicing my metal manipulation during class time, trying to make up new tricks with it and extending my range of control, which was improving noticeably by the day, and having a cooking class with Akeno that was suspiciously normal, and Akeno seemed rather out of it, but I couldn't get her to tell me what it was. After that, I went back home and did a quick contract before preparing for my date with Konko. It was a strange contract. It was some middle-aged man who demanded that I give him power so that he could tear his boss apart in exchange for his life savings. I insisted that I wasn't the type of omnipotent wish-granting devil but more of a handyman with wings and magic, but he was adamant that I was trying to trick him, so I had to handle it another way. Firstly, I pretended to relent and called him a smart mortal for seeing through my folly and agreed to give him a portion of my power. Then I cooked him a Pearl Jam meal and used natural weapons with it so that when the man ate it, it transformed his teeth into fangs and nails into claws and made his body slightly more powerful and energized him before applying disguise to make his skin appear paler to really sell it. After all that, I told him he was now something like a ghoul and to enjoy his power. And I never even lied once. I gave him his desired power, no matter how small it really was. After that, I only took half of his money due to my damned conscience. If he couldn't kill his boss, he at least wouldn't end up homeless. Got me a silver ability Gakka ticket out of the ordeal, however, so I was content. Before I left, I decided to roll it for good luck. Rolling silver ability Gakka ticket. An uncommon ability. Tinker, games, rating, uncommon, class, Tinker. You are supernaturally good at building, creating and designing games or entertainment programs to the point where even a team of dedicated veteran developers cannot match your speed and efficiency at making games and entertainment. What a strange ability. As a test, I slotted it in and felt my head become filled with ideas and blueprints as well as an urge to start creating them. I felt like if I went on my computer now I could easily churn out what would take a dedicated development team a day in an hour. Especially with my coding mastery. But I quickly slotted it out. It was a niche ability, but I guess making games could be fun. The feeling of being turning into a sudden ultra savant at making games was weird but not bad, though the nudging urge was annoying. Giving myself a once-over, I left the house and speed walked to where Konko asked us to meet, making sure I was 10 minutes early just in case an accident occurred, only to find Konko already there waiting for me with her phone in her hand. I observed Konko for a second. It was my first time seeing her out of the Kawaii girl's uniform. She was dressed in a white hoodie with a pink flared skirt underneath with black stockings and pink sports shoes. Once she noticed me, she turned to me surprised. "You are early, Yuta-senpai," Konko noted with a slight air of surprise, but a corner of her mouth curled up minutely. "Good thing I left early." "Well, seems like we both had the same idea. Hope I didn't keep you waiting for long." She shook her head and walked closer to me. "Not at all, Yuta-senpai." She sniffed me like she always did and smiled as I racked my brain for what to say. A compliment was best. "Your outfit looks really cute on you, Konko-chan. I never saw you outside the school uniform before." Konko blushed and turned her head away while twirling a strand of hair which was critically cute. "Is that so? I'm glad. Now, let's go, Yuta-senpai." I followed along with Konko with a smile on my face as we chatted. She was way more open than I had seen before, and it was very fun to talk with as I realized Konko and I shared a lot of hobbies such as gaming and music. We walked around the garden while talking and took in the beautiful sights of Kawaii town. Turns out, Konko was more of a sweet girl. I will make the greatest pancake, and liked anime, which I shared. So we chatted about anime, and her favorite shows were mostly shonen and action ones like Dragso Ball and Single Shard. Eventually, we ended up in the shopping district of town and started looking around for interesting things to buy. Konko was largely looking for cooking implements, which I helped pick while I looked for something else. "What are you looking for, Yuta-senpai?" Konko commented with curiosity as she hovered around me while I browsed the aisle. "A drawing tablet. Since there are no more church rejects hounding us, I thought I might continue with my hobbies." Konko tilted her head cutely in curiosity. "You draw?" I nodded while reading the specs of the drawing tablet in my hands. "Yep, I used to at least. Back in my old life, since I couldn't get into college, I made my money as a freelance online illustrator. Just hoping I'm still as good. Besides, I had the idea of maybe ripping off popular manga and games in this world. Some shitty rip-offs of existing media were still in this world, but some were absent. And from what I saw, in the underworld, their entertainment industry is kinda barren. Because of low fertility in devils and the importance of tradition due to the existence of old people just not dying of old age, it was hard for entertainment to progress. Well, there was Satan Seraphal and her magical girl show that. No, I didn't know why one of the 4 Satans ruling the underworld had her own successful magical girl show, but she did. It wasn't bad but very cliched for my tastes. And other than that, there were few games in the Devil Net. And no Yu-Gi-Oh, which I took offense to since shitty rip-off Pokemon did exist. So, I decided to go ahead and recreate Yu-Gi-Oh, and with my tinker ability, I am certain I could make a high-quality Yu-Gi-Oh game in less than a week and even draw a manga version and an anime since they are loosely connected to tinker, enough that I get a bonus to my efficiency but not so much that it's equal to me making a game. I am almost sure I could make bank with Yu-Gi-Oh in this world as long as I appropriate it enough. After I can't just pull out the winged dragon of Ra on the off chance Ra, who very much exists in this world, takes offense and smites me dead instantly from across the globe. I see. I didn't know that about you, Yuta-san. You usually seem so. Well, I didn't think you had many hobbies. Could I see you draw sometime? I'd love to show you my work, but from the barren selection of tablets here it seems like I will have to settle for pen and paper. Konko looked at me with a raised eyebrow as if questioning me. Why not ask Buka for it? She could get you the best one in the market delivered to your doorstep in less than an hour. I rubbed my face with my hand while Konko snorted in amusement. Yes, laugh all you want. It's not easy to remember your boss is devil royalty when you were human less than a month ago. I sighed and messaged Ryaz about the tablet before stuffing it back in my pocket. After our shopping trip ended, we moved to the arcade to end off our date as Konko had contracts to get to today. Unfortunately for her, she challenged the wrong guy to the arcade. Not only did I already have great reflexes from living my life in a ripoff of Last Destination, but I was wearing Wind God's ring that boosted my already great reflexes to inhuman levels. Though I may have overdone it by winning so much against Konko, I let her win a few times, but she could tell. Now, I was trying to placate a pouting Konko. Sorry, Konko-chan, just let me make it up to you? Oh, I know. Konko gave me a side-eye as I strode over to the claw machine she had been eyeing ever since we got here with large plushies inside. I knew Konko liked cute and large things, so this was the perfect chance. Alright, I'll get whatever you want from that claw machine. Which one do you want? That Konko's attention as she perked up like a cat but tried to hide her happiness and still pretended to pout. The pink cat. I nodded and rolled up my sleeves, approaching the machine with an intimidating stride. One cute plushie for the cute lady coming up. I glared at the offending crane machine as Konko stood by the side with a slight smirk, clearly enjoying my frustration with the inferior contraption that I had been attempting to get something out of for 8 minutes now. For a second I was tempted to slot in shadow hands and just crush the damn thing before I got an idea and slotted in iron manipulation. The claw was made of stainless steel, an iron-based material. Trivial for me to manipulate. I played it normally, but just before the claw tried its weak baby grip I used iron manipulation to instead make it clamp around a plushie and successfully pull it up and finally get me the plushie that I promptly handed it over to Konko, who grabbed it with a smile. Thank you very much, Yuta-senpai, I will treasure it. I was almost tempted to pat Konko's head as she hugged the plushie, but I refrained from interrupting her moment. She looked around and blushed for some reason before speaking again. Yuta-senpai, could you lean over for a second? I need to tell you something. I raised an eyebrow and did so, and was taken by surprise when Konko quickly placed a chaste kiss on my lips and pulled back instantly with a twitchy coy smile on her face that was blushing heavily as I was stunned. Thank you very much for this date and everything you do for me, Yuta-senpai. I hope I was able to show you some of my feelings. Fuck. My heart felt like it just got hit with a comically large sledgehammer. My love life was getting really confusing. What was happening with Akano, Konko and Asia? Do I have to pick? I don't want to hurt Konko's feelings, but Konko seemed to read me like a book as she blushed and looked away, her hands behind her back twirling nervously. I know what you do with Asia-chan and Akano-senpai. I can smell it, their scents and saliva. My eyes widened. And I don't mind that you do. I didn't think I would have you all to myself anyway. Monogamy is more of a humanity thing. For us devils, men having multiple partners is the norm. And it's only natural for a wonderful person like you to garner so much affection. Konko said in a flustered but blunt manner, pouring her heart out. All the while I felt my mind blue screen. Konko, the idol of our school, my senior devil and the girl who barely changed expressions, was essentially confessing to me and saying that she didn't mind me dating other women? Huh? At this moment, I felt like a fool as Konko lightly smiled again. See you tomorrow, Yuta-senpai. I watched Konko leave with a dumbstruck expression. That was my first kiss. Feat achieved. Earn Konko's affection plus 1x gold trait Gakko ticket. I laid in bed, my head a mess with a flurry of thoughts about Konko's sudden confession and such. I had just spent an hour developing Yu-Gi-Oh to keep my mind off things, creating 120 cards I remembered and editing them a little, making the women more skimpy and attractive to be more appealing to the underworld, etc. I felt like I was overthinking this whole Konko confession thing. If she wants to date me, then I shall be grateful for such a cute girl wanting me of all people. I think I had to offer Helltaker a thank you for this. This was my first real experience with romance. The thing with Akano and Asia felt more like casual stuff compared to what I did with Konko. As I was rambling to myself with my internal monologue, I saw my floor light up with a red light that flooded the room that I recognized as Raya's summoning circle, making me tense up. Was there an emergency again? Rayaz emerged from the circle, looking agitated, further cementing my worries as I jumped out of my bed. Prepared to hear about another murder or something. Rayaz-san? What happened? Is there an emergency? Instead of answering my worries, Rayaz placed her hands on my shoulders. Yuta-kun, I need you to take my virginity. Take me now. Apostrophe. What the fuck? Chapter 28, Upheaval. To say I was flabbergasted would be the understatement of the century. My boss just teleported into my room and asked me to have sex with her urgently. Look, I know my luck with women has been rather exceptional lately and that I have the Helltaker trait, but this seems a bit excessive, no? It doesn't make sense that Rayaz, who has been treating me more like a little brother, suddenly decided to have sex with me and wanted to have it urgently. Rayaz-san, I appreciate the offer, but what happened? Why is this urgent? Rayaz held my face with both hands and resolutely looked me in the eyes with a steely gaze. Yuta-kun, you are interested in my body, right? Damn, no need to expose me like that. Then, I have one request to you as your king, please do not ask why. And please just do this for me, alright? I'm sure you will enjoy it too. Seeing the weight in Rayaz's voice and eyes, I couldn't help but nod my head. She was my boss, and sleeping with her was not something I was against, so I didn't have much justification to refuse when she allowed me to go off on my own and supported me without complaint against the fallen angels. She even helped me meet Tiamat. That's right, I definitely wasn't trying to find reasons not to refuse my hot boss wanting me to engage in coitus with her. Besides, she was a princess of hell, she probably knew what she was doing. Well, Alright, if that's the case I cannot exactly refuse, can I? Raya smiled before pushing me onto the bed and dropping her skirt and undoing her buttons in a hurry, revealing her white frilly underwear with a red bow. I remember seeing her body before, but even still I couldn't help but lose words when seeing her perfect figure. But there was just one problem with our arrangement. But Ryaz-san, don't you have a fiancé? Won't this be a problem? At least that was what it said on her Wikipedia page, and I did not want to get skewered and burnt by nobles, but Ryaz cut me off with an unusually scathing tone. Don't worry about any of that, Yuta-kun, it will be fine. I shut my mouth. That was obviously a very sore spot for some reason. Ideally, I would have liked this to happen under better circumstances, but thankfully it seems like you are already excited. I will be honest, I had lost the plot, but the monster in my pants certainly didn't, as it rose to full length the moment Ryaz unclipped her bra, freeing her large breasts tipped with large red nipples that made my mouth water. Ryaz blushed as she looked at the tent in my pants before lowering her panties and throwing them away, making me gulp. This was the first time I saw a pussy after all. Ryaz was clean-shaven and I could see moisture built up in her pussy. My dragon was harder than ever as Ryaz knelt down and grabbed my pants. Neither of us are very experienced, but I'm sure it will work out. Now to just put your thing inside my... Ryaz's words trailed off as she pulled down my pants and threw them away, revealing my cock in its full glory, towering over her face as her pupils narrowed. Her breathing got heavier as she grasped my length with a blush as red as her hair. Oh my. I didn't expect to be this large. This is even bigger than Indigen's. Ryaz gulped and muttered to herself in a voice I couldn't hear, but feeling her breath tickle my shaft sent shivers up my spine. It'll fit. Hopefully. Ryaz lifted herself onto my bed while her face was still lit up by a blush. She put her hips on my lap as my penis rested against her. She grabbed my hands and put them on her very soft yet bouncy breasts. I know this was very sudden, but I hope you'll enjoy yourself, Yuta-kun. She drew a sharp breath as I cupped her breasts a little but started lifting her hips before the greenery crest's light filled the room once more, making me feel momentarily annoyed from blue balls before Ryaz sighed and looked downtrodden. It seems like I was too late. I'm sorry, Yuta-kun. She got off my lap as a woman appeared while I still sat on my bed with my dick hard. I am so confused. The woman who came out of the portal was honestly one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen in my life, even including the ORC. She was a mature woman in a classy French maid outfit. She had a very voluptuous figure that matched and even surpassed that of Ryaz. Her silver hair was tied into twin braids that fell down her shoulders. She had steel gray eyes and wore ruby-colored lipstick. Her expression looked very stoic as she stared at Ryaz. Damn, she's hot. Lady Ryaz, Lord Starsea and Master would be greatly saddened to see you try to throw your virginity away too. The woman's words trailed off as she shifted her to see me, on my bed, sporting the biggest erection in my life that refused to go down. Crimson dusted her cheeks for a moment before she closed her eyes and coughed while my mind was paralyzed by confusion to react properly to the situation. Ahem. Regardless. She turned her head away to Ryaz, who stood, still naked and looking at Greyfire indignantly with her arms crossed. It is my own virginity, Greyfire, who I decide to give it away to should be of no concern for my brother and father. Greyfire sighed but still maintained a strict posture. Lady Ryaz, you are still the heiress, and the next head of the Greenery family. Please think about your dignity and how it reflects on the Greenery house. Ryaz turned her head indignantly. She approached the bed to grab Ryaz's clothes but still blushed upon having to look and approach the confused, naked and erect man. I felt like I was a wild animal who woke up inside a zoo enclosure right now. Fucking Ryaz threw my pants in the corner and enhanced vitality refused to let down my erection. This was rather humiliating. She averted her eyes and decided to give me some reprieve by taking out a napkin from her pocket and just daintily putting it over my erection at a very, very poor attempt at disguising my erection. She blushed even more now that my erection was next to her and just covered by a napkin. At this point, I just wanted to crawl onto the floor and live out the rest of my life as a cave dweller, because what the fuck was this situation? She quickly grabbed Ryaz's clothes and draped her blouse across her shoulder to give her some form of modesty before turning to me and doing a polite bow but still averting her eyes from my exposed privates. I apologize for the inconvenience. I am Greyfire Lucifuge, a servant in service of the Greenery family. I am pleased to meet you. Likewise? She nodded and turned away as I looked at the ceiling in contemplation of all my collective life choices that somehow led to me ending up in this situation. Ryaz got closer and kissed me on the cheek as if my mind wasn't scrambled enough. She looked at me with a remorseful smile, taking me out of my mortification momentarily. I am sorry for leaving you like this, Yuta-kun, and thank you for going along with me. She turned to Greyfire with a stern expression. Fine, I will hear what you want to say to me back in my office with Akano by my side. Is that alright with you, Greyfire? Greyfire nodded and Ryaz sighed, turning to me one last time. See you later, Yuta-kun. With that last wave, Ryaz teleported away with the woman called Greyfire, leaving me alone in my room with a million thoughts racing in my head. Closing my eyes, I sighed deeply. It seems like I wasn't going to get any sleep done today with all of these thoughts in my head. Climbing out of bed, I put my pants back on and hopped out of the window to sit on the roof to get some fresh air to clear my head. I understood nothing that just happened other than the fact that Ryaz was obviously agitated and trying to avoid something. I am not the best at reading emotions, but the tiredness and frustration were apparent on her face. Welp, since I wasn't going to sleep anyway, might as well just roll the ticket Konko gave me and figure out what I can do with it. Rolling gold trait Gaku ticket. A rare trait. Demon Scion, rarity, rare, you are a demon lord to be, whether prove yourself fit to take the title is to be seen. All darkness and unholy abilities are enhanced, but at the same time you are more vulnerable to holy and light abilities. Extra effect, due to already being a demonic race you also receive a moderate boost to all stats and your charisma. After fulfilling certain conditions, this trait can evolve into a higher rank. I felt a weird tingle go down my spine as I felt energized. That felt weird. But that trait was a damn good one that I got, well, mostly thanks to the synergy it has with me being a devil. The boost was definitely noticeable. I would say it was like a 20% boost. A great boon to be sure. As for the increase in my darkness abilities, I unfortunately only had one, but when I slotted in shadow hands I noticed the difference. The hands were larger and stronger, more responsive too. If they were the size of monitors before, now they were almost double the size, large enough to grab a watermelon and crush it like an apple. The emergence of a great trait like that teased my anxiety a little. But the events of tonight still not on my mind as I practiced to take my mind off of things. I did not sleep well and I felt rather irritated this morning. I was not usually the thinker type, but my mind got stuck on the issue with Ryaz and I did not like it. I tried to get some words out of Kiba, the only one of the peerage I was able to find, but he, like me, had no idea what was going on either. Ryaz didn't greet me in the morning like she usually did either. So, I went about my school day as usual, hanging out with Asia, and training in iron manipulation until both Asia and I were called to the club where I hoped I would be able to get some answer to what the goddamn hell was going on recently. But as I walked into the clubroom I noticed an uncomfortable mood all around, even Konko, who looked at me with uneasy eyes. And that servant called Greyfire was here in the clubroom too. The whole mood in general was just suffocatingly morose. Ryaz, noticing us enter, got up from her chair and began speaking. Good, it seems like everyone is here. Greyfire turned to us also, her eyes notably looking away from me, making me feel kinda bad. Lady Ryaz, shall I explain on your behalf? No need for that. Greyfire. Ryaz shook her head, but just as she went to speak an orange summoning circle lit up on the floor that I didn't recognize, and out of it stepped out a man accompanied by a burst of flames that made me flinch. I didn't like flames. It was a tall man with blonde hair wearing a gaudy burgundy suit and a white unbuttoned shirt. He had blue eyes and a really annoying looking face that screamed condescending prick. Humphrey, I haven't been to the human world in a long time. He turned to Ryaz with an arrogant smirk. Ryaz, I have come to see you, my beloved. I saw Ryaz frown instantly in anger, frustration and resignation. In just this moment I could tell. I really didn't like this bastard.